Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is the completed book of really fake Kuro ex-female listener. Enjoy. Pa, you screamed as you ran down the stairs. Pa, where are you? I gotta get going to school. You paused at the bottom of the stairs, listening for any response from your grandfather, whom you lived with. Silence. Oh, for goodness sake, I'm gonna be late, you muttered, running to the kitchen. As you looked out the back window, you saw your elderly grandfather bent over his cabbage patch, furiously doing something with a spade. Pa! You shouted as you yanked the back door open. Who's there? He shrieked in his wobbly grandfather voice, straightening as quickly as possible and shuffling around to look at you. Oh, it's you again. He reached his hands back behind himself and pressed them into his lower back to help himself straighten up a bit. Sorry, Pa, I gotta go. Be good, okay? I'll be back after... Pa, what happened to your cabbages? You gasped in surprise, looking at the absolute mess in the garden.
It's them dang pussies from next door. They've been pissing in my cabbage patch, he fumed in his old man voice. I'll skin the bloody things next time I catch them on my land.
You sweat dropped. Pa, could you please just call them cats? You begged softly.
Well, I know they're cats, but they've always been calling them pussies, he said loudly.
Pa, oh my God, shh. Keep your voice down, you wailed softly, looking around the empty backyard while trying to placate him with wild hand movements. Anyway, I have to go. I'll be back. You quickly leaned in and gave him a goodbye kiss on the cheek.
Good luck, sweetums,
he warbled, giving you a gummy smile. Pa, what happened to your denture? Okay, you know what? Never mind. I'll look for them when I get home tonight, you said hurriedly, turning and sprinting for the door. Bye, love you. You grabbed your bag as you slid through the house to the front door, messily throwing your shoes on before tearing out the door and down the street. A familiar face loomed ahead of you, waiting on the corner for you, and you smiled brightly as you approached her. Hey, MF, you called. MF stands for Mum Friend, or Mother Fluffer, whatever you decide is better. She smiled at you. You ready for your first day? She asked, as you pulled up beside her, and then the two of you continued walking side by side to school. Not really. I'm going to be a loner again, you said with a sigh. Why did we have to transfer into a new school in the final term of the third year? Also, why did you have to be in Class B and not Class A with me? You said sadly. It's because somewhere along the line I angered the gods, and this is their revenge, she said stupidly with a goofy smile. You'll be fine, Yin, don't worry. I won't. I suck at making friends. This is so unfair, you moaned pitifully. Just walk up to a bunch of people and say hi, she said happily. Dude, you deadpanned. Hello? Do you even know me? I can't just walk up and talk to some random like you can. Why not? She shot back. Because I'm a bundle of anxiety and social awkwardness. That's why, you replied. But you're fine with me, she commented. Because I've known you since we were kids, dude, you deadpanned. You're my best friend. Okay, well, as much as I appreciate that, you'd better make friends or else I'm going to duck on you and I won't speak to you unless you make at least one friend today, she replied smartly. You wouldn't do that, you said disbelievingly. Wouldn't I? She snapped back, staring you down. You thought it over in your mind. As much as I would like to think that you wouldn't do it, I'm not going to take my chances, so I guess I'll just have to suck it up and make a friend, you said with an exaggerated sigh. Wish me luck. If I fail, I'm going to swan dive off the school roof. Oh, you're so bloody dramatic, she sighed. You'll be fine. You continued to chat as you walked, making your way into Nekoma High School grounds and towards your respective classrooms. Good luck, she sung as she turned and walked off to Class B. You frowned as you watched her go. Well, here goes nothing, you sighed internally as you reached for the classroom A door handle and slid it open. Most of the students were already in the room, and you smiled sheepishly at a few of them as you walked in and found a desk to sit at. You plopped yourself down in the chair and stared down at the desk in front of you. Okay, Yin, just listen to the conversations around you and pick a group to fit into, you mentally coached as you focused on a group of girls further down the room. One by one, you listened to the excited chatter of the people around you and mentally crossed them off on the list. Music. Those girls are talking about music, you thought as you listened in. Ugh, I don't recognize any of the bands they're talking about. Okay, pass. Next. You listened in on the sporty girls, the intellectual girls, the poetry girls. No one was saying anything that you could relate to. There next to you, you heard two girls chatting animatedly about something. Boyfriends, maybe? Yeah, and then we went out on his private yacht, one girl said. You glanced across at them and noted that they were extremely well-dressed girls, with manicured nails and hair done just right, both holding the latest phone in hand. One was a very good-looking blonde girl, and the other a striking redhead. You kept listening. Ugh, I wish my boyfriend would take me out somewhere. He's so frickin' boring, you heard the redhead say. Just dump him already, the blonde replied in a bored tone. You can do so much better than him anyway. Boyfriends, huh? You thought as you kept listening. I've never had a boyfriend, but I'd like one. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from these girls. You kept listening, plucking up the courage to say something. What am I going to say, though? I've got nothing to offer to their conversation, but I need to strike while the iron's hot, you thought. You know, you could always just break up with him to make him desperate to want you back again, you said loudly with a coy smile, looking over at them with a smug look on your face. What am I saying? Who said that? Definitely not me. Am I possessed? Sorry, who are you? The blonde asked as she flicked her hair back over her shoulder, giving you a cold, annoyed stare. Yin, he replied brightly. Right, she said with a dismissive tone. What's your name? You asked, putting on airs to try and match hers. Lisa, she said, with 2 eyes. Okay, so pretentious as fnuck. Got it, you thought as you forced a smile. Nice to meet you, Lisa. Do you have a boyfriend? The redhead asked you. Yeah, you scoffed. Of course. No, single as Pringle, actually, but whatever. What's his name? She asked as she crossed her arms across her chest. His name? His name, right. I'm Nora, by the way, the redhead said bluntly. Oh, nice to meet you, Nora, you replied, forcing another smile. So, what's your boyfriend like then? The blonde Lisa asked you. Oh, he's hot, you said quickly. Tall, black hair. Frick, I don't know, quick, just make some random crap up. You got a picture? Nora asked. No, actually, I just got a new phone and don't have any pics of him on it yet. You lied quickly. Oh, crap. You want to sit with us, Yin? Lisa asked as she rested her chin in the palm of her hand and tapped her manicured nails against her cheek. Sure, you replied brightly. Sounds good. You got up and moved over to them, pulling up a chair and sitting down. I've made friends, MF. Are you proud of me? You screamed internally. They're a bit obnoxious, but at least I'm not a loner. Here's my boyfriend, Lisa said as she showed you a picture on her phone. He's hot, you said, looking at the good-looking guy on her screen. Thanks, she said bluntly. And this is my man, Nora said, holding her phone out for you to see. Her and her boyfriend were on a date together, wearing matching beanies. Aw, cute, you whined. Thanks, she said with a small smile. Take a picture of your man later and show us tomorrow, yeah? She added as she tucked her phone away. Oh, yeah, easy, no worries, you said with a flippant smile. I'm seeing him tonight anyway, so I'll take it then and I'll show you tomorrow, okay? Both girls nodded, and then the home teacher walked in. Okay, everybody, take your seats, please, he said as he strolled to the whiteboard. You quickly went back to your seat and sat down, smiling to yourself. Okay, so maybe school isn't going to be so bad. Wait, hold on, hang on, okay. Let me get this straight. You faked having a boyfriend to make friends? MF asked as she pinched the bridge of her nose in worry and disbelief. Yep, you replied with a stupid grin on your face. But don't worry, I'll just take a picture of some random person this afternoon and show it to them. That's it. How hard can that be? Yin, this is totally not a good idea, she sighed. Just tell them you don't have a boyfriend and that's it. No, but they won't want to know me if I'm single Pringle, you said quickly. These girls are really into their boyfriends. MF sighed in frustration. Oh, this is going to go south. I'm telling you right now, she warned. If worse comes to worse, I'll just say we broke up. Simple, you replied. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you, she replied. That afternoon on your way home with MF, you were on the lookout for the perfect fake boyfriend to take a picture of. What about him? MF asked, nodding to an eye-catching blonde in K-pop looking clothes. Nah, you replied, scrunching your nose up. Him? She asked, nodding to a cute brunette. Nah, he needs to have black hair. I told them black hair, tall, handsome, you stated. Yeah, that's so generic, she replied. I know, good hey? But tell me, why the hell aren't there any tall, handsome, and black-haired guys around at the moment? You said as you gestured around you. Look, like literally none. She laughed, looking around at all the blondes and brunettes. Then she stopped. Yin, she gasped, clutching her arm. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock! You looked to your left, and behold, the most perfect fake boyfriend that you'd ever seen. Tall, black, spiky hair, and handsome as hell. That's him! That's him! You hissed excitedly. I'd totally tap that. You fumbled for your phone, pulling it out and flicking to camera. Yes, daddy, pose for me, you growled softly, holding your phone up to take the picture. As you clicked the button, the guy looked over at you, his narrowed hazel eyes locking onto you immediately. Oh! MF Hiss screamed as she dug her nails into your arm. He saw you! He saw you! Oh crap! You gasped, shoving your phone into your pocket hurriedly, and then the two of you took off running in the opposite direction. Oh, hell yin! MF hissed while laughing. He literally was looking dead in the camera. You cackled manically, the adrenaline pumping through your veins. Oh my god, I can't believe I just took some random guy's picture. You cackled as you sprinted. I gotta check that picture though. After getting well away from the guy that you'd taken a photo of, you and MF slowed down and you pulled your phone out to look at the photo. Oh dang, you groaned. He is good looking. Let's see, MF asked. You showed her. He's looking dead in the camera, she laughed. That is a perfect shot. Picture check, you said happily. Now I just gotta fake date this guy for a bit and then dump him if I need to. Yeah, good luck, MF said slyly. This is gonna be fun to watch. I do hope that everything works out though. The next day at school, you proudly marched into the classroom and pulled up a chair and sat down next to Lisa and Nora. Hey guys, you greeted brightly. Hey, Lisa deadpanned. You got a boyfriend pic? Nora asked. Yep, you replied proudly, pulling your phone out to show them. You opened your camera roll and turned the phone around, showing Lisa first. She stared at the picture for a second and then screamed. Holy crap! What? You said in a panic. What is it? Nora asked curiously. Yin? You're dating Kuroo Tetsuro? Lisa gasped. Yeah? You flubbed. What the hell? No, you're lying. Let me see that, Nora yelped, grabbing the phone off Lisa. Holy crap, it is him, she gasped. Oh no. Do these girls know my boyfriend? You know my boyfriend? You asked timidly. Yin, he's the freaking captain of the guys' volleyball team here at school, Lisa said with a dumbfounded expression. The blood drained from your face. Oh, crap. Well, yeah, How long have you two been dating? I haven't heard anything about this, and I'm always the first to know about these things, Lisa said in an annoyed, sassy tone. It's only new. He doesn't want people to know because of, his sports. His sports. He's kind of not allowed to date. You lied quickly. Both girls stared at you. Right, Nora said in a dead tone, obviously not believing your lie. Well, we are friends, right? Lisa suddenly stated. So you can tell us that you're dating, right? Well, I guess it's okay, you stammered. Okay, cool. So we can meet him then, Lisa said, a sly look in her eye. Oh, come on, Yin. We'd love to meet him, Nora added, a cruel smirk pulling at her lips. Okay, so they obviously don't believe me and they're trying to catch me out on it. What do I do now? You thought as you sat there, dumb-faced with spicy armpits. Just then your phone rang and you grabbed it from your pocket. It's him, you lied as you looked at the screen and saw MF's name. I'll be back in a second. You quickly pressed the answer call as you jumped up and ran from the room. Hi, babe, you called brightly into the speaker. Yin? MF's voice asked from the other end. Who is babe? Sorry, you hissed as you raced down the hallway. I had to pretend that you were my boyfriend in front of Lisa and Nora. So how did it go? She whispered harshly from the other end. Terrible. I mean, oh my god, where are you? We need to meet now, you whispered harshly in return, as you kept running, glancing back over your shoulder every so often. Girls' bathroom, level 2, she replied softly. Okay, I'm coming, you replied, panting slightly. I'll see you soon. You hung up and raced up the stairs to the second level, quickly entering the girls' bathroom and locking eyes with your friend. Oh my god, I'm royally screwed, you said as you approached her. Why? What happened? MF asked urgently. Okay, so you are not going to believe this, but the guy I took a picture of is the captain of the volleyball team here at this school, you punctuated. Shut the front door, MF gasped as she slammed her hands over her mouth and screamed while inhaling. I know, right? You wailed. They totally don't believe me anyway. This whole mission is screwed. What do I do? Go and tell them you just broke up with him. You told them I was him, right? Just say he broke it off with you or whatever, she replied. Man, you wailed. How embarrassing. They'll know I've been lying from the beginning. Maybe it's just better to jump now while the ship is only just alight, rather than waiting for the ship to go down completely in flames, she said wisely. You hung your head and sighed. Just then, the two of you heard voices coming to the bathroom. Oh crap, it's Lisa and Nora, you hissed frantically. You and MF raced to get into a toilet cubicle to hide, cramming into the same one together. She's totally lying, you heard the voice that you recognized as Lisa, as she entered the bathroom first. But she does have his photo on her phone, you heard Nora reply. Big deal, Lisa scoffed. She could have taken that anywhere. But who would take a picture of some random guy and claim it's their boyfriend? Nora retorted. You looked up at MF and pulled a face. Lying ass losers that have no friends, Lisa replied in an obnoxious tone. I bet she did this just to try and be cool. You hung your head as the shame set in, a knot of anxiety and despondency forming in your belly. MF reached out and placed a sympathetic hand on your shoulder. Well, if it turns out that she's lying, we can expose her in front of the whole school as a pathetic piece of crap, Lisa spat cruelly. That'll teach her for lying to us. Your shoulders slumped as the dread took over. MF stepped towards you and wrapped her arms around you, holding you as you both waited for the girls to leave. After a few more insulting comments, they left the bathroom, leaving you and MF alone to digest their words. Those bitches aren't even worth your time, MF spat. I'd cut them off now. You kept your head down, a tear rolling down your cheek. They're right, though. I'm just a pathetic loser piece of crap. I don't deserve any friends anyway, you said in an emotionless tone. Let them ruin me. I don't give a crap. Hey, come on, MF said gently. It's okay. Just tell them you broke up with him. That'll save your ass. They'll just go and double check my story with his, and for sure he'll say he has no idea who I am, and I'll be screwed, you said sadly. Whatever, I don't care. You pushed out of the cubicle and headed back to the classroom, completely void of emotion. As you entered, Lisa looked up and saw your face. What happened? She asked upon seeing the dejected look in your eyes. He broke up with me, you said numbly. The hell? Nora said with surprise. No way, he doesn't just get away with that. Let's all go and confront him at lunch, she said firmly. What? No, it's fine. You don't have to... No, we insist, Yin, Lisa said as she smirked deviously. We can't let him break our friend's heart, she added, almost cruelly, glancing across at Nora. They really do want to see me come to ruins, don't they? You thought with a sigh. Lunchtime came all too quickly, and you regrettably let the two girls take you by the arms, escorting you either side towards the gymnasium. If I know Kuro, he'll be in the gym practicing volleyball, Lisa said as she strode along beside you. Guys, seriously, you don't have to do this for me, you said softly. No, don't even mention it, Nora said quickly from your other side. You hung your head, accepting your fate. They marched you up to the gym doors and opened them. As you looked up, you saw the entire boys' volleyball team inside, your terrified gaze falling on the tall, black-haired captain that you'd taken a photo of just yesterday. Kuro! Lisa called sharply. You flinched as he looked over at the three of you, volleyball in hands, poised mid-air. At first he had a neutral expression on his face, and then he smirked. Hey, he said in a cool baritone voice as he pulled the volleyball down and tucked it under his arm. Oh, you wailed internally as he approached the three of you. So, we want to know why you dumped Yen, Lisa asked Kuro bluntly. His narrow hazel eyes shifted from Lisa to you, and you swallowed thickly. Can we talk, please? You begged him softly, your eyes watering with fear. He eyed you for a minute, and then nodded. Yeah, okay? He said as he stepped back, swinging an arm out to indicate for you to take the lead and head out the side door. We'll be back in a minute, girls, he added, giving Lisa and Nora a cunning look as he turned and followed you out the door. Kuro, I'm so sorry, you wailed softly as the two of you stepped out into the bright daylight out the other side. What's going on? He asked curiously as he walked over and sat down on a bench, resting the volleyball on his lap and crossing his arms casually across it to listen to your story. I don't even know where to start, you said as you looked down at the ground and quickly wiped a tear from your eye. You're the girl who took my photo from yesterday, yeah? He asked in his low voice, and you looked up at him. He was smirking at you, and your breath caught in your throat. You remember me? You asked almost inaudibly. Of course I do, he replied as he sat up and leaned back against the back of the bench, resting one arm out along the backboard. So what's going on? Okay, this is going to sound really stupid and weird, but I may as well tell you because I'm screwed anyway, so why not? He said with a sigh. Okay, I'm new here. I just started yesterday and I wanted to make some friends, so I lied about having a boyfriend to try and fit in. Ah, he hummed with amusement, and you took my picture and told them we were dating. Yeah, but I didn't know that you went to this school, so when I found out who you were, I then lied again and told them that you and I had broken up, so that it would end this whole thing, but I think they know I'm lying, and so they brought me here to call me out, you said, stubbing the toe of your shoe into the dry dirt. I'm so sorry I dragged you into this mess. They're going to find out anyway, and then completely expose me, so I'll be the laughing stock of the school, but whatever. I'm sorry. I'll go now. You turned to leave, but all of a sudden, Kuro jumped up and grabbed your wrist, halting you in your path. Hey now, wait a second. You're going to turn yourself in that easily? He asked, still holding on to you. Well, yeah, because they already think I'm lying, so best give it up now. Ah, but it's only just getting started, he said coyly, his hazel eyes flashing with mischief. Tell them we're dating. I'll play along. Sorry, what? You asked as your mouth fell open. Sorry, did I hear that right? You want to pretend we're dating? Yeah, why not? Sounds fun. He said as he let go of your wrist and gave you a sexy smile. I've always wanted a girlfriend. But like it's just pretending, so... we've got to make it look legit, right? He asked with a devious smirk, flicking the volleyball up on his index finger and spinning it while he stared you down. I don't know if I like where this is going, you replied hesitantly. Trust me, he said with a wink as he flicked the ball up and caught it. It'll be fun. You studied his face for a bit and then slowly nodded. Okay, if you're okay with it, you asked suspiciously. Totally, he replied with a grin. What's your name? Yin, he replied. Nice to meet you, Kuro. You said as you extended a hand out to him. Nice to meet you too, babe, he said with a lopsided smile, taking your small hand in his and shaking it. Looking forward to you being my girlfriend. Same, you replied in a confused and shy voice. This guy was pretty damn sexy. You can tell them we've gotten back together again now, he said with a chuckle as he gestured back inside. Oh, yeah, okay, thanks, you said stiffly as you turned and walked back inside the gym. Lisa and Nora were standing there with arms crossed and smug looks on their faces as you approached them. We're okay again now, you said to them with an apprehensive smile. Really? Nora asked disbelievingly. Mm-hmm, you hummed with a nod. Kuro strolled inside behind you and bent down to wrap an arm around your waist from behind, pulling your body into his. Have a good rest of your day, sexy. I'll see you after school. He rasped lowly into your ear as he nuzzled into your neck, and immediately goosebumps broke out on your skin. Kuroo! You screeched in surprise. Oh, come on, babe. Don't be so cold. Call me by my first name. He leered, enjoying this little game. Fine, Tetsuro, he said bluntly. Yeah, I know your name, dummy, you stammered, trying to hide the embarrassment of not even knowing his first name. Nora and Lisa just stood there in shock. Okay, he chuckled, squeezing your body against his one last time before letting you go. Love you. You whipped your head back and gave him a, are you serious? Look, and he let out a low chuckle. Catch you, cutie, he said with a wink, before turning and heading back to the volleyball courts. He's actually your boyfriend? Nora stammered in surprise. I honestly thought you were lying, Lisa admitted. How the hell did you get him? Luck, you replied sheepishly as you looked over at him. He smirked and winked at you from the corner of his eye, and you whipped your head away with embarrassment. Okay, let's get going now, okay? You said quickly, and walked around the girls, heading for the gym door as they followed meekly behind you. The rest of the afternoon had you in a light-headed daze. You were fake dating the captain of the volleyball team. Captain! Holy frickin' captain! You couldn't believe it. As the final bell rang, you prepared to walk home. Hey, what happened after you went back to class? MF asked as she ran up beside you. Did you tell them you broke up with him? Hey, girlfriend, a loud voice called, interrupting your almost reply. MF and you looked back over your shoulders at Kuro as he ran up to you both. MF, this is my boyfriend, Kuro Tetsuro, you said sheepishly to her. Her jaw dropped. I beg pardon, MF said with a laugh. I thought I heard you say boyfriend. She did, Kuro said with a lopsided, cheeky smile as he pulled up beside you. Wait. Okay, hold up, just... Your friend stood there, pressing her fingers to her temple and squeezing her eyes shut as she tried to comprehend what the hell was going on. She knows about the whole me taking a picture thing, you said quickly to Kuro, while you waited for MF to speak. Yeah, remember seeing her with you when you took it, he replied to you. How? Just how? MF asked suddenly as she opened her eyes and looked at you. I got this one, babe, Kuro said to you as he smirked down at you and then looked at your friend. Okay, so I was playing volleyball, she walks in, her friends ask why I dump her, we go outside, shake hands, and hey presto, now I got a girlfriend, he said, slinging his arm across your shoulders and pulling you into his side. Your friend just stood there with a full-on, runtime error look on her face. What he said, you said bluntly, pointing at him. Well said, girlfriend, he said with a smirk, as he held a fist out for you to bump it with yours, which you did. Whoa, time out, MF said as she made a T shape with her hands. This needs more explaining. Let's walk and talk. You all fell in step together as you headed out the gate, Kuro on one wing, you in the middle, and MF on the other side. Okay, so I'll start, MF said as she looked across at Kuro. Yin and I were in the toilets when Lisa, or bitch number 1, as I now like to call her, and Nora bitch number 2, came into the bathroom. And we're talking about how they didn't believe Yin and you were dating, which you weren't at this point, and talking about how they were going to expose her. Yeah, sounds about right, Kuro remarked. And so then, you piped up, looking up at Kuro, I went back to the classroom and I told them that you and I had broken up, but they insisted on taking me to the gym to find out why you had dumped me. I'm pretty sure they just wanted to expose me, you added with a grimace as you looked across at MF. And that's where I come in. Kuro said as he smiled across at the two of you. I saw these 3 girls. Walk in, this cutie here, in the middle. He nudged you in the arm. You looked away and bit the inside of your lip. And I immediately recognised the other 2, either side of her as the school snobs. They think they're hot crap, but they're not, he said bluntly. Then when I took a better look at Yin, recognised her as the girl who took my picture the other day. You chuckled nervously. Yep, you said stupidly. That's me. So I knew something was up, he said with a smirk. That Lisa bitch had this smug look on her face, and I wanted to take her down a peg or 2. He replied with a creepy grin. So I called Yin outside, and when she told me what was going on, I immediately jumped at the idea. Which I am extremely grateful for, might I add, he said with a relieved sigh. And here we are, he added, fake dating to rub it in Lisa and Nora's faces. Well, you are a saint, Kuro, MF said gratefully. This is the best possible outcome for Yin. Well, we'll see about that, Kuro said mischievously as he gave you a sly look. I'm not even going to ask what that means, you thought as you glanced at him from the corner of your eye. You kept chatting as you walked. Then as you came to the crossroads, your friend turned off to head for her home. See you both tomorrow, she said as she smiled and turned and left. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then, yeah? You said to Kuro as you turned to head down the street to your house. Hey, wait up, I gotta walk you home, he said. No, it's fine, I can get home by myself, you replied. What kind of boyfriend would I be if I didn't walk you all the way home? He said as he fell back in step with you. Well, I wouldn't know because I've never had a boyfriend before, so... You replied sheepishly. You haven't? He asked with a surprised look on his face. Interesting. What's interesting about that? You asked, furrowing your brow curiously. So you've never kissed anyone? He asked. Nope, you replied, shaking your head. Held hands? He asked. That's another nope, you replied. Never done it then? He asked in a provocative tone. You dropped your head with embarrassment. Well, of course not, you yelped, flinging your head up to look at him. If I hadn't held hands, then of course I haven't had sex, he said bluntly. Your form prickled furiously with embarrassment. Did you have to say it so bluntly? You squeaked. He let out a loud laugh. See, this is awesome, because I can mess with you, he said with a cheeky smirk. Well, what about you then? Have you had a girlfriend before? You asked defiantly. Let's just say I'm experienced, he said in a low, seductive voice. His hazel eyes pierced through you, snapping your heart rate up to double time. You swallowed thickly and looked away. Okay, cool, you stammered, completely flustered by his response. Well, this is my place, so bye, you said quickly, as you turned and speed-walked up the path to your front door. Kuroo chuckled to himself as he watched you go. This is going to be fun to mess with her. She's too innocent. Pa! I got a boyfriend! You called as you got into the house. And I got a girlfriend! You heard him call back. Wait, what, you did? You asked curiously as you followed the sound of his voice and walked into the living room. Who? Miss Marple from bingo night, he replied in his elderly voice as he beamed at you from his comfy armchair, his eyes crinkling at the edges. And what about you, love? His name's Kuroo Kuroo Tit, your pa asked in a loud voice. God, no, pa, you laughed. I think it's Tetsuro? You don't even know his name? Your pa asked with a laugh. Love, I have the memory of a metal strainer and even I can remember Miss Marple's name. It's a long story, Grandpa, you said with a small sigh and a smile. We should go on a double date, your pa said with innocent excitement dancing in his watery elderly eyes. Invite him over. I'll make him some hash cookies. Pa, no, you said quickly. The next day you skipped to the corner to meet MF. Well, 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 don't you look happy, she commented with an amused smirk on her face. Well, I am dating the captain of the volleyball team, aren't I? He replied playfully, nudging her in the arm as the two of you set off towards school together. Correction, fake dating, she said as she held a finger up. Why you gotta rain on my parade like that, huh? You said as your face fell. Please just let me live in my fake little bubble of happiness just a little bit longer. When the bubble bursts, I will be here to catch you, MF said with a bright smile, because Lord knows something is going to go wrong. I feel like you're jinxing me right now, you deadpanned. Come on, shoot faster, she sang, singing the lyrics of Get Jinxed from League of Legends. Just a little bit of energy, you hollered at the top of your lungs. Who has energy? A rich male voice asked from behind you both. You screamed and jumped, spinning around with your arms up like you're about to karate chop the person. Oh my god, Kuroo, when did you get here? You wheezed, moving your arms from the chop pose to clutch your heart. Oh my god, a little bit of warning next time, please. So, who has the energy? He asked again, completely ignoring your comments. Well, me now, apparently, because the adrenaline in my system is super high right now, and God, I need a moment, you said as you fanned yourself rapidly and shut your eyes, inhaling and exhaling loudly. Dramatic, isn't she? Kuro commented to MF as they all stood there waiting for you to sort yourself out. Well, she needs the best acting skills right now, so this is very helpful, MF commented dryly. Okay, thanks. Let's move on now, you deadpanned at the two of them. Oh, and Yin, you need to remember to call me Tetsuro at school, in front of Lisa and Nora, so the couple thing looks legit, Kuro reminded you, as all three of you fell in step again and continued on to school. Oh, right, yeah, you replied. We good, homie. Babe, MF corrected. You can't call your supposed boyfriend homie. Why not? You and Kuro asked at the same time. Hey, you replied with a laugh. See, we vibing. MF snorted with amusement and shook her head. Hi, Yin, Nora greeted with a smile as you entered the classroom. How's it going with Kuro? She asked. Yeah, we're good, you replied, as you walked over and pulled up a chair to chat to the two girls. Did you two get between the sheets and, do it to make up? Lisa asked bluntly. You sucked air in through your mouth so quickly you swallowed a bit of saliva the wrong way and started coughing violently. My man and I always do it that way after we've had an argument, Lisa said as she swept her hair back over her shoulder and checked her nails like she was a cut above the rest. Oh, same, Nora added. All the time. Oh no, I need to follow suit, you thought as you looked at Lisa and then Nora. Yeah, who doesn't? You lied, pulling an exaggerated face to cover yourself. So what's he like in bed? Lisa asked as she leaned forwards and rested her elbow on the table, her eyes staring directly into yours as if daring you to reply. I bet he's into S&M. What the heck is S&M? Yep, you replied bluntly. Nora gasped softly from your right. Oh, wow, really? She asked coyly. Actually, yeah, he does give me that vibe. My boyfriend's into S&M too, Lisa said. He's so kinky, I love it. Okay, well, so far so good, they've bought it, you thought as you forced a smile. I gotta add something else though, just to make it look like I'm not copying Lisa. What's the most kinky thing I can think of? He's also into anal, you blurted out. Oh my god, did I just say that out loud? You asked yourself internally. The look on Lisa's face was priceless. No way, she gasped. You've done that? Shh, you whispered harshly, glancing around to make sure that no one had heard her. Yeah, you haven't? You asked. No, she replied tersely. I'm totally going to do it with my boyfriend on the weekend though. Can't believe you've done it and I haven't, she said with a bit of bitterness in her voice. Haha, sucker bitch, you thought smugly. My boyfriend's so vanilla, Nora pouted. He just wants to do it all the same way, the same time, every time. It's boring as hell. Sometimes I let him do me while I'm flicking through Instagram because I'm so bored. That does sound like a boring relationship, you thought as you gave Nora a sympathetic look. Hey, it's okay, you reassured her. What if you suggest some new things to him? Spice it up a little bit. I'll try, Nora said with a sigh. Or just dump him, Lisa said from her side of the table, a cold tone in her voice. You could totally do so much better than him. You were about to add something else, but then the bell rang and the teacher entered the room, cutting your conversation short. At lunchtime, you, Lisa, and Nora went to the cafeteria and grabbed your food trays before finding a seat and sitting down for lunch. You were about to start eating when someone sat down beside you. Hey, babe, the person said in greeting. You looked up to your left, and Kuroo's eyes met yours. Haikyuu. Oh, no. I need to call him by his first name. Tetsuro. Or babe. Your brain screamed at you. Cute it? Cute it? He asked with a smirk, knowing exactly what had happened. Cutie, you said quickly. Sorry, I meant cutie, but flubbed it. My bad. Kuroo chuckled deeply, and you grimaced as you quickly opened your juice popper and started drinking. So, Kuroo, Yin told us that you're into some kinky stuff in the bedroom, Lisa stated bluntly. For the second time that day, you inhaled liquid into your lungs and coughed violently. Lisa! You hissed as you wheezed, smacking yourself in the chest, trying to clear your lungs so you could speak. Yeah, into like S&M, anal, Lisa continued. Kuroo's facial expressions didn't change as he stared her down and then glanced at you as your soul was desperately trying to leave your body, your fear-filled eyes meeting his. There was a moment's pause and then a devilish smirk pulled at his lips. So my girl's been spilling our bedroom secrets, has she? He asked in a low, provocative tone as he stretched an arm out to wrap it around your shoulders, his fingertips lightly brushing the back of your neck as he did so. Well, if she's been telling you things, then she won't mind me going into detail, right, baby? He asked, his cat-like irises burning into your soul as you sat there, skin crawling with goosebumps. You remained silent, not sure if you should say anything more at this point. You'd already said enough. Well, first of all, I like to go down on her, Kuroo said casually as he removed his arm from around you and gripped onto your jaw so he could hold your gaze. Kiss between her gorgeous thighs. Like that, you know, all the good stuff. He said as he calmly looked from you over to Lisa and Nora, still holding onto your chin so you couldn't look at them. Your heart was beating out of your chest right now. Hearing him say those things in such a relaxed manner was far more of a turn-on than he realised. Then I'll spread her legs wide open, he added lowly as he looked back at you and ran his thumb over your bottom lip, watching your expression the whole time. You melted, silently begging for him to continue as your mind conjured up some unholy thoughts. And if she's a good little girl, I might just run my tongue over that little sensitive area, he said in a husky voice, purposefully drawing the words out for added effect. And if she's bad? Nora asked in a quiet voice from across the table. You glanced over at her from the corner of your eye, as Kuroo still hadn't let go of your chin, and saw that she was a blushing mess, her bottom lip jammed between her teeth as she hung onto every sexually charged word that left Kuroo's mouth. Well, if she's bad, Kuro said as he looked back to you and licked his bottom lip erotically. She knows what happens to bad girls. You thought you heard a small moan escape from Nora's lips, and you yanked your head away from Kuro's hand, well and truly flustered by his words. Lisa was just sitting there with mouth gaping open, unable to comprehend what she'd just heard.
Tetsuro, can we talk, please? Alone?
You stammered, face still bright red with embarrassment and excitement. Sure, baby, he said in his usual mellow voice as he stood up. Excuse us, we'll be back, he added, looking at the still stunned Lisa and Nora. You quickly power walked past him to the exit, and he followed calmly, that smirk still pulling at his lips as he followed you out into the empty hall.
What the hell?
You whispered harshly as he spun around to face him.
Kuroo?
Hey, if you're going to lie about what we've been doing in the bedroom, then it's fair game for me to add my piece too, Kuro said as he casually placed his hand on his hip.
Okay, fine, but that was like...
Hot? He asked with a creepy grin. You looked away.
No, well,
Yeah, but no, you stammered, blinking rapidly as you continued to look off down the hall. You want me to do those things to you? He asked with a cheeky big grin. No! You shouted, covering your face with embarrassment as your mind created images of Kuro between your thighs. He laughed heartily and stepped forwards, wrapping you in a hug.
I won't say anything like that anymore, I promise.
You wailed into his torso.
I've learned my lesson.
Good girl, he said with a chuckle. And why even hanging out with him anyway? At least a chick especially wants to embarrass you into non-existence.
I know,
you sighed. I'm not good with making friends, and when I finally do make friends, they're just the wrong ones to be friends with. Kuro pulled back from you, and you stared glumly down at your feet. Well, you have me now too, so don't be sad, he said with a smile. Fist bump on it, he added as he held his fist up to you. You looked up and gave him a resigned smile, bumping his fist back. Thanks, Tetsuro. Don't mention it, he said as he pushed his hands into his pockets. Hey, come back to mine this afternoon, he added casually. Yours? Yeah, my place, he said.
Why?
You stammered nervously, remembering what he had just said before. Because we've got to do some things in the bedroom so we can tell Lisa and Nora we've actually done stuff, he said with a straight face, and then burst out laughing. I'm joking.
Kuroo!
You screeched, flailing your fists against his torso with embarrassment as he howled with laughter and tried to block your attacks.
You're so mean!
I'm only joking, he confirmed again with a chuckle, but we really should get to know each other a little bit more. So I want to hang out a bit. Is that a crime?
No, it's not,
you pouted.
But if you pull any funny business, I'm going to kick you in the balls.
I didn't know you could kick so high, Kuro teased. I could teabag you standing up.
Ah!
You screeched with embarrassment.
Why are you so weird? Stop!
You're like a midget compared to me, he continued, dodging your poorly placed punches. Like a chibi form.
I'm not chibi, I'm fun-sized. And plus, I'm not that short, I'm this high,
he replied with indignation, holding your hand up. Yeah, it's still shorter than 6'2", Kuro replied, leaning over you with a smirk. I'm going to call you Short Stack.
You're so mean,
you fake pouted, trying to stop from smiling. I'm going to go now, you added as you turned and headed back into the dining area. Come to the gym after school. I'll be waiting for you, Kuro called to you as you marched back inside. You spun around and poked your tongue out at him, and he chuckled.
Oh, I'm so jealous,
Nora blurted out to you as you sat back down.
Your boyfriend's so friggin' hot, like, I can't even deal anymore.
He's just a teasing asshole, that's what he is, he replied with a fake scowl, secretly enjoying the banter you just had with Kuro. I had you pegged all wrong, Lisa cut in. I thought you were some lame-ass vanilla chick, but looks like I was wrong. Sorry, she said, without any trace of remorse in her voice at all. Okay, it's okay, he said to her. I'm still exactly as you've described, Lisa, you thought. That afternoon, you meandered to the front gate after school, waiting for Kuro and MF to meet you there. MF was the first to arrive and greeted you happily. So, she sung, how was your day at school? Don't even get me started, you said with an eye roll. I don't even know where to begin. Ah, is it now? Bitch 1 and bitch 2 causing trouble again? She asked as she adjusted her school bag strap. Well, yeah, but again, I fell into their trap, so, he said with a grimace. Yes, but that's a given because you're an idiot, MF stated bluntly. No one calls my girl an idiot, Kuro cut in as he approached you and MF. Oh, hey, boyfriend, you greeted as he smiled up at him. How's the weather down there, Short Stack? He jeered playfully as he leaned an arm on top of your head. You make a good resting post. Get off me, you beautiful beanpole, you snapped playfully, swatting his arm off your head. Is that a compliment or an insult? Kuro asked with a chuckle as he lifted his arm off your head and wrapped it around your shoulders. If I didn't know any better, I'd actually think you two are dating, MF mused as she watched the interaction between you and Kuro with amusement. Yeah, gotta play the part well, Kuro said with a wink as he removed his arm from your shoulder. A part of you felt a little dejected at his reply to MF, but what he said was true. You two were only fake dating after all. You couldn't expect any real relationship would come of this. So, you gonna tell me what happened today? MF asked you again as all three of you headed out of the gates. Yin and I are into some kinky stuff, apparently, Kuro said frankly as he looked over at MF. S&M, anal. That's why she's coming over to mine this afternoon so we can practice. You made an objectory noise that sounded like a seal had swallowed a kazoo and nearly face-planted onto the pavement as one leg caught on the other. Beg pardon, MF screeched. No, you finally got out, frantically waving your arms in protest. Yin, MF asked urgently. Kuro was cackling at this point, well and truly pleased with himself that he had metaphorically let the cat in amongst the pigeons as he clutched his stomach and doubled over with laughter. Stop it, you lanky broomstick! He yelled at Kuro, smacking him repeatedly on the head to release some of the embarrassment. Stop telling people we're into that stuff! I have no idea what's going on, MF screeched again, looking bewildered as heck. I said some dumb stuff, and Lisa made a comment to Kuro about it, and now he keeps bringing it up, and I'm going to die of embarrassment, you wailed at MF, still smacking the laughing Kuro. God, you're a real terror, MF said to Kuro, who was desperately trying to catch his breath and calm down. I just can't help it. She's just so fun to rile up, he laughed, wiping tears from his eyes. You're an A-grade asshole, you pouted, crossing your arms across your chest. I'm kidding, Kuro said with a smile. Yin's coming to mine though, so we can chill out. I just want to get to know my girlfriend, you know, he said with a lopsided smile as he glanced at you. Why don't you just make it official already? MF said with a smirk at Kuro. Now where would be the fun in that? He asked with a chuckle. You looked away to hide the dejected look in your eyes. Okay, let's move on now. MF, how was your day? You asked her as you all started walking again, heading for home and chatting lightly as you went. All three of you walked to the crossroads, and then MF headed off down the road to her house, and you and Kuro headed to his place. Have you ever been over to a guy's house before? Kuro asked you in a teasing way as he smirked at you. Yeah, you lied. I'm not that virgin. Yeah, you are, Kuro replied with a laugh. You're not very good at lying, Yin, so I suggest you don't even try it with me. You hung your head and sighed. Why are you even doing this for me? I'm such a loser, you said despondently. Believe it or not, I was a shy kid growing up. A bit awkward, quiet around people, kept to myself. He said matter-of-factly. I see a lot of younger me in you. What? You said with surprise as you looked at him. You? Shy? Yeah, he chuckled. I know what it's like to not have friends. Well, I have friends, they're just bitches, he replied with a weak smile. You calling me a bitch? He asked cheekily. You saying you're my friend? He replied smartly. Yeah, I am. What are you going to do about it? He replied with a gentle smile as he pushed his fist into your arm softly. You're good fun, Yin. Don't let it get you down. You gave him a small, grateful smile. Thanks, dude, he replied softly. You're only half an asshole, I guess. Don't speak too quickly, you don't know me yet, Kuro teased with a lopsided smirk. Dummy, you retorted, poking your tongue out at him. So, this is my bedroom door, Kuro said as he pointed at his door. It's a boy door. Can you stop? You asked with a fake look of annoyance on your face. I know what a door is. Careful. You might climax just by stepping into a boy's room. He jeered as he opened his door. Oh my god, Kuro, seriously? You chuckled with exasperation as you followed him in and looked around his room. So you like volleyball? You teased as your eyes roamed the posters on the wall. Nah, not at all, he replied sarcastically as he walked over to his wardrobe and dropped his bag down, taking his black school vest off before unbuttoning his school top and sliding it off his shoulders, showing you his muscular bare back as the shirt dropped off. Kuro! Oh my god, some warning, please! You squealed as you covered your eyes with your hands, embarrassed. Seriously? He laughed as he turned to face you shirtless. He walked over to you and pulled your hands from your face, so you shut your eyes, scrunching them closed tightly. Open your eyes, Yin, he said lowly. Your heart started pounding. Why do I need to open my eyes? You stammered, as your attention remained keenly focused on his strong hands holding your wrists. If you can't look at me shirtless, we're going to have some problems, he said lowly. Why do I need to look at you shirtless anyway? You asked, as you slowly popped an eye open and looked into his cat-like irises. I don't need you passing out courtside when I lift up my shirt to wipe my face, he said with a smirk, as he kept his face bent down to your level. I'm not going to pass out, you pouted, as you popped your other eye open. I'm not that much of a lightweight. So you're cool if I just chill in my boxers now then? He asked cheekily, as he let go of your wrists and reached for his school belt. Boxers! You screeched. Shh! He hushed loudly, as he lunged for your mouth with his hand. God, okay, I was kidding. Stop being a weirdo! You huffed from behind his hand, as you pulled your face away and plopped down stiffly on his bed. He smirked and walked back to his wardrobe to continue getting changed. Oh, I'm still curious, he said as he looked back over his shoulder at you, a small smirk pulling at his pursed lips. What made you take my picture the other day? Your eyes widened and you looked down and scratched your cheek nervously. Well, you matched the description I told Lisa and Nora, he said with as much matter-of-factness as you could muster. And I thought you were hot, so... You think I'm hot? He asked with a bit of surprise. Yeah, have you seen you? You replied with furrowed brows as you gestured to all of him. Pretty sure you know you're hot too. I'm not, but thanks, he replied with a small chuckle, a smirk pulling at his lips that went unnoticed by you. Well, what about you? Do you have a type? You asked bashfully as you looked away. I like girls with long hair, he replied frankly. Oh, he replied softly, heart rate increasing. Just a side note, if you have short hair, just forget this bit, or pretend that you have long hair, because it is actually canon that Kuro likes girls with long hair, so that's why I put it in. Why do you ask? He asked with a knowing smirk on his face, as he pulled his shirt on and ruffled his hair to maintain his signature look. No reason, he replied quickly, and then changed subjects. So, why am I here again? And don't say anything about the anal and the S&M thing, he added quickly. Oh, but that's exactly why you're here, isn't it? He jeered, as he turned and walked over to you, crawling up onto the end of the bed as his narrow, hazel-coloured eyes locked onto you. You shrank away, backing up the bed as he crawled closer. Don't even think about messing with me. I'll... Squeak like a mouse, he teased. Mice bite, you know, you warned, as he placed his hands either side of your legs. I'll gnaw you in the chest, you warned louder, as you cowered back on the bed. There's a lot of talk and not much action going on here, short stack, Kuro teased, as he crawled all the way over you. Maybe you'd better start doing what you say you're going to do. You swallowed heavily, staring into his eyes. If you're not going to stand up for yourself, people are going to walk all over you, he added as he rolled off you and lay beside you on the bed, tucking his arms up behind his head and letting out a relaxed sigh. What is this, Life Lesson 101 with Kuro Tetsuro? You asked with a playful snort. You can laugh all you want, but you know I'm right, doormat-chan. Lisa and Nora walk all over you. You grunted and looked away. What music do you like? He asked. Really? Change subjects just like that? You deadpanned as you looked back at him. We're here to chill and get to know each other, right? He said as he rolled his head to the side to look at you. Unless you want to do anal. I'll take the more family-friendly alternative, thanks, you said loudly. He chuckled, the bed vibrating with his baritone voice. Later that night, when you had gotten back home, MF rang you. Yo, you said calmly as you answered the phone. Did you screw? She asked bluntly. You nearly dropped your phone. Oh my goodness! What is with you and Kuro and thinking that I walk around with my legs open? This isn't a frickin' red light district. I'm not open for that kind of business, you said as you waved your arms around erratically. So what then? You two dating for reals now? She pressed. Man, I wish, but no. He's avoiding the topic altogether. Definitely seems like this is just going to be a straight-laced, fake dating situation, you said glumly as you flopped down on your bed. You never know, MF sung promisingly. Those kinds of happy endings only happen in fanfiction, you replied bluntly. I'd better just get used to the fact that I'm fake dating a hot guy and not complain about my lot in life. It could have ended up a lot worse, he said. Yeah, true, she replied. But you never know. He might actually like you. Well, if he did, you think he would have made a move by now. He's not exactly the shy type, you grunted. Fair, she replied. Anyway, you gonna go over to his house more? Well, he asked me to come and watch him play his practice after school tomorrow, so I'm going to do that. Won't be walking home with your girlie. Hope that's okay, he said with a smile. Go for it. If it means he might just fall for you, then I'm all for it, she replied. Thanks, babe. You're a keeper. Yin, come and toss some balls for us, Kuro called to you as you sat awkwardly on the side bench watching the Nekoma boys play that next afternoon. Who, me? You asked with surprise. Is there another Yin here? Kuro deadpanned. All you gotta do is throw the balls over the net. Doesn't matter where they go, because we're practicing receiving, so the more haphazard the throw, the better. Yeah, thanks for the snide comment, boyfriend, you retorted as you got up and walked over to the ball cart, grabbing a ball out and lobbing it over the net towards Kuro's head. It's like a bunny's throwing cotton balls at me, he teased as he poked his tongue out a little, grabbing the volleyball mid-air with one hand. You pouted with faux annoyance and then grabbed another ball and turned around, ready to throw. You pegged it over the net and one of the teammate members dived for it, setting it up in the air for Kuro to spike it. Seeing that you were in his firing line, you quickly ran off court to get away, the ball whizzing past you, narrowly missing your hip. Almost, Kuro teased. That's it, you snapped. Your Nico kneecaps are mine! You slowly pushed your sleeves up as you stalked around the nets towards him with a playful scowl on your face. Oh hey, look, baby bunny's fluffed up, Kuro teased as he smirked at you. Looks like I need to take one step to get away from her. You growled in playful anger as you picked up the pace to try and get to him, but he ducked around the other side of the nets and walked backwards, one finger up and curling at you while he smirked, goading you to come at him. You can't escape me, you hollered as you broke into a run at him. Pretty sure he can, one of the fellow teammates, Haikyuu, one of the liberos, called. Yin, listen to Yakun, Kuro laughed as he sidestepped one of your fists. He's politely telling you you've got no chance. You ignored your lanky fake boyfriend and kept chasing him around the court, only just missing him with your fists as he dodged your punches. Come on, bunny, Kuro cooed in a deep, seductive voice. Look now, you're all hot and sweaty. Let's play later, he added as he dodged another punch and grabbed you around the waist, hoisting you up and holding you above his head. Put me down, you screeched playfully. Okay, since you asked so nicely, Kuro replied sarcastically. Run along now, cutie. Sit on the bench. I'll get someone else to toss so I don't hit you, he added as he swung you down and placed your feet on the ground. You pouted playfully and marched back over to the bench, plopping down next to one of the more quiet players on the team, Kenma, who was absorbed in his video game. Hey, Kuro's girl, a voice said from your right. You jumped violently and looked to see who had addressed you. It was the vice captain, Kay. Yeah? You asked shyly. Sorry, I didn't catch your name before. What's your name? He asked politely. It's Yin, he replied. Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, Yin. Could you please give me a hand to hang this banner? He asked as he pointed across to it, where it was propped up against the gym wall. We have a match with Alba Josiah at the end of this week, and I wanted to get the banner up to boost the team's morale. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, you said as you stood up and walked over. Where did you want it hung? Up there, maybe, he said as he pointed to two hooks that were protruding out of the gym wall. Okay. It's high up, you commented. Are there ladders here? Yeah, in the storeroom, he said. Hold on, I'll grab two. He turned and jogged over to the storeroom and entered, looking for the ladders. While he was gone, you watched Kuro teaching and advising some of the other players on their techniques, and you smiled to yourself as you watched him. Oh, he's so hot, and we really seem to be getting along well. Maybe, just maybe, we might end up together? As you thought this, Kuro glanced over at you, and upon seeing you watching him, smirked and winked at you. You blushed and quickly looked away, embarrassed that you'd been caught staring. Okay, here we go, Kai called as he returned with two stepladders. Oh, you said as you took one and set it up. Okay, you get up there and I'll pass you one end of this, and then I'll sort my end out, he said as he unrolled the banner and waited until you had climbed up the steps to the top. You bent slightly and he passed you the end of the banner, then you straightened and reached for the hook. I can't reach it, you said sadly, as you stretched hard to try and hang the banner on the hook. Ah, Chibi-chan, Kuro suddenly said from behind you, as he grabbed under your arms and lifted you up, ducking his head between your legs and sitting you on his shoulders. There you go, now you can reach. You squeaked as he lifted you up and sat you on his shoulders, stiffening nervously as he placed his hands to steady your thighs to hold you in place. Better? He asked as you easily hung the banner on the hook. Yeah, you grunted, pretending like you weren't flustered by being on his shoulders. Thanks. Ho ho ho, he chuckled as he lifted you down. A thank you? You know another way that you can thank me, he leered. Kuroo, I swear, if you say, by getting us a drink, he replied with a bright smile. Why, what were you thinking? He asked with a smirk. You're a dick, Kuroo, you said with a fake furrowed brows as you tried to shove him in the torso. He burst out laughing, his obnoxious, amusing laugh ringing out through the gym. Here, he said as he finished cackling like a hyena and pulled his wallet out, handing you some money. Would you get us a drink from the school vending machine? Just a soft drink will do me. Fine, you said as you took the money from him and spun around, heading out of the gym. Thanks, girlfriend, he called out to you as you left, and you hunched your shoulders and ignored him, smiling as you exited through the door. God, he's such an ass, you thought with a smile, as you walked to the vending machine and got him and yourself a drink. After picking up the drinks from the slot, you turned and happily headed back to the gym, thinking about being on Kuroo's shoulders. As you were about to re-enter, you heard one of Kuroo's teammates teasing him about you. Got yourself a nice girlfriend there, Kuroo, they said in a cheeky voice. You heard Kuroo chuckle. Nah, we're not dating. I'm not looking for a committed relationship, Kuroo replied flippantly. Your heart sank a little and your arms dropped a bit as you looked down at the ground, the smile fading from your face. You guys friends with benefits? Someone asked. Nah, not at all, Kuroo chuckled again. I'm just messing around with her. Nothing going on between her and I. Your heart cracked slightly, and that once happy smile was replaced with an emotionless look as you started walking again and entered the gym. Here, you said blandly to Kuroo as you approached him and shoved the drink into his hand. Thanks, girlfriend, he replied cheekily. Yeah, okay, you replied in a dead tone as you turned and walked over to the bench and sat down beside Kenma again. Kuroo tilted his head slightly. He could sense your attitude had shifted, but he didn't know why it had happened so suddenly. Yin-chan, Kenma asked softly from beside you as you sat down beside him. Do you like Kuroo? You jumped at his directness and you looked at him while he continued to play his video game, acting as if he hadn't just asked you a question. No, that us, you replied stiffly. No way. Kenma looked up and looked over at you, his keen cat-like eyes studying you silently. Okay, he replied softly as he looked from you back down to his game. He totally doesn't believe me, you thought as you looked down at the drink in your hand and cracked the lid open to drink it. You left a little earlier from Kuroo's practice that afternoon, claiming you had to go home to help your pa with something. Okay, babe, I'll see you tomorrow then, yeah? He said with a mischievous grin. You want to kiss goodbye? You just ignored his comment and left the gym, not even looking back at him as you walked out the door. He watched you go, again feeling like something had changed but not quite knowing what it was. After practice, he and Kenma headed home together, walking silently side by side. Good practice today, huh? Kuroo commented to Kenma as they walked. Kenma agreed as they strolled along, his head down as he continued to play his video game. I don't know what was wrong with Yin towards the end though, Kuroo commented, not really expecting an answer from the shorter setter, but just more musing to himself more than anything else. Kuroo, I don't think she likes the teasing, Kenma commented as he continued to play his game. What do you mean, puddinghead? Of course she likes it. That's what we do, Kuroo replied with a laugh. No, I don't think she likes you calling her your girlfriend when she's clearly not. I think she has feelings for you. Yeah, but she knows the deal. It's just a fake relationship, Kuroo said defensively. There's a possibility she overheard what you said just before she came back into the gym with your drink, Kenma said. Kuroo was silent for a bit as he thought about it. Yeah, she was different after that, he said with a sigh. Yeah, I should go and apologise. Do you like her, Kuroo? Kenma asked as he cleared the level that he was playing and looked up at the taller teammate. As in romantically? Kuroo asked as he looked thoughtful for a bit. I don't know, he added honestly, after thinking. I don't dislike her. Kenma studied him with his narrow golden eyes, then looked back down at his game. He hummed as he started the next level. What kind of games are you playing these days? Kuroo teased. Romantic ones? Since when did you get so good at noticing someone else's romantic feelings? Kenma blushed. There's nothing like that, he said softly, but I could see what was going on with Yin. It was obvious. You got home and called out to your pa. I'm home, you sung, dropping your bag at the front door. Who goes there? Pa called playfully from the lounge room. You cracked a small smile and walked into the lounge room, flopping down on the couch dramatically.
What's up, Buttercup?
Your Pa asked when he saw your dramatic fall. Just stuff. You mumbled as you rolled your face into the cushions. Nothing I want to talk about.
Ah,
he said emphatically as he slowly got up from his chair.
It's called for my world-famous hot chocolate.
You cracked another smile into the cushions, then lifted your head. Did you say hot chocolate? You asked with a smile.
Sounds like your ears want some,
he said in his old warbly voice as he hobbled out to the kitchen. Pa, that makes no sense, you laughed. He continued on out to the kitchen, pulling mugs and kettles out to make you both a hot cuppa. As you lay there on the couch, the doorbell rang. Who is... you thought as you sat up. I'll get it, you called as you dragged yourself off the couch and ambled to the front door. You pulled it open and came face to face with Kuroo's torso. Surprised, you looked up into his face and then deadpanned. What do you want? You asked in a flat tone as he stared him down. I came to apologise, Kuroo said softly as he looked down at you. For what? You asked as a scowl pulled at your brows. For going overboard with the teasing, he said honestly. I'm sorry, I'll stop. You looked down at the ground. Yeah, okay, thanks, you replied. Well, that's all.
Who is it, Pumpkin?
Your pa's shrill voice called out from behind you, making you jump.
It's,
you said, pausing as you debated on what to say as you looked back at him over your shoulder. Kuroo Tetsuro, you added bluntly.
Ah,
he said with elderly excitement.
Tit! Yes, I remember you mentioning him.
You quickly looked back at Kuroo. I swear I didn't call you a tit, you said hurriedly. It was a misunderstanding, and...
Looks like a pussy to me,
your pa said as he peered at Kuroo over your shoulder.
Those eyes.
Pa! Oh, wait, you mean looks like a cat? You said, your original horrified expression fading to relief.
That's what I said,
your pa deadpanned. Kuroo burst out laughing, bending forward slightly as the laughter racked his body. God, I'm so sorry, you said with a cringed look on your face. Don't be in, it's fine, Kuroo said once he had composed himself. Pleasure to meet you, Mr.
Lin,
your pa said with a gummy smile as he moved to your side and stretched his hand out to shake Kuroo's.
Come in, young man.
Thank you, I will, Kuroo said as he flashed you a mischievous smile. You groaned as he entered.
You're just in time for my world's famous hot chocolate,
your pa said as he waddled stiffly off down the hallway. Sounds good to me, Kuroo replied with a smile.
Take a seat in the lounge room, I'll be with you in a minute,
your pa said, gesturing towards the door with a knobby finger. You stifled a groan and followed Kuroo into the lounge room. Hey, you don't have to stay. My pa would invite the whole damn neighbourhood into the house if he was given the opportunity, you said in a low voice so that your pa couldn't hear you. And I kind of haven't told him that we're fake dating. I just said you're my boyfriend. No, it's cool, Kuroo said as he sat down. Yin, I really do like hanging out with you. Please don't think that I don't. I can handle pa. Just leave it to me. You stiffened slightly, but didn't say any more as you walked over and sat beside him. A few moments later, Pa arrived with a tray with 3 mugs of his famous hot chocolate. You were about to jump up and help him, but Kuroo beat you to it, reaching out and taking the tray so that your Pa could seat himself while Kuroo handed out the drinks. One for my girl, Kuroo said with a sly wink as he passed you a mug of hot chocolate. You took it with a slight scowl on your face, seething that he was acting so sweet in front of your Pa. This bitch, you growled internally. One for the man of the house, Kuroo said in a charming, rich voice as he handed one mug to your now-seated Pa.
Oh, thank you, young man,
your Pa replied with a gummy smile as he took the mug from him. And one for me, Kuroo replied with a grin as he took the last mug and sat down beside you. All 3 of you sipped quietly for a few moments before Kuroo spoke again. It's a good hot chocolate, Mr. Lin, he said with a warm smile at the elderly man. This bitch is sucking up to him, you seethed as you gave Kuroo the stank eye. What? Kuroo chuckled as he slyly looked at you to see if you were watching him and Pa talk. Nothing, you grumbled as you took a large mouthful of hot chocolate and sat there brooding with most of the drink in your cheeks.
What sport do you play, tit?
Pa asked Kuroo in his warbly voice. You nearly choked on your drink as it took a wrong turn and went into your lungs.
Bah!
You wheezed, coughing and choking as you put your drink down.
You all right, honeysuckle?
Pa asked innocently.
Need a good smack on the back?
You shook your head from side to side, still coughing violently, as Kuroo reached across and rubbed your back. You can't call him Tit, you rasped at your pa. His name is Tetsuro.
Tetsuro?
Pa asked innocently. No, you wheezed. Yin, it's fine. Kuro chuckled before turning back to your pa. You can call me Tit. I don't mind.
Oh, thank you. You can call me Pa. You're part of the family now,
Pa replied warmly. Excuse me, what? You thought, as you stared directly at your pa. All of a sudden he's in the family now? Piece of cake, Kuro whispered lowly as he sat back in his seat and your head whipped towards him. You scheming, lanky piece of fnuck. You know exactly what you're doing, you whispered harshly at him. He let out a low, devious chuckle as he took another sip of his drink. I'm going to frickin' slap you, you seethed. So, sports, pa? Kuro asked your pa loudly. Did you play back in the day?
I was king of the court, young Tit,
Pa replied proudly as he put his mug down. Whoa, where are you now? Kuro asked with a smirk. Volleyball?
Marbles, Tit, marbles, your pa exclaimed. A real sport.
Kuro let out a hearty laugh. I see. King of the marble court, hey? Your pa nodded. Tell me about the people you versed, Kuro said as he sat his own mug down and leaned forwards, resting his elbows on his knees, showing that Pa had his full attention. Ah, your pa said, getting a faraway look in his eye as he pulled up memories of his time in school, playing marbles down by the drink trough.
Good old Timmy Mullins had a commie that would always leave us beat.
What did Timmy Mullins look like? Kuro asked.
Good-looking young kid, brown hair, always had a smirk on his face,
your pa said thoughtfully.
Had to watch him, though.
Ah, sounds like Toru Oikawa from High. Kuro mused with a chuckle. You gotta watch him too. Who? You asked. Actually, you'll get to see him at the match, Kuro said as he turned to you. You're coming to watch me play against High, aren't you? You stalled. I guess? That's my girl, Kuro said with a wink before he went back to talking to your pa. You sat there trying to figure Kuro out. He seemed to be a nice guy, but at the same time, he seemed to be a little bit devious and conniving, and you berated yourself again for being stupid enough to fall for him. You just need to play his game, Yin. Don't let your feelings get in the way. Flirt with him and be the one to take him down, not the other way around. You held your head a little higher at that thought, and then picked up your mug to drink some more hot chocolate. Yeah, just you wait, Kuro. I can play the part of girlfriend and not get attached. Watch me. It was now the end of the week, and you made your way to the gym at the end of the day to watch the match between Nekoma and Haikyuu. Kuro and you had chatted about what had happened that day that he ended up at your place, and you assured him that it was fine for him to pretend flirt. You were fine with it now, or whatever. He was still a little coy, not wanting to hurt you, so you decided to take the lead and flirt with him instead, so he knew where the bar was set. You walked into the gym and made a beeline for him, walking straight past the players of Haikyuu team and punching Kuro in the torso so he hunched over slightly. Ah, that's better, you said sweetly, as his head neared yours while clutching his torso. Now I can give you a kiss for the game, you added, as you bent your head past his and hissed in his ear. I'm not actually going to kiss you, idiot, but make it look like I am. Kuro smirked and wrapped his arms around your waist, pulling your body into his and tilting his head to yours, your lips just holding back from each other. Convincing enough for you, he whispered in a husky voice as his hot breath mingled with yours. You could feel your face flushing and you quickly pulled back and looked away. Good luck with your game, he said quickly, before running over to the side bench and sitting down. Did you two actually kiss just then? The Vice Captain Kai whispered to Kuro as the tall, handsome volleyball player approached him. Nah, Kuro chuckled, just playing the part. As you sat down and looked up, trying not to pay Kuro too much attention, your eyes glossed the Haikyuu team. One of the players from the team was looking across at you and he gave you a small smirk and winked before being called by one of his teammates. Who the hell was that? You thought. Your gaze followed Wink Man as he huddled his teammates to give them a pep talk and then broke apart, heading to the court to do some practice shots. Winking Man was a really, really good-looking guy who oozed confidence, and you watched as he walked to the volleyball cart and picked up a ball with one hand, running his other hand lazily through his hair before flicking his head to the side to sweep his fringe out of the way. He calmly raised the volleyball up and easily smacked it across the net to a waiting teammate on the other side, who received it easily. Oof, that looked effortless. Lucky volleyball, though, being smacked like that, you thought, as you looked back at your new person of interest. As you looked at him, you saw him glance at you and then look back towards his teammate. Iwa-chan, he sung cheerily to the teammate. Toss it back to me and I'll receive. The guy called Iwa-chan rolled his eyes and then lobbed the ball back to Wink Man, who crouched and stepped slightly to the left, just nicking the ball and sending it shooting across the court towards you. You gasped and ducked, covering your head with your hands as the ball flew towards you. With a loud thwack, you heard it hit the wall just beside you, and you flinched as you held your head in a lowered position. Oh gosh, sorry about that. A pleasant voice apologised, and you quickly looked up into the beautiful, calm eyes of the hottie that had winked at you earlier. Oh, you're fine. I'm fine. Sorry, I'm okay, you flubbed. He chuckled playfully. I'm glad to hear it. I wouldn't want to hit that beautiful face of yours. That would be a crime, he flirted casually. You froze for a second. You giggled, looking down at your lap. What's your name, cutie? Is it okay if I call you cutie? The alluring Albajasai player asked. I'm Yin, you replied bashfully, as you looked back up into his eyes. It's my pleasure to meet you, Yin. My name's Oikawa Toru, he replied with a warm smile. But please, call me Toru. I'd like to think that we're going to be, close. So best we get on first name basis, he said with a sexy smirk. Anyway, I better get back to practicing. Make sure you cheer for me, yeah? And with that, he jogged backwards a bit before giving you a sexy smirk and turning to head back to the court. Wait, Oikawa? Timmy Mullins? You thought, remembering what Kuro had said. What did Shirikawa want? Kuro asked as he strolled over to you. Did you just call him Shirikawa? You splurted at Kuro. Yeah, because he is one. Kuro chuckled. Kageyama from Kurosuno overheard the vice captain of the Albajasai team call him that during a match, and I think it's perfect. Kuro looked over to Oikawa, who was watching you both from the corner of his eye. Well, that's mean, you replied, crossing your arms across your chest. What do you want? Kuro asked as his sharp gaze locked back onto you. Nothing, you said quickly. He just apologised for the stray ball, you added, completely leaving out the flirting part that had happened. Kuro hummed as he smirked down at you. You okay? Yep, you replied, looking back up at him. Aren't you going to practice? Kuro smiled pleasantly without saying another word as he turned around, the smile immediately leaving his face once he had turned his back to you. He stalked back to his side of the net, cat-like eyes giving Oikawa a death stare, which the latter smirked proudly at him. You returned your gaze back to this mysterious Oikawa person and found to your delight that he was already smiling at you. He gave you the victory sign before tossing the volleyball up in the air and catching it again. You smiled and covered your mouth to hide it while you looked over at Kuro, who was busy talking with his teammates. Suddenly you got a brainwave. Wait, what if Toru asked me out and we actually started dating? I wouldn't have to be faking it with someone who doesn't like me back. I'd actually have a real boyfriend. You looked back to Oikawa, who was practicing his serves now. The teams finished practicing and had a small break before the match began, and Oikawa came over to you again. So, you go to this school then, cutie? He asked as he sat down beside you. Yeah, you stammered nervously. Shame, he said with a sigh. I wish you came to my school. We get to hang out a lot. We still can. We can Tell you what, if we win, go on a date with me, he said as he gave you a sexy smile. It'll be fun. A date? Yeah, sure, you replied with surprise. Really? He asked with faux surprise. I'm honoured you'd consider me, he added with a bright smile. Oh, he's so cute, you thought dreamily as you gazed at his face. Well, I'd better get back to my team, Oikawa said as he reached over and patted your hand. I'll be back to chat after we win, he added with his cheeky tongue poking out a little bit. Sure, you replied quietly as you watched him get up and jog over to his team. Oi, Mr. Steele, your girl's talking to Yin, a teammate of Kuro's said to the tall volleyball captain. Let him talk, Kuro said in a low voice as he looked away. I don't care. Yes, you do, Kenma said softly from beside him. You do care what's going on. Do not, Kuro snapped at the small player. She's not my real girlfriend anyway. But you wish she was, Kenma whispered underneath his breath as he looked over at you. What was that, Puddinghead? Kuro asked pointedly. Kenma shrugged nonchalantly and looked away. Just as Kuro was about to ask Kenma again, the whistle blew and both teams were called over to shake hands. Oikawa and Kuro approached each other and Kuro put his pleasant smile on. I'm looking forward to the game, he said as he extended his hand to the handsome Albajasai captain. Oh, it will be, Oikawa replied happily. And we'll win, because I have a date hinging on this. Kuro gripped Oikawa's hand firmly, and Oikawa chuckled lowly. "What's the matter, Captain? Have I riled you up?" he jabbed with a pleasant voice. "Don't be mad that I'm better than you, in every sense of the word." Kuro maintained his cool on the surface, but his crushing handshake told Oikawa that he was well and truly pissed, exactly what Oikawa wanted. Kuro didn't reply to Oikawa. He just held onto his hand with a fierce grip for a little longer, and then let go and walked back to his team. "Okay," the sly rooster-head captain said to his teammates as he gathered them around and held his fist out. "We're like the blood in our veins. We must flow without stopping. Keep the oxygen moving, and your mind's working." You watched as the Nekoma team completed their little ritual and then looked over to Oikawa and his team. The cute Albajasai captain seemed completely relaxed, giving you the victory sign and a cheeky smile as he casually joined his team. "We'll be wearing their number 1 down," Oikawa said lowly as he turned his back to you and faced his team, a smug look gracing his features. "So I'm counting on you all to back me," he added as he then turned and took to the court. Oikawa was serving first, and you sat back, ready to see what this cutie could do. He tenderly lifted the ball up onto the tips of his fingers, spun it around before stopping it with his palm and then raising it to his lips, looking across to the opposing team. Is he ever going to hit the ball? You thought, as he took his time to set up. Suddenly he threw the ball up and looked up at it, an intense, concentrated look taking over his features as he ran up underneath the ball and crouched, swinging his arms back and then using their momentum, flicking them forwards and up, leaping up into the air. "Holy!" you gasped, as he basically flew up and smacked the ball with his palm, making it shoot across the net at such a speed that Nekoma's team didn't even have a chance to do anything. The sidelined Albajasai teammates yelled and applauded, and you found yourself doing the same, awestruck at how well he could serve. Oikawa smirked across at you and winked before the ball was returned to his side. He was handed the ball again, and this time he bounced it a few times, concentrating on someone on the other side. "I wonder who he's looking at," you thought, as you glanced across at the Nekoma team. His gaze appeared to be aimed at Kuro. As Oikawa tossed the ball up again, you became aware that there was the word "Ole" being yelled by his teammates, a slow build-up on the first part of the word, and the second part being punctuated as he hit the ball. I feel like I'm at an actual game. The mood is so intense. The ball flew across the net and headed straight for Kuro, who tried to receive it but ended up catching it with his shoulder instead, and it spun sharply to the right, careering off court. "Sorry, guys." Kuro apologised to his team as the ball bounced over to the wall. "Don't mind, shake it off," a smattering of replies came back to him, and you gave him a sympathetic look before looking back at Oikawa, who had a small smirk pulling at his lips. He is dead serious about this game, you thought as you watched him. The score was now 2-0, with Albajasai in the lead. While the ball was being returned to Oikawa, you noticed the Nekoma libero, Haikyuu, whisper something to Kuro, who nodded and then looked back over at Oikawa. "Oh, what's going on here?" you thought, as you readied yourself for Oikawa's next power serve. The cute Albajasai captain did his run-up and smacked the ball at Kuro. The lithe Nekoma captain quickly moved out of the way, and suddenly Haikyuu was there, crouching low and digging out the ball before anyone had time to comprehend what was going on. The ball was quickly set up for Kenma, who jumped up as if to set it for what looked like Kuro to spike, but at the last minute he dumped it over the net and the point was given to Nekoma. You cheered loudly and Kuro looked across at you, smirking slyly before he then looked back at his teammates and praised their efforts. Oikawa pouted as he looked away, annoyed that his plan had been thwarted so early on in the game, and to top that off you were cheering for Kuro and not him. Back and forth the game went, each team coming up with plays that left the opposing team asking themselves, what the hell just happened? And all too soon the scores were 22 and 23, with Nekoma slightly ahead. It was now down to the final few plays. You had mixed feelings as the final 3 points were won by Albajasai, leaving Nekoma at 23 points as Oikawa and his team skyrocketed to 25. The final whistle blew and your heart sank as you saw the dejected look on the Nekoma players' faces. "Aww, I just want to hug them all," you thought as you watched them all stand there, huffing from the intense game. You stood up, intending to go and console and praise Nekoma's efforts, when Oikawa ran up to you. "So," he said in a flirtatious voice as he panted slightly, "we won. How about that Dane?" You paused and looked up at him. He was sweating and chest was rising and falling heavily, and you smiled. "That was a good game. You have a really strong serve," you said with awe. "Ah, yeah, well, I'm the captain after all. I gotta put something up my sleeve, he replied, giving you a sexy smirk as he pulled his phone out. Put your number in, he encouraged happily as he held his phone out to you. I know this is going to sound super cheesy, but during that whole game, I just couldn't stop thinking about you. He paused and looked away, feigning a bashful look. I feel silly now. Sorry, that was such a lame thing to say. He added an embarrassed chuckle as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. No, I thought it was cute, you said softly, bashfully taking his phone and putting your number in. No, you're cute, he said softly, as he watched you put your number in and hand his phone back, his fingers touching yours in the exchange. Well, I'd better get back to my team, but I'll text you. He jogged off backwards and then turned and headed to his teammates. You sighed dreamily as you watched Oikawa go, then you headed over to the Nekoma side of the nets. The mood was very chilly on that side of the court, and you shuddered slightly. Hey, you called to Kuro with a sympathetic look on your face. You guys did so well. Kuro nodded and turned away, saying as many encouraging things to his defeated teammates as possible. After collecting themselves, both teams were asked to line up and shake hands, bringing Kuro and Oikawa eye to eye again. We won't lose next time, Kuro said with a bright, pleasant smile on his face. I look forward to our next match, Oikawa replied with an equally sweet smile. It will be a pleasure to take everything from you again, like I've done this time. Everything? What does he mean by that? Kuro thought, as he tried not to let his smiling facade down. Well done, team, the coach of Nekoma called to his players as they walked back to him after shaking hands with Albert Josiah. There are some light refreshments in the hall for you all before Albert Josiah leaves. I'll pass, Kuro said in a dead tone as he turned and headed for his gym bag to go home. You're leaving? Kenma asked as he jogged up beside his spiky head friend, video game in hand. Kuro nodded. Yeah, I'm going to go home. He replied bluntly. Well, if you're not staying, then I'm not staying, Kenma said as he fell in step beside the volleyball captain. What about Yin? Is she staying? He looked back over his shoulder looking for you. What should I care if she stays or not? Kuro asked as he kept looking straight ahead, heading out the gym door and down to the school gates. Kenma looked at him slyly before looking down at his game again. Okay, he said in a soft voice as he resumed to the level that he was on, walking side by side with his friend. Yin, are you coming? Oikawa called to you as you looked around to see where Kuro went. You paused. I just... Come and keep me company, Oikawa said in a cheerful voice as he walked over and placed an arm across your shoulders. I'll get lonely all by myself here, he added with a small pout on the end. Oh, he's a baby, you cried internally as he looked up into his begging eyes. Okay, I'll come, he said with a smile, your face brightening even more when you saw how much it had cheered him up when he heard your reply. He smartly walked you into the food hall and sat you down, offering to get many different foods for you, which you politely declined. You and Oikawa hit it off instantly. He was really easy to get along with, and as it turned out, you guys liked all the same things. It was getting to the point where you were almost finishing each other's sentences, and occasionally he would just stare deeply into your eyes and then smile before apologising and looking away. He's so cute and hot and easy to get along with. How did I get so lucky? You thought, as he sneakily brushed his hand across the back of yours. Oh, sorry, Yin. I just can't seem to stop getting close to you, Oikawa said as his smouldering gaze met yours again. I know this might sound strange, but... he added, pausing for dramatic effect as he feigned bashfulness. I kind of feel like we're soulmates. Bashfully you looked away, so completely enamoured with him at this point, it very much felt like it was fate that had brought you two together. I feel the same way, you replied softly, still averting your eyes shyly. I'm so happy to hear that. I don't know what it is about you, you're just so different from all the other girls, Oikawa said in a dreamy voice. You looked back into his eyes. He had you hook, line and sinker by this point, and he knew it. I'm really looking forward to our date, he said softly. I'm looking forward to getting to know you better. You smiled shyly and giggled, not really knowing what to say in return. Same, you said softly. The afternoon went by all too quickly, and you saw Oikawa and his team off at the bus, waving to Oikawa for as long as you could still see each other. As you turned to head back inside the school grounds, your phone vibrated. Oikawa had sent you a selfie with his hand held up, a half heart created by his left hand. Complete my heart because I miss you already, he sent, putting a broken red heart on the end of the text. You smiled and sent him back a selfie, holding your other hand up to complete his heart. Now it's complete, you replied, sending the hug emoji. Oh, you're so cute. I feel better already, he replied, attaching 2 red hearts on the end. What do you think you're doing? Iwazumi, his teammate, asked from over his shoulder, leaning over the bus seat from behind the Abujasai captain. What? Oikawa deadpanned. Are you just trying to break her heart, or? Iwazumi asked in a dead tone. Oh, you're so mean, Iwa-chan. You don't think very highly of me at all, Oikawa pouted, turning in his seat to give Iwazumi a broken look. Iwazumi just gave him a bored stare. I know, you dumbass. You're not serious about her. Why string her along like that? He asked with a scowl. It's to get back at that Nekoma captain Kuro. He did the same thing to me. I'm doing the same thing to him, Oikawa pouted angrily, dropping his guard in front of Iwazumi. So petty and childish, Iwazumi sighed angrily. So what? He talked to your girlfriend, and now he's still salty about it? No, she was cheering for him and not for me at one of the other games that we had before her and I broke up. So I want him to feel how I felt, and so far I've got his girlfriend Yin eating out of the palm of my hand, Oikawa said proudly with a smug look. Piece of cake. If I can make her fall for me and dump him, then I win. You are literally trash, Trashikawa, Iwazumi grunted. Iwa-chan, Oikawa wailed. Surely you can see where I'm coming from. No, Iwazumi replied as he sat back and ignored the Abujasai volleyball captain. Well, you're asking about it so deep down there somewhere that you do care for me and my situation, Oikawa said as he turned in his seat and playfully batted his eyelashes at his teammate. Iwazumi scowled and smacked the palm of his hand straight into Oikawa's face. Ah! Oikawa wailed. Iwa-chan! That hurt! Serves you right, dumbass, Iwazumi replied gruffly. How is he our team captain again? One of the other teammates asked his friend next to him as they watched the interaction between Iwazumi and Oikawa. No idea, the other replied as he looked on. As you headed back to the school building, you suddenly remembered Kuro. Oh crap, I wonder what happened to him, you thought as you paused at your locker. I don't remember seeing him leave, but he must have left shortly after the game. Maybe I should text him? You pulled your phone out of your pocket and sent him a message asking if he was okay, but he never replied. Okay, fine, whatever. Why should I care about him anyway? He doesn't even like me like that, you thought dismissively, before grabbing your stuff to head home. The next morning, you met MF like you usually did and headed to the school together. So, how did the match between Abujasai and Nekoma go yesterday? She asked as you headed down the road. Abujasai won, you replied bluntly. Ooh, ouch, she said. How's Kuro taking it? I dunno. I tried to text him after the game, but he didn't reply, he replied with a shrug. That's strange. Wouldn't he want to have you around afterwards, or at least talk about it? She mused. No idea, but I think I have a boyfriend in the making, he replied with a smirk, giving her a devious side-eyed glance. But you have Kuro, she said, confusion lacing her voice as her eyebrows furrowed. Do you know what he said? He replied, suddenly with indignation, remembering Kuro's statement from a few days ago. He said that he's just, and I quote, playing the part, you said, using air quotation marks around the part Kuro had said to you. What? She said with surprise. I know, right? Friggin' lanky-ass bitch. What the hell? You mumbled with annoyance. So, the captain of the Abujasai team showed an interest in me, and we exchanged numbers, and boom! Possible, maybe cute as hell, boyfriend, you said proudly. Whoa, man. Just like that? She replied with awe. You got a pic? What's with people wanting pics of stuff these days? Oh my god. But yes, I do, you said as you pulled your phone out to show her the picture from yesterday. But as you pulled your phone out, it buzzed. An incoming message from Oikawa popped up on screen. Oh, hey, speak of the devil, you leered. Here he is. You unlocked your phone and clicked on the message, reading it out loud before handing your phone to MF. Good morning, kitty, you read. Was just lying here thinking about you. Just another lonely day for me, daydreaming about us. Sorry if I'm too forward. I just can't help but be honest. Oh my freaking goodness. What a fuck boy. Let me see that. MF said as she took your phone from you. Yeah, and feast your eyes on the picture attached, babe, he said smugly. He has abs, she gasped, eyes popping out of her head as she nearly drooled on your phone. Of course he has friggin' abs. He's the captain of the volleyball team, you snorted. I'm going to lick your phone right now, MF said, still staring at the screen. Do not lick my phone, you ass, you laughed. Stop drooling over my almost not really boyfriend. And this bitch has been texting you these lines since yesterday? She quizzed. Yep, you replied proudly. I smell BS. It's not BS, you can see his text right there, you replied indignantly. No, I smell BS he's actually into you. These lines are so fake, she said bluntly. Thanks, you retorted sarcastically with annoyance. You're just jealous that I have a hot guy after me and you don't. No, I'm worried he's got ulterior motives, she replied. Well, right now his only motive is to love me, and I'm all for it, especially when Kuroo bitch is being the fake one. Screw him. I could have a real boyfriend, you said confidently. Okay, MF sung with resignation. I'll be here to catch her when she falls, she thought. That day, you didn't see Kuro once. It's not like he was avoiding you, it's just that either he wasn't at school or he was in a completely different section of the school. Well, that's what you told yourself anyway. But to be honest, you didn't even care because Oikawa had been texting you on and off all day, flirting up a storm with you, and it had consumed your mind. Who are you texting, Kuro? Lisa asked in a bitchy tone as you finished the final class for that day. You've been on your phone all day. Oh, have I? You lied, knowing full well that you'd been preoccupied with it. No, not Kuro, you added deviously. Nora gasped. Who is it then? Another guy? She asked in a gossipy tone. Well, you said mischievously, the captain of the Albertasai volleyball team, and I've been texting since the match yesterday, and he seems super keen on me. How the hell do you get all these guys going for you? Lisa snapped. Let me see a pic. You handed your phone to her and she looked at the photo. Ugh, bitch, she said. He's so freaking hot. Wait, Albertasai? Nora asked. It's not. She reached out and took the phone from Lisa, who handed it over in a rage. Holy crap, she gasped. It is. It's Toru Oikawa. That's him, you replied smugly. Wait, how do you know him? I have a friend who goes to Albertasai, Nora replied. He's a pretty big name there. He's also a model for the volleyball magazine or something, she added. You're so freaking plain. Why did these guys all go for you? Lisa snapped. No offense, but still. Okay, I take full offense, but I know you're drenched in jealousy, so I'm going to let it slide, you thought, as you smiled hollowly at her. So, what about Kuro? Have you dumped him yet? Nora asked as she passed your phone back to you. Nah, not yet, you replied flippantly. Gonna string him out a little bit, you added. Oh, that's harsh. I like it, Nora said slyly. Have him on his knees begging you to return, but you just step on him instead as you walk over him to your new boyfriend. Yep, okay, you replied with a sweat-dropped look. Okay, Nora has some serious issues, but we'll ignore that statement for now. Well, you're friggin' lucky, Lisa said in a haughty voice. You need to introduce us to your new man sometime. With pleasure, you replied smugly. We actually have a date this weekend, so maybe we could meet up with you somewhere? Oh, yeah, I'm down, Nora said excitedly. I'll see, Lisa snapped sharply, still salty about you getting another hot boyfriend. Might be busy. Ho's mad, you thought, cackling internally. That afternoon, you waltzed on out of the school grounds, floating on air as you flitted home alone. Is that Yin ahead? Kenma asked Kuro, who was walking beside him a good 400 metres behind you. Kuro hummed in question, knowing full well what Kenma had asked, but pretending he didn't know what the shorter player had said. Up ahead, Kenma said again, not bothering to look up again as he focused on his phone in hand. Kuro asked with faux dumbness. Oh, Yin. Yeah, maybe. He lied. He knew it was you up ahead. He'd been looking at the back of you ever since you'd all left school. Why don't you go and talk to her? Kenma asked, still not looking up. Why? Kuro asked bluntly. Because you haven't spoken to her since the Albertasai match, and you want to, he replied in a calm, blunt voice. No, I don't, Kuro replied quickly. Why would I want to talk to her? We've been over this before, Kuro. You like her, Kenma said bluntly, in his bored tone, as his eyes raised from his phone to give Kuro a dead stare. Listen, Kuro said tersely. Ever since the captain of the Arbor team showed an interest in her, she's ignored me. Why would I chase someone who's easily distracted by another guy? No thanks, he said frankly. You know Trashikawa was only doing that to get to you, Kenma reminded the tall, spiky head captain in his calm voice. He's not really interested in Yin. He just wanted to throw you off your game. Okay, but what about her though? Kuro asked Kenma. She'll go for anyone who'll show her some attention. Do I really want a girlfriend like that? So you are thinking about her as your girlfriend? Kenma mused calmly before looking back down at his phone. No, Kuro retorted quickly, knowing damn well he'd just put his foot in it. You need to stop playing matchmaker. It'll make you go blind. That's a lie. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Not. Is. You were in your own little world, dreaming about Oikawa and your date the next day, wondering what he had in store for the two of you. He hadn't told you what you were doing yet. All he had done was give you a location, and he said he would meet you there. He's so romantic. I can't wait to spend the day with him, you thought as a big smile graced your face. You skipped the rest of the way home and went through your wardrobe, trying on different outfits and dreaming about kissing him while you begged for time to go faster. The next morning, you were up early, unable to eat due to the butterflies in your stomach that were dancing with unbridled anxiety. I gotta eat something, but I can't. Maybe he has food planned for the day as well. I'm sure he would. He seems so well planned, you thought. Time slowly ticked by, and finally it was close enough to the time that you'd need to leave to meet him. Leaving now, you texted him, adding a bright smile emoji on the end. Can't wait to see you, cutie, he replied, adding the kiss face emoji on the end. You smiled to yourself and made your way to the meet-up point. He had asked to meet you at a water fountain in town, and you found it quickly and looked around. Must be early, you thought, when you didn't see him there. You sat down on the edge of the fountain and waited, watching the time and your phone for any messages from him. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and he still hadn't shown up. Hey, everything good? You texted him, wondering where he was. There was no reply. Hope he's okay, you thought, as you looked at your phone once more. Suddenly a shadow fell across you and you looked up, into the pretty face of Oikawa. The smooth captain was holding a bunch of flowers and smiled at you as you looked up at him. I'm sorry to keep you, honey, he said in a silky smooth voice. It's fine, you said as he quickly stood up. These are for you. I just couldn't help but get them when I passed the shop, Oikawa said as he held the flowers out to you. You're always on my mind, he added in a dreamy voice. Oh, wow, you breathed as you took them from him. You're so sweet, Toru. Oh, and I also got you this, he added as he pulled a small box out of his pocket and opened it, revealing the most gorgeous bracelet you'd ever seen. Oh my, you gasped. Toru, you're spoiling me. You're so special. I just can't help myself, he said as he put the bracelet on your wrist and then held his hand out to you. Shall we start our date? Of course, you said emphatically with a big smile as you placed your hand in his. He smiled and squeezed your hand. Let's go and have the best day ever, he said enthusiastically as he pointed ahead. The first thing he did was take you to a nearby fair, getting you both some fair food and then taking a photo in a photo booth. He was so attentive to your needs, and you had a great time, giggling like a little schoolgirl at everything he said. A few times some fans of his tried to butt into your day together, but he very politely told them he was on a date with you and he wished not to be disturbed, which he thought was a beautiful gesture. Oikawa was determined to get everything right, and so far you seemed to be enjoying the date with him more than he expected, which he was stoked about. Making her mine is a sure thing at this point, he thought smugly as he took you to another attraction. 7 hours passed quickly, and the date was coming to a close, much to your disappointment. Oikawa walked you back to the water fountain that he'd met you at earlier that morning, and turned to you, still holding your hand. I've had an amazing day, he said softly as he smiled down at you. Same, you replied dreamily. If only we could do this more often, he added, sighing a little as he looked away, pretending to be sad about something. But why can't we? You asked, confused. Well, your heart belongs to another, he said with a more dramatic sigh this time, hanging his head with faux dejection. What? You asked with surprise. Who? Kuro Tetsuro, he replied. What? No, my heart doesn't belong to him, you replied, still confused. Did you break up with him? Oikawa asked hopefully as he looked up at you. What? No, we were never even dating in the first place, you replied with a laugh. I'm sorry, what? Oikawa said, a little bit of sass in his voice. It's kind of an embarrassing story, you said with a sheepish chuckle. Oikawa pouted and popped the back of his hand on one hip as he sassily waited for you to continue. So, seeing that he was waiting for you to elaborate, you went ahead and told the story. I wanted to make some friends, and the girls closest to me in the class both had boyfriends, so I pretended that I had one. And then that afternoon, I went and took a picture of some random guy to prove that I had a man, but turns out, when I showed them the picture, I had taken a photo of the Nekoma High volleyball captain, Kuro. Long story short, he agreed to play the role of my boyfriend to mess with them, and that's kind of where it's at, you said with a hollow laugh on the end. So it's fake then? Oikawa asked. Yeah, he replied, really fake. You've never kissed? No. Held hands? No. Why does everyone always come up with that? You asked loudly with an exasperated look on your face. You know you've ruined everything? Oikawa suddenly said in an almost distraught voice as he threw his hands up in the air to show his displeasure at the whole situation. Sorry, what? You asked in confusion. You, he snapped. This whole day has been ruined. I'm not following. I don't understand what's going on, you said with a sadly confused look on your face. How does me not dating Kuro ruin the day? Because this was all a setup to get revenge on him, Oikawa said with annoyance. How am I supposed to rub it in his face when you're not even going out? Wait, what? You asked sadly. This was a setup? Your heart, that had felt so light today, suddenly seized and sank into the pit of your stomach, dread setting in as you realised that you had been used. Yes, indeed it was, and now it's all for nothing, he said angrily, as he crossed his arms across his chest. You owe me for wasting my whole day. All I've done is walk around for no reason at all, buying you gifts for no reason at all. The shame set in, and you hung your head as tears started to form in the corners of your eyes. What do you have to say for yourself? He asked in an irked tone. Good thing this is fake, because I don't think I'd have been able to pretend to date you for any longer. Okay, I've heard enough, a male voice suddenly said from nearby. Oikawa stopped and you both looked over to see who had spoken. Kuro, in sunglasses disguise, was sitting on a bench nearby, head rolled to the side as he pulled his glasses down a little to gaze over the top with his cat-like irises. You, Oikawa seethed as Kuro stood up and started walking casually over. You're the worst. You set this up, didn't you? Making me waste my time with this pathetic... But his sentence was interrupted by Kuro's sharp fist in his face, punching him fair and square. Kuro? You gasped with shock, reaching out to stop the Nekoma High captain. What are you doing? Kuro quickly grabbed you by the arm and yanked you into his embrace as he spun you around so your back was placed up against his front, both of you looking at Oikawa as Kuro placed his arms protectively around you and held you against his torso. We may not be going out, but I won't let you say nasty things like that to her, he said in a threatening tone as Oikawa pulled his hands from his face to glare at the two of you. You're both pathetic! She's nothing but a useless... Suddenly, some other random guy flew in out of nowhere and king hit Oikawa in the side of the head, sending him flying. I told you not to break her heart, you piece of crap! The guy yelled angrily, fists balled up as he stalked over the crumpled up heap of Oikawa on the ground, towering over him. But, Iwa-chan... Oikawa wailed as he shielded his face, looking up at the guy who had hit him as he lay huddled on the ground. There's no frickin' excuse, you lowlife, the guy named Iwa-chan growled. Get up, you're a disgrace. But she ruined everything, Oikawa whined as he got up and tried to hang onto his teammate. Get the hell off me, Shirikawa, you're the worst, Iwazumi growled. He turned to where Kuro still had his arms protectively around you and bowed stiffly. My sincerest apologies for this asshole's actions, he said as he kept himself in a low bow. I tried to stop him a few times, but he wouldn't listen. I'd been trying to find Trashikawa and her, he gestured to you, all day today, but only just found them now. No harm done, Kuro replied in an authoritative tone. I'll take it from here. Much appreciated, Iwazumi said as he straightened and glared at Oikawa. Bow and apologize, you piece of crap. No, Oikawa pouted, crossing his arms across his chest and pointing his chin in the air. Iwazumi turned and punched him hard in the stomach, making the latter double over instantly. Apologize, Iwazumi growled as he grabbed onto the captain's head and held him in a headlock. Sorry, Oikawa mumbled. You hung your head. Forgiven, Kuro said stiffly, before turning you away from the two Albajasai players. We'll take our leave now. Kuro kept his arm around you as you both walked off, and you could still hear Iwazumi and Oikawa behind you. What the hell, man? Iwazumi snapped. Iwa-chan, he punched my beautiful face, Oikawa whined. There's nothing friggin' beautiful about you. You're a pile of flaming horse crap, Iwazumi growled angrily. Oh, Iwa-chan, don't be like that. Shut the hell up. My head hurts. I'll make it hurt even more if you don't shut up. Hey, Kuro said softly, his voice interrupting the disappearing banter of the other two. You okay? Tears suddenly spilled down your face, a small whimper escaping your lips as you kept your head down. Kuro could hear you crying, so didn't ask any more questions, but just walked with his arm around you, down to a cafe nearby, and entered quickly, ushering you to a booth at the back of the place so no one would see you crying. I feel so humiliated, you sobbed as you slid into the booth seat, hiding your eyes from his view. Here, he said, passing you a tissue. You took it and wiped your eyes before blowing your nose softly. He's the one who feels more humiliated right now. He just got punched in the head by two people, Kuro stated. He deserves that, but I also deserve to be chewed out because of how stupid I was, you said glumly. What would I chew you out for? Kuro asked smugly as he crossed his arms and sat back against the booth seat, knowing full well what you meant. Well, firstly, for being such an attention-seeking whore and chasing after anyone who shows me even the slightest bit of interest, and secondly, for completely ditching you even though we're just fake dating, you said glumly, as you sniffed heavily and stared down at the table. Why would I need to chew you out, if you already know what you did? Kuro said calmly, his intense eyes watching you closely. I don't know, I kind of feel like it would be the perfect opportunity for you to kick me while I'm down, you said sadly, as you continued to eyeball the table. I'm so done with everything. I'm going to go and tell bitch 1 and bitch 2 that you and I are not dating, and then stop talking to them and become an actual learner, or move to another planet, you added, as you slumped your face into your palm, the bracelet that Oikawa bought you, showing plainly for Kuro to see. Well, before I say anything else, take that bracelet off, Kuro said in a low voice. What? You asked, as you looked up at him, and then down to the bracelet. Oh, I'm going to sell this and get some money. Screw him, you mumbled. Nah, just toss it in the bin, Kuro said, as he uncrossed his arms and leaned forwards, reaching for your wrist. No, that's such a waste, you said as you pulled your wrist back from him. What's it to you anyway? I don't like something of his on you, he said bluntly. What? You sound so boyfriend protective. What's going on? You asked with a surprised half laugh as you pulled your arm right back. Kuro half stood and reached across the table, still intent on removing the bracelet. Your laughter faded as Kuro reached all the way across and pinned your wrist to the backboard of the booth behind you, his face leaning over yours. We might be fake dating, but if anyone touches you, they'll have me to answer to, Kuro said darkly, and your face flushed with shock. What is this? Is he... That's what you'd like me to say, isn't it? Kuro leered cheekily, as his face suddenly broke into a smirk while he looked down at you. Screw you, you scowled, punching him straight in the chest. You're too easy, he wheezed, letting go of your wrist so he could sit back and rub his chest. I'm out, you said angrily, as you got up out of the booth seat and stormed out of the shop. Kuro watched you go. She's not ready for a serious relationship. When she stops simping so easily, that's when I might let her know how I feel about her, he thought, as he sat back and sighed. You made it back home and wearily pushed the front door open. Pa, I'm home, you called in a tired voice. Pumpkin, what is sexting? Pa's warbly voice called from the lounge room. Oh my god, what? You yelped to yourself as you kicked your shoes off. Oh, Lord, what the hell's going on? You muttered as you made your way to the lounge room door. Sorry? You asked hesitantly as you walked into the room. Miss Marple wants to sext, Pa said with a bright gummy smile. I don't know what the flaming heck it is. Pa, did you just curse? You gasped playfully. Oh, sorry, sweet pea. Cover your ears, he said with a devious cackling chuckle. Suddenly his phone dinged and he looked down at it. Oh, she sent me a picture, he said to himself as he adjusted his glasses and tilted his head up so he could look through the bottom part of the bifocals. Oh no, Pa, he said softly, holding a hand out as if to stop him from opening the image. What's this supposed to be? He asked curiously as he held the phone back a bit.
It needs an iron.
Oh, God, you wailed, covering your face with embarrassment. I'm going to go. This is terrible.
Oh, I see now, he said suddenly, his eyes flying open. Golly, that is something.
I am going to go now. Excuse me. Due to personal reasons, I will now be passing away, you said in a dead tone as he turned to go.
Wait a second. Honey Pie, hang on. She also sent me a little cartoon picture of a tongue and a peach.
Pa called after you.
What do I send back?
Are you actually asking me that question? Is my own 85-year-old grandfather legit asking me this? You cried, fake sobbing as you clung to the doorframe.
Well, if she's sending me food and body parts, I'll send the eyes, cartoon and an eggplant, Pa said as he looked back to his phone.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is actually happening. You deadpanned as you left the lounge. Good luck with your explicit exchange, Pa, you called as you went to your room.
Thank you, honey bunch,
he called happily. Oh my God, this day has been wild from start to finish, you thought as you slowly climbed the stairs and went to your room. I just want a boring life again. As you entered your room, your phone dinged. Kuro, you muttered as you looked down at the screen and opened his message. Are you actually going to give Lisa and Nora the flick? He texted. Yeah, you replied. How? He asked. I don't know yet, you replied. Just gonna be honest, I guess. How honest? He asked. Why are the probing questions? What's it to you? You don't even need to be involved in this. You're just faking it for my sake, which I greatly appreciated, but you're off the hook now, you sent, a mixture of anger and sadness in your reply to him. Are you breaking up with me? He asked with a broken heart on the end of the message. Yeah, I guess I am, you replied. Okay, delete the other 2 messages around these, and then you can show the breakup message to bitch 1 and bitch 2, and they'll believe you, he sent, adding a thumbs up. Why are you being so helpful? You asked curiously. You don't need to be this nice to me. I've always been a nice person, he sent. I highly doubt that, you replied with an eye roll emoji. So how are you going to do it? He asked. I'm going to tell them I don't want to be friends with them anymore because they're fake and annoying, you replied. I highly doubt you'll actually say that, he replied cheekily. Screw you, just watch me, you replied, adding the middle finger emoji on the end as you closed the messages and threw your phone on the bed. I have nothing to lose, so I'm actually going to say exactly what I said I would. I want to see their faces when I call them out on their bitchy attitudes. The next morning, you woke happily and then immediately realised today was the day. Oh, crap, help, like a duck, stop that truck, guy named Chuck, I am stuck. What am I supposed to say to them? You screamed at yourself as you stared at your bedroom floor. I kind of basically told Kuro I was going to do it, so I actually have to do it now. You sighed and flopped your face into the palms of your hands. Well, goodbye life, this is all going to go to crap, but my life is crap anyway, so no difference really. You sat up straight again, and gave your wall a very disappointed look for 1 full minute. As you were about to think some more nonsense up, your phone dinged with a message, and you looked over at it. MF! You screeched as you picked it up. Yo, can I call you please? You texted, completely ignoring her question about sports uniforms for that day. Sure, she replied. Quickly you dialed her number. Hey, she said quizzically down the line once she had answered. Hey, so a lot happened and I kind of need to bring you up to speed on a number of things, but the actual thing that is happening right now is I'm about to tell Lisa and Nora to screw themselves and get lost today. So basically, you're invited to my funeral because I'm going to die. What? Yeah. Wait. You're actually going to stand up for yourself and tell them you are not friends with them anymore? Yeah. What? Who are you and what have you done with Yin? She asked cheekily. No, I'm actually serious, he replied with a laugh. I'm just going to ignore your comment there, bitch jokes, I love you. Okay, so how are you going to tell them? She asked. To be honest, I have no frickin' idea, but it's happening and no one can stop me. That's the right attitude, she said encouragingly. Please tell me to stop, you whispered softly. No, she replied. They are bitches. They're not true friends. You can make friends, better friends. I know you can. I believe in you, baby. Okay, yeah, I can do this. Yes, you can. Yeah, no. Yin? No, I can't. Don't back down now, she berated. Just practice a line you're going to say, and then we can practice it on the way to school, and then you can just march up to them, say the line, then run. Okay, but what line? You asked. Try one on me and I'll tell you yes or no, MF replied. Okay. Guys, I really don't like hanging out with you anymore. We're not friends. Okay, bye, you said bluntly. Well, it's straight to the point, so that's good. Go with that if you're happy with it, she said. Okay, you know what? I could spend all day overthinking it, so I'm just going to go with that, yeah? Yes? Okay? Sorted? I'm always here for you, MF replied, and you smiled. I love you, you said with the friendliest tenderness in your voice. Love you more, you egg. Now hurry up and meet me on the corner so we can get to school and you can tell those girls what's up. Okay, coming, you said happily, as you hung up and quickly got ready for the day. Okay, say it one more time, MF said commandingly as she walked beside you on your way to school. Guys, I really don't like hanging out with you anymore, so we're not friends. Bye, you parroted, having said it over so many times that it lacked any emotion. Good, she replied. You honestly don't even owe them any explanation afterwards. Just ignore them after you've said your piece. Okay, you said with a curt nod, staring straight ahead. But what if... she tisked loudly. No what ifs. Just focus on your line. Don't overthink it and then just ignore them. They don't deserve you. You are too good for them. Yeah, you said semi-confidently. Great pep talk, the voice of Kuro said behind you both. You leapt into the air as if someone had poked you with a taser and spun around with a screech. Boy, I swear to God, if you do that one more time, you threatened. You'll tell me we're not friends anymore? He teased. We're not even fake dating anymore, so be gone with you, you giant pom-pom on a stick. That hurt, Kuro lied with a teasing wink. Hope your next boyfriend gets a better treatment. I'm done with boys, you said as you pointed your nose in the air and turned around to continue on to school. Kuro and MF looked at each other quizzically, then shrugged and followed after you. So you're actually going to do it? Kuro asked as he followed behind. Yep, you replied confidently. I even have the line ready. Yeah, I heard, he said with a low snicker. I'll be interested to hear how they take it. I'll join you guys for the walk home after school to hear how it went. It'll go fine, you snapped. Just watch. Confident. I like it, he said with a smirk as he passed you to enter the school grounds. See you after school. Good luck, MF said to you as she peeled off to head to her locker. Come and find me in the break. Yeah, you replied flatly, feeling very lonely all of a sudden as you walked by yourself towards your locker. You put your bag away and grabbed things for the first class of the day and then dragged your feet to the homeroom. As you walked in, you saw Lisa and Nora sitting there in their usual spot and your heartbeat went wild, pulsating your vision as you walked to your desk. Just say at the minute either of them speak to you, you coached mentally. It will all be over in the blink of an eye. You walked over and sat down at your desk, keeping your eyes on the front of the classroom as your backside hit the seat. Oh, yen, Lisa said in her bitchiest voice. I didn't see you there. You just blend into the bland background. Something inside you snapped at her stupidly annoying comment, and you whipped your head towards her, giving her your angriest glare. You know what? Screw you, you said loudly. The whole room immediately went dead silent as the eyes of every student present locked onto you and the girls. Excuse me, bitch, Lisa replied with haughty indignation. Yes, you snapped. I don't like hanging out with you guys anymore, so we're not friends. Bye, you seethed, before turning to face the front of the classroom again. 400 pairs of eyes bulging at you, while almost every jaw in the room dropped to the floor. Oh, so you think you're too good for us now, since you've screwed every guy that's ever crossed your path? Lisa asked in an obnoxiously loud voice. A series of whispers rippled through the classroom and your stomach flipped upside down. I never screwed anyone, you snapped, looking back at her. Oh, so you were lying then, huh? You're a lying-ass bitch, Lisa replied smugly. Oh, crap, you thought as your face paled. So which one is it, bitch? Have you screwed or have you not? Lisa asked with a smug smirk as she twisted in her seat and crossed one leg up over the other, waiting patiently for your reply. Oh, hell, I'm screwed. Either way, I'm going to get slammed. You wailed internally as you stared at her. You looked away with disdain and wrinkled your nose. Ugh, like I even need to give you a reply, you commented condescendingly. Another round of whispers reverberated through the students as they watched the drama unfold. Just then the homeroom teacher entered the classroom and you let your eyelids flutter shut for a moment. Oh, thank God, you sighed internally, grateful for his timing. Lisa and Nora were forced to remain silent as the teacher took the roll, then made the daily announcements, and then you debated on your next move. Okay, I could just run once the announcements are over or stay and fight it out, but Lisa has me cornered, so I don't really think that's a good idea. I need to tell MF. Okay, run it is. Run and tell MF. Okay, thank you, class, the teacher suddenly said from the front of the room. You're dismissed. Have a good day. You jumped up and bolted, not even caring if you looked stupid. You just needed to get out of there. Tearing down the hallway, you made straight for MF's homeroom, and as luck would have it, she was walking out right when you arrived. Come, you called sharply, grabbing her arm and whisking her off down the hall with you. What happened? She hissed as she ran after you. Did you say the line? Yes, you wailed softly, and it kind of backfired. I need help. Oh no. Okay, tell me everything, she asked, still being dragged behind you as you both stumbled into the toilets on that level. You told MF about what Lisa had said, and then MF cringed heavily, her discomfort showing very clearly on her face. Don't pull that face, you moaned. What do I do now? Okay, this is tricky, MF replied. What if you just avoid them for now and I'll try and think of something? Okay, you said hesitantly. Just then your phone rang in your pocket, and you pulled it out and looked at it. Who the hell? You mumbled, looking down at the random number on your phone screen. Who is it? MF asked. I don't know, you mused. Hello? You asked as you answered it. Yeah, hi. Looking for head. Meet me at the back of the school, 4 p.m, the male voice said on the other end. What the hell? You yelped. Who is this? How'd you get my number? You advertised, the voice said. You said to call this number if we wanted anything sexual done. What? You asked in confusion. I didn't do anything like that. Yeah, you did, the voice retorted. Your number and ad is up on the message board in the caf. So, do I get my dick sucked or what? What the actual hell? You screamed. Go and suck your own dick. You quickly took your phone from your ear and angrily pressed the end call button before blocking the number. What the hell was that all about? MF asked, kind of getting the gist of the conversation from the disjointed bits that she had just overheard. Some guy just asked to get his dick sucked and said that I'd advertised it down at the Oh no. Oh no is right, MF said with a grimace. Have they put your number up on the board? Oh no, you said in a dead tone. Just then your phone dinged and you looked down at it. Someone just sent me a dick pic. You deadpanned. Okay, this is messed up, MF said, pissed now. I don't care who they think they are. They're going to catch these hands. Your phone dinged once more, but this time it was Kuro. Hey, you okay? He asked. I heard about what happened, and I've taken the paper down. That was up in the caf. Where are you? I'm with MF, you replied, anxiety at this whole screwed up situation starting to rise inside you. You wiped your eyes as a tear escaped down your cheek, and MF grabbed you into a hug as you broke down. Hey, look at me, she said as she pulled back and looked into your face. Don't cry. Don't you dare cry. Don't you let them get to you, do you hear me? You tried to still your crying and looked at her, nodding sullenly. Kuro and I are here for you. You don't need to care about anything else, she said, wiping your eyes and hugging you again. Hold your head up. We're going to make them pay. Your phone dinged again, and it was Kuro again. Yin, I'm outside the toilets on level 2. Are you in there? Someone told me they saw you go in. Are you okay? He texted. Does he care about me that much? You thought, as MF kept talking to you about how she was going to drag some bitches. I'm here, you replied to Kuro. Come out, he sent. Kuro's outside, you said to MF, wiping your eyes again. He is? She said, cutting her sentence short when she heard what you said. Okay, you go to him and leave the rest to me. You opened the cubicle door and then walked to the bathroom door and stepped out, and he was standing right there, a very serious look on his face. Come with me, he said in a soft yet stern voice, putting his hand out to take yours. You held his hand and walked meekly beside him as he led you down to the nearby stairs and off to the gym. As you walked, you kept your head down so you didn't see the extremely intimidating stares and glares that he was giving everyone who dared look in your direction. Kuro, I'm sorry, you blurted out once you'd gotten to the gymnasium. Hey, shh, he hushed you, pulling you into himself for a hug as more tears spilled down your cheeks. I'm here now. I'm not going to leave your side. He reached out and closed the gym door behind himself and locked it so you two could be alone. Kuro held you and let you cry for a bit, not wanting to rush you in any way as you grappled with your emotions. You okay? He finally asked softly as he put his finger under your chin and tilted your face up to his. This whole thing is screwed, you sobbed. I'm going to jump off the roof. It's not that bad, okay? He said softly. If you hadn't created such a strange situation, then we would never have met. True, getting involved with Lisa and Nora was something that you could have done without, but you've learned things along the way, so let's focus on the positives here. He stated calmly, his cat-like yellow irises glinting in the slither of light as it filtered through the high gymnasium windows. Do you do pep talks often? You asked with a heavy sniff, allowing him to wipe your tears away. I'm the captain of the volleyball team. He deadpanned. What do you think? Oh, you said softly. Well, you're good at it, you added. But what now? I can't show my face at this school ever again. Kuro stared down at you for a minute and then spoke quite frankly. I don't know MF very well, but I can tell that she's a ride or die type. She'll defend you till the bitter end, he commented in a very authoritative voice. As I was taking you away, she was heading right into the heat of it. She's probably tearing shreds off them right now. Yeah, she can get pretty worked up about things, you said with a small chuckle. Don't get on her bad side. Youth. He smirked with an amused chortle. Always ready for a fight. Youth? Dude, you 18? You deadpanned. If I'm older than you, even if it's by a day, then you're kohai and I'm your senpai, he said with a smirk, then lowered his head, giving you a seductive look from the eye that wasn't covered with his fringe. So you better behave for your senpai. Stop it, you weirdo, you said quickly, hiding your face with your arms. It's weirdo senpai to you, you said with playful indignation. Creeper, you wailed as you turned and sped-walked across the gym. Can't escape me, short stack, he leered. Help, you called playfully. There's a 70-year-old impersonating a teenager and he's after me. Don't make me get my walking stick, Kuro called as he started to stalk after you. While you and Kuro were wasting time, MF had indeed marched straight into the fire, guns blazing and smoke billowing from her nose as she found Lisa and Nora, who were casually chilling in one of the busiest hallways in the school. Hey! MF shouted from the other end of the hallway, calling everyone's attention as she locked onto her two targets and stalked towards them. Imagine being such dickweeds, you bully someone for no frickin' reason whatsoever. Her call created absolute silence in the hall. Excuse me, Lisa replied with bitchy indignation as she looked up and saw MF was talking directly to her. You heard me. You are the human equivalent of a participation award, MF yelled, balling her fists up as she got closer. You need more chlorine in your gene pool, bitch, she snapped, rearing her hand back and letting it go, punching Lisa full force in the face when she was within strike range. Lisa screamed as she fell backwards and Nora jumped at MF, but your friend was so pumped up on adrenaline that it didn't even faze her. She wasn't about to lose to anyone and so dropped Nora like a sack of potatoes too. Screw the two of you, you lowlifes, she yelled as she stood over them, ready to throw hands again. Watch your backs, you hear me? If I ever so much as smell you within 100 yards of yin, I will smack you so hard not even your own mother will recognize you. You think you're so tough? Do you know who I am? Lisa spat with flustered embarrassment. Bitch, what kind of a stupid-ass comment was that? I could eat a bowl of alphabet soup and crap out a smarter statement than that, MF retorted in a sassy, condescending tone. A flurry of affirmative noises mixed with snorts and expletives ricocheted down the hall amongst the bystanders, and MF knew she immediately had the crowd on side. Do you know what these two visible farts did? MF called down the hall as she turned to address the hallway of onlookers. They put my friend's number up on the message board stating that she was looking to do sexual favors for people, all because she said she didn't want to be friends with them, she said, pointing to Lisa and Nora. Yeah, I saw the ad, one person called out from the hallway. What a dick move. Yeah, another replied. I was in the classroom when Yin said she didn't want to be friends with them anymore, and they were real bitches about it. I've honestly never liked either of them, another called, with more people chipping in their own 2 cents from various parts of the hall. You see, MF said hauntingly as she turned back and stared down at them as she crossed her arms across her chest with pride. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Lisa paled and Nora's bottom lip started to quiver as they both pulled themselves up off the ground and slunk away, their disappearing forms being followed by a chorus of boos and hisses. Thank you guys, MF said with relief as she turned to those closest to her. Hey man, that was ballsy. Mad respect to you, one girl said. You are really amazing. Yin is so lucky to have you as a friend, a guy on her other side said. Yeah, I hope she's okay though, MF replied sadly, She was really down when she got those disturbing calls. Where is she? I'll come and help cheer her up, another girl said with a gentle smile. She's with Kuroo now, MF replied. Kuroo? As in the volleyball captain Kuroo? Yeah, they're kinda dating, MF said sheepishly. Oh my god, imagine getting on the wrong side of Kuroo by picking on his girlfriend. Those girls better run and hide. Wait till I tell my friends about this, one more girl said as she turned and sprinted off down the hall. Best I go find Yin and tell her what happened, MF said sheepishly as she excused herself from the crowd of sudden avid supporters. Tell her we're all here for her, a few called out. We won't let anything else happen to her. Thank you, MF called back over her shoulder as she jogged off to find you. Kuro was still in the process of cheering you up, keeping you occupied by chasing you lightly around the gym and pretending he was a perverted old man, and it wasn't long before he caught up to you and pinned you against the wall at the back of the gym. Got you now, short stack, he sneered playfully as he pushed your wrists against the wall. Now what you gonna do? He added with a smirk. Let me go, you undescended testicle, you growled playfully, poking your tongue out defiantly for good measure. Kuro glanced down at your tongue and then back to your eyes, and you felt the mood shift slightly, forcing you into silence. Did the mood just change? You asked sheepishly. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't look at me like that. All of a sudden, Kuro had a very intense look in his eye, and his intoxicating hazel irises bore into you like a cat that had just locked onto an unsuspecting mouse, stopping time as he leaned in towards you a little. Just then there was a bang on the gym door, and he recoiled quickly. Yin! A very familiar MF-sounding voice called from the other side of the gym door. Are you in there? Kuro stepped back and let go of you, scratching the back of his head as he looked away. You ran to the door and opened it, looking at her with confusion. Hey, she said when she saw the confused look on your face. You good? I think so, you replied, still trying to comprehend what Kuro was possibly about to do just a second ago. Y'all been kissing? MF asked bluntly. No, you replied sharply. Why would we be kissing? The door was locked, so... MF replied slyly, her voice trailing off. Locked it so you wouldn't interrupt, but you still did. Kuro called from across the gym, and your form prickled with flustered surprise. I don't know what he's talking about. We weren't kissing. I wasn't kissing. You didn't interrupt anything, you rambled. Anyway, what happened? Did you talk to Lisa and Nora? Yes, we had a talk, MF said with a proud smirk as she crossed her arms across her chest and stepped into the gym. What did you talk about? You asked suspiciously. Yeah, Kuro added as he sauntered over with hands in his pockets and then took one out to wrap it around you from behind. What did you say about my girlfriend? Shut up, I'm not your girlfriend, you retorted, elbowing him in the stomach and making him grunt as he hunched over, still refusing to remove his arm from around you. Let's just say they know their place, MF commented smugly. Good going, Kuro replied with a smirk, high-fiving MF over your head with his free hand. Do I still need to move schools? You asked dubiously. Nope, but they might, she replied with a wicked laugh. I'm scared, you deadpanned. It's fine, she replied. You got me, and you're Kuro's girlfriend. That is a big plus. I'm not anyone's girlfriend, you huffed. I'm done with guys. Looks like I'm a chick now, Kuro replied loudly from behind you. I'm now Kuroa, with a vagina. How will you hide your balls? You asked bluntly, as you looked over your shoulder up at him. With tape? You can do that? He asked with a surprised look on his face. No, you dummy. It's not a good idea at all, you snorted. Oh, he replied. Thought it was like a secret technique or something. You're an idiot, he replied with a smirk, looking back at MF, who had the cheekiest little smile on her face. Ship, she whispered. Don't, you warned. I ship it. Can you not? Yen! Someone shouted loudly from the gym door, making you all look over towards it as 5 people stepped through. Oh my god, you're a legend, one girl squealed as she bounced over to you. You're amazing, okay, another said, walking up and hugging you while Kuro kept his arm around you. Be my friend, a third begged excitedly, taking your hand in hers. Don't listen to those nasty-ass bitches, okay? We're all behind you, and we hate them. Hey, since when were you and Kuro dating? I didn't hear anything about it, and I literally know everything that goes on at this school, a fourth chimed in from the back. You looked at MF, giving her a panicked look as you hummed a loud, noise, eyes wide with confusion. Okay, MF said authoritatively, stepping between you and the crowd. Yin is very grateful for your support, but she still is a little overwhelmed with everything that's happened, so if you'd like to give her some space... Yin and I have been dating for a few months now, but I'm yet to win her heart, Kuro suddenly said loudly, answering the person's question who was standing at the back of the crowd. Before you could say anything, Kuro bent his head down to your neck and kissed you behind your ear, making you screech with surprise, and a few of the girls squealed. "Don't do that!" you hissed at him, struggling to get out of his grasp. "Why?" he asked with a chuckle. "Because I'm trying not to fall for you again. You're making it difficult," you thought, as you spun to face him, pursing your lips with a scowl on your face. Instantly, you had become a celebrity. Everyone greeted you in the morning now, and people wanted to talk to you, going out of their way to say hi or ask a question. Naturally, your protection squad doubled, septupled overnight, making you the new queen of the school. As for Lisa and Nora, they were taken to the principal's office after being exposed for their actions and promptly suspended for a week, which you thought was a poor effort, but it was better than nothing. Upon their return to school after suspension, they were shunned, and you heard that they had both put in a transfer to another school. By the end of that month, they had gone, leaving you to enjoy the rest of your schooling life, and everything would have been fine had Kuro not told that one person that you and he were dating. The more you tried to keep away from him and get over him, the more you were forced together, and you hated that you were well and truly falling for him again, and there was nothing you could do about it. "Where's my girl?" Kuro called loudly as he entered the cafeteria one afternoon. "God," you whispered in a vexed tone, holding your hands up either side of your eyes and shrinking down to the table to block your vision in the hopes that he couldn't see you, but you knew that he could. "He's coming," MF deadpanned, watching the intimidating volleyball captain stroll up behind you. "Oh, hey shorty, didn't see you hiding down there," Kuro lied as he stepped over the back of the bench seat and sat down next to you, slinging an arm across your shoulders. "You know what you are?" you snapped with faux anger at Kuro. "You're one of those lanky-ass inflatable things out the front of the car dealerships. You know, those things that just..." You held your arms up straight above your head and flapped them wildly while doing a kind of body roll in your seat, trying to illustrate the thing that you were talking about as you shrugged his arm off you. "Except you can talk, which makes you more annoying," you added, glaring at him while he rested one elbow on the table and just stared with a soft expression at you. "Did you have a point?" he asked dryly as he continued to ogle you. No," you stammered sheepishly, dropping your arms back down. "Okay, well, I'll just continue to stare lovingly at you then. Please, feel free to keep talking," he said slyly. "Shut up," you huffed, your cheeks stinging as you looked away. "You'll need a room or..." MF deadpan, "because I feel like I'm third-wheeling here." "You are," Kuro replied cheekily. "Get out," you whispered at him with embarrassment. "Hey, girlfriend, you coming to support your man this weekend? We're taking on Fukurodani." "Do I have to?" you groaned playfully. "I'm not your girlfriend." "Not yet you aren't, but soon won't be faking it," he replied, making your heart skip a beat as you tried to ignore his comment and pretend he was just doing it to get you to fall for him. "So I'll see you then?" he asked as he reached out and squeezed your shoulder, then stood up. Guess so," you mumbled, still looking away. He smirked and threw MF a wink. "I'll break her one day," he said to her before getting up and strolling off. "What do I do?" you wailed softly to her as you slumped on the table, first checking to make sure that he was out of earshot. "Date the hell out of him," she said bluntly. "He doesn't mean it though," you pouted. "He's done this too many times before. I'm not falling for it again. I'm literally balls deep in my feelings right now, and it hurts." "Like a butt cheek on a stick?" MF leered. "Yeah, basically," you said with a sigh. "The more I try and just play it cool, the more he turns it on, and I don't want to cave in like last time and have him go psych." "I honestly don't think he's messing around this time," MF commented thoughtfully. "Really?" you asked. "Well, how do you know if he's serious?" "If he makes a move on you, let it happen. And if he doesn't say psych, then he's serious," she said with a nonchalant shrug. "Oh, sure," you replied sarcastically. "But when he does say psych, then what?" "Say psych back," she replied with a devious grin. You smirked. "Yeah, actually, that could work," you mused, thinking about it. "Okay, so I'll allow his advances and see what happens." That afternoon after school, you and MF walked home together. You kept glancing back over your shoulder looking for Kuro, but he was nowhere to be found. "You looking for your boyfriend?" MF teased. "What are you going to tease me about if we do end up dating?" you asked. "I've just emptied your arsenal." "Oh, don't you worry, I have plenty of things to tease you about," she replied, nudging your arm. You continued to chat till the crossroads, and then you continued on home, pulling your phone from your pocket to text Kuro. "Hey," you sent, immediately typing the next message. "You want to hang after your game on the weekend so that I can pat your back if you lose against Fukurodani?" You waited, hoping that by baiting him he would reply immediately, but there was no cheeky text and you got to your house and unlocked the door, putting it open and walking inside. "Got it," you heard a voice yell from the back door. "Hold up, that voice sounds familiar," you thought, as you cocked your head to the side and walked further into the house.
"Gotcha, you bastard!"
You heard your grandpa croak, the sound of shuffling feet following as he made his way to the back door as quickly as possible. "What the heck?" you thought as you headed down the corridor. The first thing you saw when you looked out the back window was spiky black hair, and your heart skipped a beat as you realised Kuro was in your backyard. He was standing next to a cat trap, and a very scared-looking black cat was inside, fluffed up with its ears back as its intense yellow eyes glared at Kuro, and your grandpa as he hobbled towards it.
"Damn pussy's been pissing in me cabbages. That's the one of Mr. Harold's, that!"
your grandpa said with obvious annoyance as he pointed a knobbly finger at the trapped cat and then the back fence to where Mr. Harold lived.
"What the hell?"
you said, remembering not to swear in front of your grandpa. "What are you doing here?" You directed your question towards a very smug-looking Kuro. "I'm catching a pussy, that's what," Kuro replied with a suggestive smirk.
"Damn good at it, too,"
your grandpa agreed, looking back at you over his shoulder.
"Hello, Pumpkin, how was school?"
You just stood there looking like a red tomato as you spluttered away, flustered by Kuro's comment. "You need any more pussies captured, Pa?" Kuro asked your grandpa, still watching you from the corner of his eye.
"No, thank you, young tit. You've earned your keep today. I'll keep this blighter and take him back to Mr. Harold and tell him to put the damn thing down."
"Pa!" you exclaimed.
"Don't say that. This pussy is on its last warning. Next time I find it pissing in my cabbages, I'm going to drench it with my hose."
"A wet pussy," Kuro commented loudly. "No," you said sharply.
"Pussies hate being wet,"
your pa replied to Kuro. "I know one that might like getting wet." Kuro mused quietly, but loud enough for you to hear, as he gave you a good side eye. "I'm out," you said quickly, spinning and running for the door to get away from the comments that were making you throb. "Hey, hold up," Kuro called after you, following you back into the house while your pa continued to threaten the trapped cat in the backyard. "If you're done catching pussy, then you're free to go," you called with embarrassment from over your shoulder. "I've still got one more to catch," he said slyly with a half smirk. You spun around to face him, a heavy scowl on your face. "Listen, I'm done with this fake flirting, this fake dating, this fake everything," you snapped, well and truly at your limits now. "Then let's make it real," Kuro commented with a grin. "You're just messing with me, like always," you commented, crossing your arms across your chest. "What if I wasn't?" he remarked, placing a hand on his hip and popping it to the side, a stubborn display of sass. You pursed your lips and turned around again, walking purposefully to the stairs with him hot on your tail. He followed you all the way up to your room and strolled in behind you before passing you and flopping down on your bed. Comfy," he said as he rolled onto his back and stretched his arms overhead and then tucked them back behind his messy spiked hair. You stood there, not knowing where to sit now that he had taken the one place that you wanted to be. "Don't be shy now, girlfriend," he leered. "Come and sit." He took one hand from behind his head and patted the bed beside him, inviting you to sit down next to him. You stiffly walked over and sat down, keeping all your limbs in tight. "I don't bite," he chuckled, stretching an arm out to drag you closer. "But I do lick," he added slyly as he pulled you down beside him. You squealed and tried to get free, facial expressions going wild. "I'm joking," he said, releasing the hellishly strange laugh he did when he found something extremely amusing. "You're an ass," you growled, punching him in the ribs before settling down into his side. As his laughter subsided, his phone beeped and he reached into his pocket to retrieve it. "Oh, got a message from my girlfriend earlier, and I didn't reply," he said calmly. Your eyes shot to his phone screen. Then you relaxed when you saw that he was talking about the message that you had sent him earlier and that he hadn't replied to. "Wow, worried, huh?" he mused when he felt your body's response to what he had said. "No," you lied. Kuro read the message that you'd sent him and hummed as he closed the message app and put his phone down on the bed. "What do you want to do after the game?" he mused out loud. "Well, I know what I want to do, but I'm not sure if you're up for it." "I'm not doing anything like that with you," you said in a flustered tone. "Get some dinner," he asked innocently. "What's wrong with getting some dinner after the game?" "You idiot!" you squealed with embarrassment. "You totally baited me." Kuro released another hellish laugh and scooted away from your flailing arms as you thrashed around on the bed. "No, but seriously," he chuckled, trying to grab your arms to stop your attacks. "Let's get dinner together." Why? So you can get my hopes up again just to smash them? You asked, a bit of resentment in your voice. Kuro looked down at you. He could see the hurt in your eyes, and he softened. I'm sorry, he said honestly, his soft words stabbing you in the heart. It's not nice of me to keep playing with your feelings. He reached out and brushed your cheek with his fingers before retracting his hand. Your eyes locked in an intense stare as he shifted forwards, his eyes travelling down to your lips and then back to your eyes again as he parted his lips a little. Static filled your brain as you tried to compute what he was about to do, but you weren't coming up with anything, so just succumbed to him as he slowly leaned all the way in, capturing your soft, open mouth against his as he kissed you. Naturally, your eyes fluttered shut and your lips closed against his, holding that position for what felt like a lifetime, but was only a few seconds, before he broke from the kiss, a soft pop noise sounding as he pulled back and opened his eyes to look at you. That was real, he said in a low voice. I don't want to fake it anymore. You just looked at him, dumbfounded. Had he just really kissed you? Same, you whispered in a small voice, brain still trying to connect with intelligent speech. Wanting to make sure that that kiss was indeed real, you glanced at his lips and moved, as if to crane your head forwards off the bed to kiss him again, but he was already thinking the same thing, and so closed the gap again and took your lips against his, kissing you a little more confidently this time. You adjusted yourself and wrapped an arm around his neck as he tilted his head and pushed his mouth firmer against yours, both mouths opening wider to allow tongues to explore. A good 10 minutes later, he was lying half on top of you on the bed, and you were making out furiously, relishing in all the passion that had been held back over the last few months. So, that just happened, you commented breathlessly as he pulled back and looked down at you. Do you believe me now? He asked slyly. Well, you haven't said psych yet, you said with a shrug. Do you want me to? No. Okay then, he said with a closed-eyed smile. So dinner after the game then? Yeah, okay, you replied with smiling up at him. Yen! Honey! Your grandpa called from downstairs. Has Tit gone home? Why the hell is he still calling you Tit? I've told him it's Tetsuro, you muttered as you sat up. He's up here, Pa. We've been doing homework, you called loudly. Anatomy and physio... Kuro's loud call was cut off by you smacking him firmly on the side of his head. Shh! You hushed him loudly. All we did was kiss. I don't want to have the talk from Pa just yet. He'd give a pretty mean talk, Kuro commented. You should hear what he and his girl talk about. I don't want to know, you replied with a grimace, quickly getting off the bed as you heard your Pa's footsteps coming up the stairs. Oh, your Pa panted as he got to the top of the stairs, one hand on the rail as he steadied himself. You good, Pa? You asked when you saw he seemed to be struggling a little more than usual to catch his breath. Oh, good, love, he wheezed in a croaky voice. Still a spring chicken. You smiled sympathetically. Which spring, Pa? Kuro asked cheekily as he popped his head out from the bedroom door. Spring of 1930? Pa cackled loudly. Ah, you're a good man, Tit. Good sense of humour, he said as he straightened. You're close, though. I have my 90th next month. 90th? You said with surprise. Pa, I thought you were only 85. That would make you 86 next month. Oh, I don't know, love. Could be my 100th for all I know. Well, congratulations for next month, Kuro said with a smile. I'm congratulating you now, so you got to make it to next month. Oh, I plan to, Pa said with a smile. I got too much to live for. Pa's going to live till he's 200, aren't you, Pa? We have an agreement, you stated. Sure am, honey bunch, Pa wobbled. Now, he punctuated, I crossed the Pacific to invite you both for a double date with Miss Marple and I this weekend. Would you be available? Oh, you stalled nervously, looking back at Kuro. Kuro has a game. Don't worry, we could attend both events, Kuro said reassuringly. My game will be done by 4 p.m. You're playing on the weekend? Pa asked Kuro excitedly. I'd love to be in attendance. Come along, Kuro invited. Love to have you there. May I bring Miss Marple? Your Pa asked expectantly. Of course, Kuro said kindly. Bring anyone along. This is going to be a fun weekend, Pa said with happiness as he turned and went back downstairs again. Now, where were we? Kuro asked you slyly as he wrapped an arm around you from behind and dragged you back into your room. No, you squealed playfully, allowing him to pull you back. The next day was Friday, and you had had such a big day the day before that you hadn't even had a chance to tell MF about what happened between you and Kuroo. That afternoon you were walking home together, chatting about something when you suddenly remembered him. "Oh, I kissed Kuroo," you blurted out. "No, wait, he kissed me." "I'm sorry, what?" she yelled. "You kissed? Are you guys a couple now?" "Oh my god, it's sailing!" "Can you not?" "Sailing the high seas!" "Stop!" "Ahoy, me mateys!" she shouted. "All aboard the ultimate ship!" "You're an embarrassment. May the ship sail forever. Amen." "Amen, but stop. We kissed and we're getting dinner with my pa and his girlfriend this Saturday night after Kuroo's game, so I think we're dating. But we haven't actually said that we're boyfriend and girlfriend yet," you said. "You idiot, of course you're dating." "No, I'll check." He didn't say psych though, so that's good. "Okay, well, good for you. I'm glad it's official now. God, took you too long enough," MF said with faux exasperation. But now what? What do I do with a boyfriend? How often do you feed him? Is there a manual?" You joked dryly. "I've never had a boyfriend before." "Okay, it's time we had the talk," MF said. "Now, if you reach down between Kuroo's legs and feel something hard—" "Okay, stop!" you yelled. "I don't need the talk." "You sure?" she leered teasingly. "I'm fine. I know how it all works," he lied. "Had plenty of experience." "This is going to be interesting," MF chuckled. "Pa!" you called as you came down the stairs on Sunday. "You ready? We got the game to go to." "Ready, steady, sit," Pa called out, the sound of his backside hitting the lounge chair echoing through the house. "You okay?" you asked as he rounded the corner. "Just fine and dandy, love," he said with a smile, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "Don't push yourself," you warned. "I've noticed you've seemed out of breath lately." "That's my lungs trying to run a marathon without me," Pa joked. "I'm fine, I promise," he reassured. You hummed suspiciously, not believing him. "Okay, we need to get going, so let's hop to it." "Righty-o," he warbled as he pushed himself up out of the chair and waddled over to you. You took his arm and the two of you left the house together and wandered down to the bus stop to go to the game centre. It was a short ride and you helped Pa off at the other end, walking slowly with him towards the stadium entry. "Ah, there's my girl," your Pa called loudly when he spotted Miss Marple waiting off to the side for you both. "Oh, wow," you gasped internally when you saw her. She was a little younger looking than your Pa, but was still in her senior years, sporting bright red stilettos, leopard print tight short skirt, electric blue blouse that was only just covering some of her very fake looking boobs, bright red lipstick to match the shoes, and with a big gold hoop earrings and blue eyeshadow to top it off. "You're a stunner," Pa complimented her as he let go of you to greet her, a passionate kiss ensuing between the two of them before your Pa's hand slid to her ass to give it a good squeeze. "It's like that perfect soft peach that you can eat without your dentures in," he commented, remarking about her ass. You gagged and looked away, covering your mouth. "Oh, stop it," Miss Marple chuckled gleefully. "You're such a charmer, Bunny. Oh, and this must be your beautiful daughter," she added when she finally realised you were there. Granddaughter," Pa corrected with a chuckle. "Do I really look that old?" you deadpanned internally. "Hi," you said with a forced smile. "Nice to meet you." "Oh, same, dearie," she said flippantly, turning her attention back to your Pa. Not sure if I really like this one," you thought as you eyed her suspiciously. After they chatted a little, you interrupted them and directed them inside the building, keen to get a good seat so you could watch Kuroo play. You bought the tickets and followed the markers to his court, easily getting a seat and sitting down. Both teams had just come out and were warming up on court, and you grinned as Kuroo looked up at you and shot you a sly smile. After watching him a bit, you looked across to the opposite team to see if there was anyone on the team that could be a problem for Nekoma. No one stood out at that point, but their captain, a very tall-built player with spiky grey hair and black highlights, seemed to be a very happy bombastic type character and loudly praised his team members as they warmed up. He seems like a good captain. Keeps everyone's spirits up, you thought. "Hey, hey, hey!" the captain called when Kuroo came close to the net. "Let's make this a good game, Kuroo-san!" Kuroo-san? He just called him Kuroo-san. Does he know him? You thought, as you leaned forward with interest. It's the horned owl bastard, Kuroo teased as he popped a hand on his hip and relaxed his stance. "Ha ha!" Kuroo laughed loudly. "You only call me that because you know I'm going to beat you today." "Don't think so," Kuroo stated calmly. I've got my girl in the stands today, so luck is on my side. Kuroo looked up into the stands, and you gave him a small wave. Heart aflutter that Kuroo had so openly stated that you were his, and that you were there. Kuroo grunted, quickly turning and striding back to his team. Jealous? Kuroo called after him, cupping his hand to his mouth to project his voice. Kuroo ignored him and huffed back to his team, a lot more on edge after that exchange with Kuroo. You watched curiously as your men glanced up at you and then smirked and walked over to Kenma and mentioned something to him, causing the shorter player to look around at his team captain and up to you in the stands. What is this scheming captain up to now? You thought with an internal chuckle as you tried to ignore your pa's overtly sexual comments to Miss Marple. After a few more minutes, the game started, and the Nekoma team were the first to serve, sending a fastball into the Furudate team before setting up to receive and send it back. Kuroo was quiet as he stepped around the court, watching to see where he could spike the ball to the Nekoma team, and his teammates set him up as he hurriedly jumped and smashed it right into the palm of Kuroo's hand. You could see that he was visibly annoyed at being shut out, and he stormed to the back of the court to wait for the next rally to start, jerking his arms to loosen them up before the next round. Kuroo looked up at you and smiled, and you cupped your hands to your mouth and shouted encouragement at him, which he returned with a proud wave, glancing slyly across at Kuroo. The next rally started, and Nekoma seemed to be working really well together. Their plays were as fluid as ever, and the Furudate captain, who you assumed was the team's main spiker, was starting to get more and more flustered that he couldn't land a good hit. Suddenly the whistle blew, and Furudate were called in by their coach for a little time out. Kuroo quickly motioned to you to shout something to him, so you did so, picking up that this was somehow part of his plan. "You got this, Kuroo!" you called loudly. "Smash 'em, Tet!" your pa added in a strained elderly voice, wanting to be included in the encouragement. "Woo!" Miss Marple sung, and you scrunched your nose at her poor effort. Kuroo gave you a sly thumbs up, and you smirked. What's he doing? You wondered. Your eyes flicked back to the Furudate team, and something had happened in that time that you'd been looking at Kuroo. It looked like their captain was very disheartened. No, wait, was he sulking? "If you're going to be like that, then we can just play without you," one of the other teammates said sternly. "That guy looks like a really tired mother that's sick of her 2-year-old's tantrums," you thought, referring to the teammate who had just spoken to Kuroo. The team resumed, and for some strange reason Kuroo hung back and all the balls were set to other teammates. Even Kuroo's spiked hair seemed to have drooped to match his mood. Nekoma scored again and again until they had a runaway lead, and you looked across to Furudate to glean some answers. What has happened with Furudate? You wondered, genuinely confused at how this loud outgoing captain had all of a sudden gone insanely quiet. Slowly but surely, Kuroo started to get restless, and it looked like he was trying to get the tired mother-looking setter to know that he was ready to get back into the game again. "Akashi," he said meekly, as he walked over during a small break in the game. "I can win this next one." "I hope so," the guy named Akashi replied. "Because they're watching you," he added, as he pointed to a group of blushing girls that were hiding behind the concrete wall of the front row spectator seats. Kuroo looked up at them, and they giggled and ducked down a little, so flustered that he had seen them that they couldn't even manage a little wave. "They've come to see the great Kuroo play, and have been watching you closely this whole time," Akashi stated. "They would call out and encourage you like Kuroo's girlfriend has been doing, but they're too shy," he added. Kuroo stood up tall and puffed his chest out proudly as he held both fists up in the air, beaming from ear to ear at the group of cowering girls. "Hey, hey, hey!" he called loudly. "Well, if they've come to see me in action, then that's what they're gonna get." Akashi sighed and looked back at the other teammates, nodding to them behind Kuroo's back. "Hey," one teammate called. "Are they your girlfriends, Kuroo?" "Wow," another added in a dead voice. "How lucky to have 3 girls silently cheering for you." "Kuroo is amazing," the third commented. "Yes, I am, aren't I?" Kuroo replied, spinning around and pointing his thumb to his chest. "Your captain's gonna bring it home today. Watch me wow the crowd." "Yay!" the 3 teammates deadpan cheered as Kuroo called out his signature, "Hey, hey, hey!" What on earth? You thought with an internal chuckle, amused at the dynamics of the Furudate team. The game resumed again, and Nekoma kept their streak going, but Kuroo was definitely giving them a run for their money now. But by the time the match was over, Nekoma had won, and you screamed with joy as the final ball landed on the Furudate side. Is it finished? Miss Marple asked as she stood up sharply and wiggled her hips as she shimmied her skirt hem down a little bit. Come on, honey pie, let's go.
Oh,
your pa wobbled as he struggled to get out of his chair.
Love, I invited Tit and Yin to join us on a double date tonight. Oh, I thought I told you before, but maybe I forgot.
Oh, sugar, can we do it another time? Miss Marple pouted childishly. I just want some alone time with you tonight, she added, batting her eyelashes as she dragged a manicured finger down over the one balloon-sized breast. Oh, Pa hummed softly, his eyes being sucked into her cleavage.
My princess, I would really love it if we could double date tonight. Tit won his match and all, and I want to give him some good tucker after his match.
If you insist, she huffed, clearly displeased with his decision. You're paying. Oh, I see who she is, you thought with a very visible scowl. You got up from your seat and stepped up beside Pa, taking his arm in yours. Miss Marple, if we are interfering with your dinner date, then feel free to head home alone, and we'll do dinner with Pa tonight, and you can have him another night, you said with a serene smile on your face, one of those smiles where you knew the wearer was going to snap at any given moment. She smiled hollowly back at you, bitch mode activated, and batted her eyelashes daintily. Oh, honey, no need to be like that. I just love your grandpa so much that I want to spend as much time with him as possible, she said. Is that a crime? She added on the end, acting overly innocent. You scowled and then looked at Pa. Pa, you asked, what do you think?
I think they're terrific,
he said, staring straight into Miss Marple's cleavage.
Thought so the first minute I laid eyes on him.
Oh, my God, Pa, you muttered. Use your brain, not your,
My brain sits in my balls,
he warbled with a loud cackle on the end. Okay, thanks, I want to die now, you deadpanned. I'm going to get Kuro.
Hold on a minute, love,
Pa said as you let his arm go.
Please come tonight, don't leave me.
The way he said it melted your heart and you softened. It's okay, Pa, we'll come. Let me get Kuro and then we'll go, you said with a loving smile, ignoring Miss Marple. You turned and headed away, eager to tell Kuro about the true Miss Marple as you walked across to the stairs. Oh, she reminds me of my granddaughter, you heard Miss Marple comment to your Pa. She can get an attitude, but she's stunning, so she can get away with it.
What's her name?
Pa asked as he reached a hand out to squeeze Miss Marple's boob. Lisa, with 2 eyes, Miss Marple said, tapping Pa's hand away. You froze mid-step. The name Lisa bringing back all the trauma that you had experienced before the adrenaline kicked in and you bolted down the stairs.
Kuro!
You screeched as you neared him.
Kuro, it's her grandma! I knew something was off!
What? Kuro asked in a bewildered voice, his eyes darting all over your face, trying to read the situation.
We need to break them up! Oh my God, I'm freaking out right now! You need to help me!
Yin, calm down. What?
Maybe we could push her into oncoming traffic? I need to ring MF, she knows how to hide a dead body. Or maybe we could send the bitch into outer space with her giant titties?
What the hell? Kuro half laughed, mostly still confused. Who is this? What's going on?
Miss Marple is Lisa's grandma, you screeched.
Kuro paused in shock.
Yes, we need to break her and Pa up. I think if we bought him boobs and a sex doll, he'd leave her in a heartbeat. That's all he seems to be interested in, you said, slightly out of breath from all the talking that you'd been doing and the adrenaline in your system. Okay, leave it with me, Kuro said, immediately scheming something as he looked to the side, deep in thought about something. Just then Bokuto strolled over to talk to Kuro. Hey,
he called loudly. That was a good game, he continued proudly, grinning widely as he shoved his closed fist on his hips. We'll beat you next time. We're going to get even better, so you'd better practice hard. Oh, Kuro leered cheekily as he turned to face the Fukurodani captain. If we practice even harder, the point difference will be wider next time. Don't think you can stop me forever, Bokuto warned loudly. I am the ace of this team. We'll stop you, all right, you horned owl bastard, Kuro teased, putting his hand out to slap it against Bokuto's, the pair engaging in a friendly hand slap gesture while you watched on. Oh? Bokuto said suddenly, looking past Kuro to you. Your girlfriend, Kuro-san. Yep, this is my short stack, Kuro said proudly, as he reached out and pulled you into his side before lifting his sweaty arm and resting it on your head to exaggerate the height difference. You immediately stomped on his toe and huffed as you crossed your arms across your chest defiantly, as he removed his arm from your head and made a pitiful noise.
Don't think he's the top in this relationship, you said cheekily as you smirked at Kuro from the corner of your eye while he half hopped on one foot. It's the short ones you gotta watch out for, Kuro-san, Bokuro teased. You'll be lost without me, you added confidently. She's right, Kuro leered. I am lost. That's why I followed her into a room and... You stomped on his foot again. My foot, he wailed, limping around. A mouse trod on it. Bokuro burst out laughing, his laughter drawing the attention of the 3 shy girls who had been in attendance of the match. Looks like you have company, Kuro said lowly to Bokuro, jerking his head in the direction of the giggling girls. Bokuro, Akashi's voice called sternly. We're going now. The dejected look on all 3 girls' faces was enough to make you cry as they watched their idol say goodbye to you and Kuro and then head back to Akashi. I gotta finish up with my team, Kuro said quickly to you. Just wait here for me, and I'll be back. Hopefully I'll come up with a plan to get Pa out of this relationship too, he added, backing back towards the court doors as he winked at you. You nodded with a shy look on your face, stepping off to the side so you could blend into the background and wait for him to return. Kuro was back in no time with his bag and gave you a smile as he walked up. Okay, let's go, he said as he took your hand in his. Wait, but first, aren't you forgetting something? You looked up at him curiously. No? What have I forgotten? You asked honestly. This, he said lowly, as he bent his head down to you and kissed you on the lips. We won, didn't we? I should get a winning kiss, at least. A flustered look crossed your face, and you looked around quickly to make sure no one else had seen. Yeah, I guess, you mumbled with embarrassment, looking away to hide your happy smile. Cute, Kuro mused with a half smirk as he pulled you along beside him, heading for the stairs that would lead you to Pa and Miss Marple. I'm not cute, you pouted. I'm a potato. Who says I don't find potatoes cute? Kuro asked. You poked your tongue out at him playfully and huffed slightly through your nose as you looked away. So, we need to expose Miss Marple, Kuro commented, changing subjects. We need to eliminate her, you said darkly. What's her angle? He asked. Gold digger certified, you said confidently. Did you see her in the stands? I was only looking at you, Kuro stated, making you tingle all over. Okay, Casanova, but wait till you see her. She looks like an 80-year-old stripper. Good, huh? Kuro joked with a smirk. Okay, let's test her then. He let go of your hand and took his gym jumper off, rolling his sleeves up so it looked like he was in a singlet top, his lean, ripped arms bulging slightly as he flexed. What are you doing? You asked in a flustered voice. Trust me, Kuro leered as he stopped and lifted his shirt up, wiping his forehead with the base of it and showing off his whole, completely shredded torso. Oh, pants are too high, he commented as he let go of his shirt and tugged his shorts down a little so it would show off his V-line. Okay, ready to go, he said, grabbing your hand and continuing on. And what is the point of this? Are you trying to kill her with a brain hemorrhage from a nosebleed? Or me? You asked with a smirk. You want to get a private show later? He asked slyly. Not gonna lie, I'd be stupid to say no, you mumbled, not wanting him to hear you, but at the same time wanting him to hear you. I heard that, he replied with a mischievous grin. You shut up immediately, but the both of you had reached the top of the stairs anyway, so the conversation needed to end now. Ah, your Pa said with a wide denture-filled grin as he saw Kuro. Here's the star of the match. Gotta keep it interesting, Kuro said with a polite smile. Miss Marple's eyes bulged when she saw your man, and you immediately soured the way she looked at him, up and down. My, well, aren't you a strapping young man? She cooed, as she pushed her breasts out a bit and sucked her tummy in. Miss Marple, I presume? Kuro asked, extending his hand to her. Oh, please, honey, hugs only, she said as she sashayed towards him and wrapped her arms around his waist, smushing her balloon titties into his torso as she looked up at him. My, you work out, don't you? Yeah, you said bluntly from beside him, staring her down. He runs from cradle snatches. She looked at you and reached for his arm, sliding her hand down his bicep as she maintained steely eye contact with you. A true man needs a woman, not a child, she said pointedly. Kuro smiled calmly at her as he tightened his grip on your hand so you wouldn't punch her. Well then, let's head to dinner, he said as he looked at Pa. I'd like to treat my girlfriend's wonderful grandpa to this meal for making the effort to come to my match today. He's a good man, and although I haven't known him long, I've become quite... Kuro looked back at Miss Marple, his expression turning very serious as his intimidating eyes bore into hers. Attached. He sharply shook her arm off his and towered threateningly over the top of her, not afraid to stare her down. "Oh," Miss Marple warbled with hesitation. "Yes, of course. I have been looking forward to this dinner date all week." "This lying bitch-ass hoe, I'm going to hang her up by her fake-ass titties and whack her like a frickin' piñata," you seethed internally. "Fight me, you plastic bitch," you whispered under your breath. "Easy, tiger," Kuro hummed lowly as he tugged on your hand to get your attention. "She'll go down in flames. Just wait." Your pa was oblivious to the sudden tension and just smiled away happily, thinking everything was fine, which you didn't mind. It was probably for the best that he didn't know what was going on. "Shall we go, gang?" he asked happily in his chipper elderly voice. "Sure, pa," you said with a gentle smile at him. "Let's go." Miss Marple turned back to him and walked over, making a scene as she fussed over him falsely. You scowled again, but Kuro's arm around your shoulders calmed you and drew your attention to him as you two fell in step behind your pa and his, unfortunately, girlfriend. Back on the bus, Kuro insisted on standing so that Pa and Miss Marple could have a seat, so you chose to stand beside him to keep him company. You had hopped onto one of the city buses and picked a row near the front of the bus that had seats along the inner wall, and as Kuro reached an arm up to hold onto the bar attached to the roof, his shirt rode up, showing off his V-line and lower abdominal muscles to a very lucky Miss Marple. The woman in question nearly had a stroke when she saw his body, and you looked away with disdain. "She's disgusting, and I hope Pa dumps her on the spot," you seethed internally. After a short ride to the restaurant, you all hopped out and headed inside. It was a very fancy restaurant, and Miss Marple was acting very overtly friendly with Pa and all of the waitstaff, who seemed to have fallen for her fake charm, running to get anything that she asked for. "Sir," she sung to one of the waiters as you all prepared to order. "Would you be a darling and bring me the wine list?" she asked pleasantly. "I would like your most expensive red wine." You rolled your eyes and looked away. "What would you like to drink, Pa?" Kuro asked him. "It can be white, red, or blue for all I care. I just want to get pissed and pass out in a drain," Pa said with a hideously cute old man cackle, and Kuro joined in with his own derpy laugh. "You are both old as frick," you deadpanned. "Kuro, I swear to God, you're actually like 50 years old." "I know good humour when I hear it," Kuro said with a wink at you. "Oh, Kuro, you like to drink?" Miss Marple asked seductively. "Shut the hell up, you old cow," you growled internally, shooting daggers at her with your glare. "Not really," Kuro deadpanned at her. "A shame," she replied in a dead voice. "Well, if you ever want to try some fine wine, you're welcome to come to my place. I have an amazing collection." "They let you have a collection at the nursing home?" Kuro asked snidely, keeping a neutral look on his face. "I'm not at a nursing home," she snapped, obviously indignant at Kuro's comment. "Oh, guess I shouldn't assume," he said in a very unapologetic tone. She pursed her lipstick-laden lips and looked back down at the menu. "I'm going to have a steak," Pa said happily, still none the wiser as to what was going on as his hungry eyes glossed over the menu. "What about you, Tit?" "Well, Pa, since I'm paying for the meal, you go ahead and order whatever you like," Kuro said proudly. "I'll be having the salted mackerel pike, grilled, of course." "Oh, a fine choice," Pa said with a knowing smile. "And what will you be having, my precious pumpkin pie?" "Oh, sugar," Miss Marple started. "Oh, sorry, honey plum, I was talking to Yin," Pa interjected. You snorted with laughter before you could stop yourself and quickly coughed to cover it up, but Miss Marple's glare told you she knew exactly why you were laughing, and it was at her expense. I'll have this," you said to Pa politely, as you turned the menu to show him what it was. "Ah, yes, that's always been your favourite," he replied with a smile. "Now, sweetums," he said, looking up at a very grumpy-looking Miss Marple, "what will you be having?" "The coq au vin with plum prunes and a side of garlic griddled aubergine," she said with a smug smirk. You looked down at the menu. "That's the frickin' most expensive item on this menu," you thought, as you looked up at Kuro. How is Kuro going to pay for all of this? Kuro was very calm and gave you a sly wink when you looked at him. I guess I'll have to trust him. He's obviously got a plan, you thought, as you looked back down at the menu. Madam," the waiter asked as he approached Miss Marple, "will this wine suffice?" He presented a vintage red wine, showing her the label before proceeding to explain the flavour. "Yes, that will do," she said with a forced smile. "It's not Italian, but it will suffice." Frick this prissy-ass bitch, you seethed, scowling away openly as your death grip on the table knife tightened. May I see some ID? The waiter then asked Miss Marple, and she looked at him with a flattered confusion. Eh, she said with a bashful smile. Oh, honey, she said again with a light chuckle, touching her fingertips delicately to her obnoxiously big boobs. Oh, you flatter me. No one's asked for ID in years. I just need to see your seniors card, he stated. So many people try and get seniors discounts. She deadpanned immediately, embarrassed at reading the situation wrong. You snorted again and coughed heavily to cover it up, while Kuro smirked, and still oblivious Pa poured you a glass of water. Thanks, Pa, you croaked. I got something hilarious stuck in my throat. Miss Marple glowered as she pulled her senior's card from her bag and showed it to the waiter, who promptly commented that she looked younger in the photo, making you laugh all over again. The waiter then took your orders and left, the table going quiet until Pa started asking Kuro how the game went from his end. The pair chatted, and you listened in while Miss Marple started throwing down glasses of wine, obviously drowning her sorrows at how the night was going. Pa started following suit with some cheaper wine, and before you knew it he was wine drunk and completely off his face, and the dinner hadn't even arrived yet. What did one soggy boob say to the other? Your Pa slurred as he wobbled slightly in his seat. Pa, not now, you groaned. He had a habit of telling dirty jokes when he got sloshed. We'd better perk up, otherwise they'll think we're nuts, he said loudly, bursting out laughing as he threw his head back, belly shaking as the laughter took over his whole body. Oh my God, you whispered, covering your face with embarrassment. Kuro had just taken a mouthful of water and was trying desperately not to laugh, but was failing miserably as a small amount dribbled out from between his lips. Napkin! You yelled at him, quickly grabbing your own and throwing it across the table at him. Miss Marple looked so done, and although you didn't really like it when Pa got into his jokes mode, it was working perfectly to put her off. Just then the food arrived and the table settled down again as the waiters went about giving everybody their dishes of food. The clinking of your knives and forks blended in with the background restaurant chatter as you all dug into your meals, and for a moment everything seemed peaceful. That was until Miss Marple called for a waiter to complain about the chicken, then about the side dishes being too flavoursome, then the temperature of the restaurant being too cold, and you could see the poor guy was just done with her. She sent her dish back again for the second time that night, and when the food was returning to her, it also came with the restaurant manager, who obviously wanted to see who the hell it was that kept sending their food back constantly. Oh, Mr. Lin, the manager called to your Pa as he approached the table. Gus, your Pa said loudly. How have you been, young man? Haven't seen you for a while. He pulled himself up out of his seat to shake the manager's hand, but almost fell in the process, which Kuro saved, his volleyball receiving skills coming in handy off court. Haven't seen you either, sir. Glad you're still coming, Manager Gus said happily after he'd shook your Pa's hand. Oh, Miss Marple piped up. You know the manager, Sweetums? Gus and I go way back, Pa said with a twinkle in his eye. He worked in the corner store near me for a number of years and would always tell me he wanted to start his own restaurant one day, and look, he bloody well made it. Not quite, Gus said with a slightly embarrassed chuckle, but this man gave me the encouragement I needed to keep pursuing my dreams. Aw, you cooed. Pa's the greatest, you said proudly. I agree with your statement, Gus said with a wink at you. Now, he said, turning his attention to Miss Marple. I believe there's been a number of issues here tonight with you, miss. Well, yes, she said indignantly. First of all, my chicken wasn't tender enough. I see, he said in a very professional voice. Yes, and, she added, your restaurant was too cold, which then cooled my meal down too quickly, and I couldn't enjoy it. Well, my apologies, Gus said with strained politeness, doing his best to maintain his composure in the face of such pettiness. As the manager, I would like to personally see to it that you are adequately compensated for tonight. I should hope so, she said hauntingly. If you ever want us to dine here again, then I suggest you change a number of things in this restaurant. Gus clamped down on his jaw to stop himself from saying anything, and you just stared at her in disbelief. Is she being serious right now? You asked yourself. And I see that my dear man here and you are friends, so it would be expected that we're given a lifetime discount, she added. Your eyebrows shot up so fast they nearly flew to Mars, and Pa cleared his throat. Now, he said, to be honest, I don't mean to alarm anyone, but the floor has been wiggly for the past half hour, and I'm worried someone's going to fall over. His comment broke the tension momentarily, and Kuro cracked a smile, as did Gus. Will you be needing a taxi? Gus asked Kuro, gesturing to Pa. No, it's fine. We'll be fine. Kuro replied with a light chuckle. But, Pa added, I can tell that my sweetheart isn't happy. Oh, thank you, sugar, Miss Marple interjected, with a tone that screamed, took you frickin' long enough. But, honey bunch, you're being a right prune, Pa said bluntly, his mouth struggling to form proper words. And if you don't pull your head in, I'll pull it in for you. Oh, she gasped, acting utterly offended by his pointed comment. Wine makes you very rude, she snapped as she pretended to be close to tears. I'm going to freshen up, and when I get back, I expect an apology. And with that she stood up and pushed her chair back before sauntering drunkenly towards the ladies' restroom. What's your policy on running? Pa asked Gus, and the manager looked at him for a moment. Go, he said quickly. I'll make her foot the bill. Seriously? You gasped excitedly. Because, I'm not going to lie, that would be amazing. I can't stand her. It would teach her a lesson, Pa said as he stood up very carefully. Easy, Pa, Kuro said with a chuckle as he reached out and held your Pa by the arm. But seriously, Gus, this floor's a hazard, Pa slurred, and Gus chuckled. I'll see to it that it's fixed by the time you come back, he said with a smirk. Now get going before she gets back, he added as he ushered you all towards the front door. I'll stop her leaving until she's paid. You're a godsend, Gus, you said gratefully. I'm not religious, but you're honestly an angel. Well, this isn't exactly the most kind thing to do, but it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission, your Pa slurred wisely, and you cackled before quickly dragging the two boys off. Thank you again, Gus, you said gratefully. He waved you off with a broad smile. It's fine, he called out. My pleasure. I want ice cream, your Pa said in a happily drunk voice as Kuro helped drag him down the street while you closed the restaurant doors behind you. Okay, hang on, let's get away from here first, you said as you looked back over your shoulder, hoping Miss Marple hadn't seen you leave. What type do you want? Kuro asked as he raised a hand to call for a taxi. Boysenberry swell, Pa said happily. You have to try it, tit. Sounds good, Kuro commented as a taxi stopped and he helped Pa in before sliding in beside him and indicating for you to jump in the front seat. We're doing the old man version of a runaway bride, you said to the driver, who was sporting a thick moustache. Please get us away from here before the she-devil comes out of that restaurant. Maria Madre de Jesus Alvaji, he whispered urgently in his mother tongue as he quickly pulled away from the curb and took off down the road. Where is the devil? You saved us, you said to him as you looked back in the side mirror. She didn't see us leave. Gracias, tío, he whispered to himself, crossing himself from head to chest, then right shoulder to left shoulder, then touching the rosary beads that were hanging from his rearview mirror. Saved by another Italian angel, Kuro mused from the back seat. First Gus, now Antonio, the taxi driver said with a wide grin. A pleasure to save you, he added in a beautiful rich accent. Antonio, could you please take us to a good ice cream store? Kuro asked. Pa here has had too much to drink and would like some ice cream. Certo, Antonio exclaimed. You hang on, I'll take you to the best ice cream parlor in town. You're a good man, Tony, Pa slurred from the back seat. It is my pleasure, sir. No one has called me Tony since I arrived here in 10 years, he regaled with a sigh. Hopped on a plane with my shoes and coat and $1 to my name, he added, reliving his memories aloud. The rest of the taxi ride was basically Pa and Antonio swapping stories of growing up and how life had changed, and by the end of the trip they were basically best friends. Have a good night, Antonio said lovingly as he let you all out at the ice cream shop. No fair, this ride is on me. No, Pa slurred as he let go of Kuro and stumbled over to the driver door, fumbling in his pocket for his wallet. You're a good man. Please, take this home and clock off for the night. Pa added as he pulled out 2 crisp $100 bills. Take care of your family. Antonio burst into tears. Que Dio ti benedicta te volte, he cried, shaking your pa's hand like it was the last hand he'd ever shake. Grazie, grazie. Don't mention it, son, Pa said kindly. I'm just doing my good deed for the day. You stepped up beside Kuro and tenderly held his hand. You have a good pa, the Nekoma captain said softly down to you. I'm glad I've been a part of tonight. Same, you said. It's been wild. Oh, hey, speaking of wild, we need to block Miss Marple's number in Pa's phone, otherwise it won't stop ringing, you said with a devious chuckle. You can do that, while I get him his boysenberry swirl, Kuro said, smiling as Pa turned back to the two of you, and Antonio pulled away from the curb, his taxi light now switched off for the night. I love you so much, Pa, you said with a loving smile, as you stepped over to your old man and hugged him. You're so sweet to have done that for Antonio. What did I do, love? He warbled with a small slur as he gave you a one-armed hug. You just gave him $200 and told him to take the night off and go home to his family, you said with a chuckle. I did? He asked with surprise, swaying a little. Remind me about that in the morning, love. Otherwise I'll wake up thinking I've spent it all on hookers, he added with an old man cackle. Ugh, Kuro, please take him, you deadpanned at the volleyball captain, who was standing off to the side, listening in with amusement with one hand on his hip and a smirk on his face. Sure, Kuro replied as he put his hand out for Pa. Let's go get you some boysenberry swirl, he said to your Pa as he pointed up to the ice cream sign. Well, I'll be a son of a gun, Pa slurred with awe in his voice as he craned his head back to look up at the sign. I just felt like ice cream. Kuro chuckled softly and you smiled and shook your head. You're losing it, Pa, he said with a laugh. Sweetheart, I lost it ages ago, Pa called back over his shoulder. But I could care less, to be honest. Now let's get some boysenberry swirl. I'll join you, Kuro said as he made as if to help Pa, but you noticed he had slipped his hand into your Pa's pocket and found the old man's phone and then pulled it out and handed it back to you without looking. You quickly took the phone and turned away, pressing the home button on the old Nokia. The screen lit up and up came a very blurry picture of Miss Marple's boobs and you grimaced. Ugh, trust him to have her tits as his home screen. You clicked into contacts and scrolled down to her number. There weren't many people in his list and it tugged at your heartstrings as you found hers quickly and blocked it. I'm sorry, Pa. I know you don't have many people in your phone, but she's a bad egg and needs to go, you thought, as you then clicked into the missed calls, deleting her 7 missed calls, and then went into messages and deleted all of her irate messages for him to come back and pay for dinner. Stupid bitch, you thought angrily, scowling at his phone before turning the screen off and turning around and heading for the shop. Kuro and Pa were already seated just inside the ice cream parlour, happily licking their ice cream cones by the window, and you made eye contact with Kuro through the glass as you walked towards the door. Hey, he said with a smirk as you entered the shop and walked over, slowly sticking his tongue out and dragging it up the side of the ice cream as his half-lidded eyes remained focused on you. Can you not do that? You deadpanned at him, watching as he repeated the same action as before and then smirked at you. What? He replied innocently. I don't know what you're talking about. You're such an ass, he replied, poking your tongue out and scrunching your nose up, trying to cover up how flustered his ice cream lick had made you. Get something, honey bun, Pa warbled excitedly from his seat across from Kuro. The ice cream here is delicious. Okay, you said as you stepped closer to Kuro and handed him Pa's phone discreetly. All done, you added in a low voice, before turning to the counter and placing your order. 5 minutes later, you were face deep in your favourite ice cream, sitting next to Kuro and listening to Pa tell random stories. Ah, those were the days, your still drunk Pa said with a wistful, far-off look in his eye. But he's long gone now. All my friends are dead. You grimaced at his pointedness and remembered back to his phone with minimal contacts. You have us, Pa, you said softly with a smile, and he returned your smile. And I'm blessed to have both of you here, he said lovingly. That includes you too, Tit. You're a good man. Well, thanks, Pa, Kuro replied with a smile. Pleasure to be a part of the family, he added as he nudged you under the table, then slid his leg closer to yours so you were touching. You glanced at him and then looked away with a shy smile as he gave you a cute side glance. This player is going to be the death of me, you thought with a hidden smirk as you continued to lick your ice cream. One more taxi ride home after ice creams and you found yourself on your front doorstep. a still quite drunk and tired Pa on your hands as you got through the front door and headed for his room. You propped him up on one side and Kuroo was on the other. "What time does the morgue close?" Pa asked loudly with a drunken laugh. "Pa, you're in your room. This isn't the morgue," you grunted as you took his full weight and tried to lay him down. "Just let me die in peace," Pa said. "But take me shoes off first." "You sure you're okay to sleep in these clothes?" you asked. "I'm fine. I'll try and change when I'm a little more sober," he said with a chuckle. "You two get into bed." "Same bed?" Kuroo asked cheekily, and you quickly slid a foot out and kicked him. "No, dummy, go home," you said with a smirk. "You need to rest after your game today. It's been a huge day." "Very adventurous, but also fun," Kuroo replied as he helped the last bit with Pa before taking your hand and leading you from Pa's room. "Hey, thanks for today." Your words were cut short as Kuroo's lips pressed against yours, your eyes closing quickly as he pulled back and then came in for a deeper kiss, your mouths parting and meeting again as a deeper kiss took place of the more innocent one. "What was that for?" you asked breathlessly as you pulled back after a few seconds and opened your eyes to look at him. "The last time I got to kiss you was at the stadium, and then I've been forced to look at you all night and not being able to touch you. A man can only be strong for so long," he said with a smirk. "You might think I'm just joking, but I really like you. I'm serious about us." "I'll believe it when I see it in writing," you replied with an embarrassed pout as you averted your eyes. "I don't trust you fully yet." "You don't trust me?" he replied with faux surprise as he cabidoned you to the wall. "How do I get you to trust me then, short stack?" he asked slowly, leaning in past your face to your ear and tugging on your earlobe with his teeth. That is 100% not going to work at all to get me under your spell. Nope, not even one bit. I'm not a weak bitch," you lied, caving to his suggestive nibbles as your eyes rolled back a bit. "What if we did everything that couples do? Would you believe me then, that I'm serious about us?" he asked as he pulled back a little and stared deeply into your eyes, his hazel yellow irises locking onto yours as his nose brushed yours. "You're too damn close, boy. Back it up," you whispered lowly. "Well, I guess that would make us feel more like a real couple, yes." "Okay. You make the list of things that would make us a real couple, and we'll do it," he replied with a surprisingly innocent smile before he pulled off the wall and stood up. "I look forward to seeing the list." You eyed him suspiciously. "Why do I feel like this is some kind of trap?" you commented. "What are you up to?" "Nothing," he replied with a chuckle. "You gotta stop thinking I'm up to something." "But you're always up to something," you said suspiciously, narrowing your eyes at him. "Listen, you just make the list of couples things and I'll read them tomorrow," he said with a hidden little smirk. You peered suspiciously at him again and pointed to the door. "Okay, sir, exit is that way. I need to make sure Pa is okay and then write a list, then sleep." Okay, he said with a small chuckle. "I'm going." "Not going, gone. You need to be gone," you teased, getting in behind him and pushing him to the door. "Love you," he said cheekily, as he was forced to the door and opened it, and then pushed outside. "Bye," you called as you closed the door on him. "Aw, cold." You heard him pout from outside, his footsteps disappearing down the short path and off down the road. You sighed and shook your head with a smirk, turning to head back to your Pa to make sure he was really going to be okay for the night. As you approached his room, you could hear soft sobbing, and you paused for a second to listen, as it sounded like he was talking to someone. "I miss you so much," he whispered, sobbing, and your heart twisted and broke in two. "Pa," you called softly as you entered his darkened room. "Pa, are you okay?" "I miss her," he whispered sadly, small hiccuping sobs still coming from where he lay in his bed. "Who, Pa?" you asked. "Your Grams," he replied. "It's been 4 years, but I still miss her." Your eyes instantly welled with tears as you sat down on the end of his bed and gave him a sympathetic look. "It's wonderful to have you here, Yin, but I'm lonely. I need a companion," he admitted, the alcohol allowing him to talk freely about his feelings. "Is that why you took on Miss Marple?" you asked softly. "Well, yes, she showed an interest in me, and she's definitely filled a part of me that had been empty," he replied. "I know she's a dunce, but I was trying to ignore it because I just want that special love." Your brows knitted with concern for him, and you looked down at his bedsheets and fiddled with the embossing on them as you thought for a bit. What if Kuro and I helped you find someone? You asked. I'm so sorry, Pa. I didn't know you felt like this. Oh, don't apologise, sweetie. I didn't want to worry you. It's lovely having you here. We make a good team, you and I, he said softly. No, but I want you to have a loving companion, someone who will fill the void. Not that anyone can take Grams's place, he added quickly, but, you know. Oh, that's very sweet of you, but I'm okay. Sorry, must be the alcohol. I'm dandy, he lied. You sighed. Okay, Pa, are you comfortable enough? You asked as you stood up. Just fine, Pumpkin, he replied. You go on now. Have a sleep, you must be tired. Yeah, I am a bit. It was a big afternoon, he said with a wobbly smile. It was indeed, he replied. I'll see you in the morning. Okay, Pa, you resigned, as you got up and reached out for his hand and patted it gently. I'll see you in the morning. He smiled in the darkness, and you turned and walked out, pulling his door closed a little as he headed off around the hall to go upstairs to your room. I'll talk to Kuro about Pa. We need to find someone nice, or at least give it a try to match him up with a nice old lady, you thought. I don't like that he feels lonely. I'll do my best to change that. You dragged yourself up the stairs and into your room, more than happy to flop into bed. It was very late the next day when you woke, the midday sun trying desperately to force its way through the crack in the blinds as you continued to sleep on. Oh, what time is it? You thought groggily, as you pushed pillows off your face and reached for your phone by the bedside table. 1 p.m. You yawned and stretched, unplugging your phone from the charger and opening a message from Kuro. List, it said. Can you chill? You replied. I legit just woke up. You put your phone down and rolled out of bed, rummaging around in your desk drawers for a piece of paper so you could write some things down. As you picked up a pen, you remembered Pa and immediately put the pen down again. I should check on Pa first, make sure he's not too hungover from last night, you thought, as you stepped over piles of clothes on your floor and made your way to the bedroom door. You walked out into the hallway and listened as you headed downstairs. Pa, you called. No reply. Pa, you called louder, thumping softly down the stairs and heading for the kitchen. All was quiet. Pa wasn't in the kitchen, nor was he outside with his cabbages, and he wasn't in the lounge room either. Is he still in bed? That's odd, you thought, as you headed for his room. Pa, you called again, a little more urgently this time as you slowly pushed his bedroom door open. The telltale lump in his bed alerted you to his presence there, and you hesitated as to whether or not you should call out again as you approached him. You inched slowly into the dimly lit room and listened as you came up behind him, praying that you would be able to hear his breathing noises. Pa, you whispered as he placed a hand where you assumed his shoulder would be. You heard a strange groan come from him, and so pulled his covers back a bit, leaning over his face to look at him. His eyes and mouth were open, and he made the strange noise again as he stared out towards his window. Pa, you asked worriedly. Pa, what's wrong? You let go of his shoulder and walked around the other side, kneeling down and looking into his face. He just stared, unable to blink as his tongue tried to move in his mouth. Say something, Pa, you urged, your heart rate starting to increase. Please say something. What's happened? You reached out and touched his face gently. It was still warm to touch, but it appeared that he couldn't move his face. It had frozen. Hang in there, Pa. Let me call the emergency services. You pulled your phone from your pocket and dialed the number, putting the receiver to your ear and asking for the ambulance once the person on the other end had answered your call. After talking to the lady on dispatch, she sent for an ambulance, fearing a possible stroke. Is he going to be okay? You asked, tears finally starting to form in the corners of your eyes. Well, it's hard to say, the lady replied. Just wait until the paramedics get there. They'll be able to tell you more, she added frankly. Does she have to be so heartless about it? You thought, nodding even though you knew she couldn't see your nod. Stay on the line, love, until they arrive, okay? The lady said kindly. Thanks, you said numbly, still looking into Pa's dull, staring eyes. Finally, the paramedics arrived and you got up to let them in, quickly showing them to Pa's room and stepping back. We'll be taking him to hospital, one of the paramedics said to you. You'll need to have scans. Okay, you said, gripping onto one arm with your other as you stood there, not knowing what to do, while they put your Pa on a stretcher and wheeled him out to the waiting ambulance. Which hospital are you taking him to? You asked in a quivering voice. "A general hospital for this district," the paramedic replied as he pushed the stretcher up onto the back of the ambulance and shut the door. Can I come?" "Sorry, we don't take passengers," he replied shortly. "Public transport can get you there." You stood helplessly and watched as they took your pa away, not knowing what to do now as you stood there forlornly on the side of the road. Just then your phone dinged and you looked down. Kuro had sent you a cheeky message about the list again, but you weren't in the mood, so rang him instead. "Ho ho ho, a call, lucky me," he said from the other end of the line. "Pa had a stroke," you blurted out. "Well, what? Where are you? Are you home?" he asked in shock. "Yeah, they took him away. Kuro, I'm on my way," he said in a serious voice before hanging up. You pulled your phone down from your ear and stared at the screen, not really paying attention to it as one teardrop fell onto it and then another. Slowly you turned and walked back to the house, suddenly feeling very alone there all by yourself. Mechanically you walked back to Pa's room and pushed the door open, looking around for something to connect with, and spotted the picture that Pa had been holding on to the other night, the picture of him and your grandma, and you broke down, sobbing as you walked over and picked it up and then clutched it to your chest. "Don't go," you wailed in a broken voice. You turned with your back up against the wall and slumped down to the ground, pulling your knees up to your chest and hugging the frame close as anguish sobs racked your body. Who knows how long you had been there when there was a knock at the door. You went to pull yourself up, but you heard the door open, and before you could move any further, Kuro entered the room and walked quickly over to you, scooping you up easily in his strong arms and holding you to his chest. "Kuro," you wailed, clutching his shirt and sobbing into him. "Where did they take him?" Kuro asked. "To the general hospital," you sobbed. Without another word, Kuro turned and walked out the front door to the waiting taxi and slid in with you still in his arms, before sitting you down beside him and clipping you in. "General hospital, please," he said. "Principesse, please don't cry," a familiar Italian voice said softly from the driver's seat, and you looked up to see Antonio, the cabbie from the other night, driving you. "Antonio," you squeaked with surprise. "What are you doing here?" "I drive the taxi. I will always be here," he said brightly. "Now please, no tears. Your pa is a good man. He will be fine. I have said many prayers for him," he said confidently, touching the rosary beads hanging from the rearview mirror again. "Did you plan this, you schemer?" you accused Kuro lightly. "Cross my heart, this was random, I promise," he replied with a laugh. "Tony just happened to be in the area." "It's true, amor. He called me and I came," Tony said happily, making you smile. "Il sorriso più bello," he added, happy that he had made you smile. A short ride later and you had reached the hospital. "Tony, I'm so sorry. I only have—" "Bello, please. This is for your pa. You go and give him my well wishes," Antonio said with a small bow of his head. "He is my friend." You teared up again as Kuro took your arm and pulled you back. "Thank you, Tony," he said gratefully. "Your kindness will not be forgotten." Tony smiled and waved and then pulled away from the curb. "Since when were you so nice?" you teased Kuro. "I've told you before. I've always been nice," he replied, holding his right hand to his heart as he smiled innocently at you. "You don't fool me for a second," you said as you closed your eyes, crossing your arms and turning your nose up at him. He chuckled with amusement. "Still got that fighting spirit?" "Always," you replied with a smirk as you popped one eye open and looked at him. He gave you a soft look in return as he crossed his arms across his chest in a relaxed manner. "That's what I like about you. You're resilient. You've been through a lot of crap, but you haven't let it get to you." You shrugged. "You can't kill me if I'm already dead inside." "Well, that's one way to put it," he mused, uncrossing his arms and taking your hand in his. "Come on, let's go see your pa." You stiffened as he tried to turn you around and take you towards the hospital, and he noticed immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. "Wrong? Nothing's wrong," you lied. "You're scared to see what state he's in, aren't you?" Kuro said gently, his intense hazel eyes making your heart jump. Your gaze fell to the ground, and you bit into your bottom lip to stop yourself from crying. "You're strong," he said softly. "Sometimes the strongest need to cry, and when they do, they cry the hardest." "Stop being such a poetic piece of crap," you mumbled, eyes brimming with tears. He yanked on your hand and pulled your body into his, making you stumble forwards and grab a hold of his shirt as the tears immediately sprang forth, drenching his shirt, and he clutched you to himself. "It's okay. Take your time. Your pa is in good hands," he said softly,
holding you like it was your last time together as he whispered words of encouragement. You stayed like that for a while, sobbing into him, not wanting to leave the comfort of his arms. Is he gonna die? You wailed into Kuroo's torso. I don't know, but if I know your pa, he won't go down without a fight. He most probably wants to see you before he chooses to go, Kuroo said quietly. You clung onto him a little longer, not caring what you looked like out the front of the hospital, as you mustered the courage to go in and see your pa. Eventually you pulled back and took a shaky breath in. You ready? Kuroo asked in a low, comforting voice, and you nodded in response, keeping your head down so he couldn't see your eyes. Yeah, you mumbled. He took your hand again and turned towards the hospital, walking purposefully towards it. Confidently he entered and walked over to the nurse's station and leant down on the top. Hi, he said with a bright smile. Here to see... my pa, Mr. Lin, you added, when you saw that he was waiting for you to fill in the details. One moment, please, the receptionist replied as she typed his name into the computer, tilting her head back a little and looking through the bottom of her glasses once the list of the names had popped up. He's here, she said after a pause, but he's in ICU. Can I see him? You asked in an unsteady voice that threatened to crack under the weight of the emotional tension still present internally. I'm sorry, but he won't be taking any visitors at the present time, she said in a very strict tone. Please, you said, your voice finally breaking. Kuroo placed his hand on your arm to steady you and looked directly at the receptionist with his intimidating eyes. Yin is his only surviving relative, he said in a stern voice, matching the receptionist's. If he passes away, and you've refused her to see him, that's on you. The receptionist wavered slightly, then reached for the phone nearby and rang someone, briefly explaining the situation. There was a pause, and then she nodded, looking up at you and Kuroo. You can go up, it's level 6. Just let them know at the nurse's desk who you are, and tell them who you're there to see, she said as she hung up on the phone. Thank you so much, you sobbed, immediately burying your face in your hands to hide your crying face. Kuroo bowed a little at the receptionist and thanked her before turning you towards the elevator and walking you there. Man, how embarrassing, you mumbled as you wiped your eyes on your sleeve and sniffed heavily. You're cute when you're vulnerable, Kuroo commented, leaning up against the inside of the elevator after hitting the level number and waiting for the doors to close. He pulled you into him and tilted your face up so he could look down at you, smiling softly down at you again and making you freeze with nervousness. Can you stop doing that? You mumbled with embarrassment as you looked away. Stop doing what? He asked innocently. Stop making me weak with the way you're looking at me, you admitted with a pout, still refusing to look at him. Do I make you weak, do I? He asked provocatively, forcing you to look at him again, his hazel eyes peering into yours intently as he leaned down to you. His parted lips capturing yours as you opened your mouth a little and kissed him back, the tips of your tongues touching and then sliding together as he deepened the kiss. Suddenly the elevator stopped and dinged, and you ripped yourself off him, trying not to look suspicious like you'd just been making out in the elevator for the past few seconds, as you sheepishly hung your head and got out on level 6. Kuroo followed after you, with a smirk, and pushed his hands into his pockets, letting you lead the way to the nurse's station. Hi, I'm here to see my pa, you said softly when you got to the station. The nurse behind the desk looked up at you and then back down to her chart, her box braids with gold clips and perfect ebony skin making her look like she was about to walk the runway in Paris rather than being stuck mid-shift in a hospital. Honey, there are 8 beds here on this ward, and 8 of those beds could classify as pa. You're going to have to be more specific, she said, looking back up at you with a I'm so done with people look on her face. Oh, I'm sorry. And then you mentioned your grandfather's first name, Lin, you said sheepishly. She looked back down again at the chart and then stood up. Come with me, she said as she strode out from behind the desk and walked confidently down the hall, holding herself with pride as she walked. You followed nervously behind her while Kuroo followed you, his keen eyes observing the stiff way that you were walking as you mechanically followed the nurse on duty. As you neared the end of the corridor, the nurse stopped at the door on your right. You's in here, she said as she gestured to the room. But, ma'am, I must warn you. You waited, biting the inside of your cheek and staring at her with doe eyes as you steeled yourself for the worst. You has been put into a medical coma, she said. Your pa has had a massive stroke, and has lost feeling and movement in his entire left side. He also cannot speak. You bit harder into the inside of your cheek, and your brows furrowed with the pained sorrow as you continued to look at her. "What's the prognosis?" Kuro asked as he stepped up behind you and placed a hand on your shoulder, feeling that you couldn't speak at that point, which was correct. Prognosis? You thought with surprise. Since when does a volleyball captain know the word prognosis? "He has spunk," the nurse said with a small smirk on her beautiful face, her dark eyes shining with amusement. "If the pressure in his brain goes down very quickly, he will make a good recovery. It looks bad with all the tubes in him at the moment, but he is in good hands." "Okay," Kuro said with a small nod. "Thank you, nurse. Nurse Patience," the nurse replied with a polite head nod. "Yeah, you'd need a lot of patience to work here," Kuro mused to her. "Honey, I've been in this game for 25 years and have been dead for the last 20. Patience is the name of the guardian angel who rests my soul," she quipped dryly with another small smirk before stepping back and gesturing to the room again. "Enjoy your visit and don't forget to talk to him. He may not show any recognition, but he can still hear you." "Thanks again," Kuro said with a polite smile before squeezing your shoulder to get your attention. "You ready?" he asked softly. You nodded and hung your head, following him into the room once he had let you go and walked past you. A soft rhythmic beating drew your attention to the lone bed in the small hospital room, and you slowly looked up. Your pa was asleep, oxygen mask on, with cannulas in both arms and an oxygen saturation clip tagged onto his index finger. "Pa," you croaked as you walked past Kuro and came up beside his bedside. "Hey," you added as you placed your hand on his soft yet knobbly barnacle-covered hand. "It's me." Kuro grabbed a chair from nearby and quickly placed it behind you and then gently pushed it towards the back of your knees so you'd sit down. Without thinking, you sat, still looking at your pa, who was out like a light. You sniffed heavily and quickly ducked your head to your sleeve, wiping your eyes on it before looking back at him in the bed again. Silently, Kuro came up behind you and placed his hand on your shoulder again, just to let you know that he was still there. "You need to get better, okay, pa?" you croaked, bottom lip wobbling as a tear slipped down your cheek. "He will," Kuro whispered from behind you. "He won't go down without a fight. Will you, pa?" The only reply was the beeping of the heart monitor from beside the bed, the sole sign that pa was still alive. "How long will he be here?" you whispered, looking back and up at Kuro behind you. "It's very lonely at home." "I'll drop by," Kuro offered. "I'd say that I'd stay, but pa here can hear me. I'm trying to stay in his good books," Kuro added, winking at you before glancing at pa. "We have visitors!" a lively voice cajoled as a very eccentric-looking old man bounced through the door, his white hair sticking up in all directions. Pleasure. My name's Dr. Wright. I'm looking after this young man here," he said as he pointed to your pa. "Bit quiet, but a good man nonetheless." The doctor cackled at his own comment, leaving you and Kuro staring at him like a pair of stunned mullets. "What?" you thought as your eyes boggled at the supposed doctor. That joke was very borderline. "We're expecting Mr. Lin here to make a full recovery," the Dr. Wright said as he twitched and jerked his head a little, picking up a chart at the end of the bed. "We've knocked him out, but he'll be back around too soon." Doctor?" you asked hesitantly. "When do you think he'll wake up?" "Oh, I'd say in around another week or so," the doctor said as he waved his hand flippantly. "Once he's up and out of that bed, I'll crawl in," he added, then cackled again before putting the chart down. "The nurse looking after him is top-notch. She's also the unit manager of this ward, so she knows her stuff." "Oh," you said with surprise. "I didn't think the nurse managers looked after patients. I thought they managed the nurses." "True," Dr. Wright said as he pointed his pen at you. "Give this girl a gold star. But Nurse Patience asked to oversee this case personally, and who am I to tell her she can't? Not my place, no, not one bit," he said emphatically. "Well, I'll be off now. Another face to look at, another chart to read," he said loudly, a large grin on his face as he turned and walked to the door with a slight skip in his step. "What the hell was that all about?" you whispered. "Quite an eccentric doctor," Kuro commented. "What's with you and all these big words today?" you asked the rooster-haired captain, turning to look back and up at him. "What do you mean?" he asked curiously. "Prognosis and now eccentric?" you asked. "Well, if you think they're big words, then get ready for this one. Docosahexaenoic acid." "What even?" "DHA," he replied with a smirk. "Blown away by how smart I am, huh?" he added as he bent down to your eye level and leaned across the back of the chair so he could peer at you with those intense eyes. Immediately you were captivated by his cat-like hazel irises, and you froze in place, heart rate starting to increase as he paused there. I bet that heart monitor would be going off right now if you were attached to it, he teased lowly. You swatted at his cheek playfully with a pout. Go away, fiend! Be gone! You shooed. Pa, Yin's being mean, Kuro teased. He's trying to seduce me, you replied defensively. And it's working, he quipped. No, it's not, you squeaked with embarrassment. You put your hand square up in his face and pushed him away with a smirk. Get off me, you beanpole hyena, you said, poking your tongue out at him once you had successfully pushed him far enough away from you. If your pa had a sense of humour, I'm sure he would be enjoying the entertainment, Nurse Patient said as she strolled back into the room and popped one hand on her hip. But right now, I need to give this man his medication, so if you wouldn't mind leaving. She looked from you to Kuro and then back to you, silently and authoritatively asking you to vacate the room. Oh, you said softly as you stood up. Sorry, it was nice to see that he's, okay. Honey, he will be fine, she said. I haven't put all my other work on hold just to look after a man that's going to pass away on me. Oh, I wanted to thank you for taking him on, you said quickly, remembering that she had gone out of her way to look after him. I believe you run the team on this level, you said with a timid smile. Yes, ma'am, I am the NUM, Nurse Unit Manager, she replied, returning your smile with a gentle smile. Can I ask what made you want to oversee my pa's care? You asked curiously. Where I am from, she said, we have people who can see if someone is a good person or not. They emit a light that is only visible to those who have the power to see. You tilted your head curiously. Your pa has the brightest light I've ever seen, she said with a soft smile. This world is full of dark people, so when I see someone with a bright light, I take it upon myself to save them. We need more bright lights in this world. You touched your hand to your heart, and your bottom lip popped out slightly as your eyes welled with tears. I know he will survive, the nurse continued. Someone with this much light cannot enter into the afterlife yet. That's the loveliest thing I've ever heard, you said in a wobbly voice, quickly wiping your eyes so the tears would dissipate faster. I'll see to it that he is back soon. Such a man needs to rest for now, she added. You nodded and looked back at Kuro, who reached for your hand and took it. Let's go and leave Nurse Patience to it, Kuro said as he gave her a polite nod. See you soon, Pa, he said back to your grandfather, who was still lying motionless in the hospital bed. Bye, Pa, you whispered hoarsely. I'll be back tomorrow. You then turned to the nurse. And thank you so much for your kind words. You've put my heart and mind at ease, he said to her. Don't you stress, honey, she said as she reached out and patted your shoulder, a calm washing over you immediately. You gave her a relieved smile and left, with Kuro stepping up beside you and falling in stride with yours as you walked back down the hall. I like this hospital, he commented as he continued to look straight ahead. Me too. I feel so much better. Thank you for coming with me. That's what boyfriends do, he replied with a coy smile down at you. You nudged him with your shoulder and smirked as he headed for the elevator. Kuro had insisted on staying with you for the rest of the day and had walked you home as well. You seemed to be dealing okay with everything, but the minute you stepped into the empty house, you didn't want to be there anymore. Hey, you said quickly as you turned to face him and took his shirt between your thumb and index finger. Would you stay for a bit? I mean, can you stay for a bit? It's, lonely, he offered gently. Yeah, I'll stay. I didn't want to go just yet anyway. You don't have to stay long, I guess, you said, averting your eyes, but still keeping a pinch hold of his shirt. I'll stay as long as you need me, he said with a sexy smile, making your heart skip a beat as you looked up into his face. Okay. Do you want to watch a movie then? You asked, trying to find something to do to keep the two of you occupied. Netflix and chill, he asked with a devious smirk. No, you ass, you grumbled in a flustered voice. Just come in and sit down and behave. Behaving so boring, he teased, shoving his hands into his pockets and walking to the lounge. I'll get us drinks, you chill, you called, as you headed for the kitchen to get some drinks and maybe a snack. Kuro walked into the lounge room and plopped himself down on the couch in front of the TV, spreading out so that you'd have no option but to sit between his legs. Meanwhile, you were rummaging through the cupboards looking for something to eat, yet all you could find were pretzel chips and chocolate-coated almonds. You shrugged and pulled them out, and then grabbed 2 glasses and some soft drink from the fridge. You ready to dine like a grandma and a grandpa? You asked cheekily as you entered the room.
You ready to snuggle up with your man? Kuroo quipped in return, slinging his arm across the backrest and pointing to his lap. I'll feed you pretzels, he replied as he walked over to the coffee table in the middle of the room and then started laying things out as he bent over slightly in front of Kuroo. You're doing that on purpose, he growled as he reached out and tapped your ass lightly. You squeaked with surprise and spun around to take a swing at him, but he grabbed your arm and yanked you down into his lap. You can't just hold that cake in my face and not expect me to want to grab it, he said with a devious chuckle. That's my cake and I'll put it wherever I want, thank you very much, he replied in a teasing tone. Well, you know what? My mouth wants to taste yours, so going by your reasoning, it's my mouth, and it can land wherever it wants, he said as he bent his head down and parted his lips to lock with yours. You gave in immediately and let his tongue slide between your lips and intertwine with your tongue, your lips making a seal as you tilted your head to his and kissed back, while his hand slid from your knee up your thigh and squeezed gently. Lost in the moment, you found yourself pulling yourself up and crawling into his lap, sitting down facing him as your fingers glided up into his messy hair and his hands did the same to your hair, the passionate tongue kissing continuing while you adjusted yourself and then sat down in his lap. He relaxed back a little, one of his hands sliding down your back to your hips and then your ass, while his other hand continued to caress your hair and face. Slowly you slid your hands from his hair to his cheeks, then held his face steady as the kissing got more and more intense. The more you kissed, the further down the couch Kuroo seemed to slide, and it wasn't long before you were laying on top of him, making out furiously while the home page of Netflix just stood there, waiting for something to happen. You want to go to your room? Kuroo asked seductively in a raspy voice, between swollen lipped kisses. You stalled. No rush, he added with a lopsided smirk. Just thought we were getting hot and heavy, and if you wanted to take it a little further, then I'm down. It's not like I don't want to, you replied bashfully, averting your eyes. It's just that you're new to this, Kuroo finished. No, duh, you deadpanned. Does it look like I'm the type to have had multiple relationships? I don't know, Kuroo commented with a smirk, while his almost glowing eyes looked up into yours with a sultry gaze. You're doing pretty well from where I'm lying. You squeaked and thumped your fist into his chest with embarrassment. Hush, dummy, you pouted. Come here, he whispered, reaching up to caress the sides of your face to pull you back down to his lips so he could kiss you again. You taste so good, I want more. Your heart was racing 1,000,000 miles an hour as you started kissing him again, his hands roaming over your body, over your clothes. Maybe we should just cool it for a bit, you whispered, pulling back from him once again. We can snuggle and watch a movie. Like I said, you take the reins on this one. I'm happy to do whatever you want, he replied with a smirk. You smiled softly and sat up, still straddling him, and then reaching for the remote and flicking through some of the recommended shows on the homepage. You want to watch anything in particular? You asked. Nah. Okay then, you mumbled as he clicked on something. I heard this one was pretty good. Fine by me, he replied, adjusting himself and turning on his side, and then scooting back against the back of the couch so you could lie next to him, facing the TV with him behind. The show started and you wiggled around a bit to get comfy, painfully aware of his hand on your hip and his breath on your ear. You're not paying attention to the show, are you? He whispered into your ear from behind, his tongue just touching the rim of your ear as he spoke. Well, how can I if you're doing that thing to my ear? You queried, half looking back over your shoulder at him with a faux, annoyed look on your face. What thing? He asked with a devious smirk. This? He bent his head back down to yours and nibbled your earlobe, kissing and nipping down your neck while you writhed and squealed against his lips. Yes, that! You giggled, playfully, trying to push his head away, but failing because you couldn't reach behind yourself properly to get to him. Kuroo tried to hold you against himself a little so he could continue to nibble on you, so placed his hand on your lower abdomen, pushing you backwards into him, and you felt something firm push against your ass. Kuroo! You shrieked, wiggling away from him quickly and rolling over to face him. Oh, you felt that, did you? He mused, completely unashamed at you having just felt what you felt. Just goes to show how much I'm attracted to you. Aren't you embarrassed? You squealed, punching him lightly. No, I want you to know how much I like you, he replied with an unusually genuine closed-eyed smile. You're such a weirdo, you giggled, slyly kissing his lips while he had his eyes shut. Oh, hey now, that was a sneak attack, he commented as his eyes shot open and his yellow-amber eyes locked onto you. Why am I suddenly fearing for my life? You teased playfully, trying to roll off the lounge to make a run for it. Kuroo could read what you were planning to do and grabbed you before you could go far, pinning you to the couch as he quickly climbed over you and used his weight to hold you down. You stared up into his face, still unbelievably turned on, and perhaps even more so, now that you were completely at his mercy, while he gazed down at you. There was silence as your eyes were drawn to his lips, and then back to his eyes again, and he gave you that lopsided smirk. "I can read you like a book, Yin," he whispered, bending his head down to yours and engaging in another round of passionate kissing. Not a lot of TV got watched that afternoon as you and Kuroo basically made out on the couch, his hands becoming a little more bold and scooting up underneath your shirt from time to time, his fingers tracing your stomach and hips while you switched up different positions, ending with you straddling him. "Just so you know, I'm not pressuring you or anything," Kuroo whispered as he used one hand to grip into your hair to tilt your head to the side so he could kiss down your neck. "But I'm here to please you if you want more." "How am I supposed to say no to this?" your brain screamed as his firm lips kissed and nibbled down your neck to your collarbone, your body giving in to him. "I like this," you whispered back, revelling in his hands in your hair as it gripped harder and pulled your head back a little so he could kiss across the front of your neck. "It doesn't have to stop at this," he whispered huskily against your chest as his lips travelled down towards your cleavage, that hand in your hair holding you so he could support your weight as he dipped you back. You slid your hands from Kuroo's shoulder up his neck and intertwined them into the back of his head, pulling his face close as he nuzzled into your shirt. "Yeah, maybe we should go to my room," you whispered. "We can stop whenever you like," he whispered back, tracing his lips back up to your jawline as he pulled you in to a more upright position. Your lips locked with his as he stood up, one of his hands gripping under your ass to hold you to his torso as he made his way to the door. Instinctively you wrapped your legs around his body while you kissed messily. The move from the lounge to bedroom was slow going because Kuroo couldn't see very well and had to stop occasionally to check his bearings, but finally he got to the bottom of the stairs and stopped to press you back first up against the wall to adjust himself and also to get a good feel of your ass. You tilted your head to the side more, his lips and yours making a vacuum seal as your tongues fought and played together. "You're getting hotter there," Kuroo commented in a raspy voice as he pulled back from the kiss a little, his breathing rate increasing significantly. "So you whispered back, your heart beating wildly against his chest as he tilted your head further to the side and bit into your neck lightly. A small gasp of pleasure escaped your lips, and he let out a devious chuckle. "The kitty cat purrs, does it?" he teased with a mischievous chuckle. "I like those noises." "Keep doing what you're doing, and I just might make some more," you quipped back, your lips finding his again quickly. He pulled your body against his and then turned, slowly making his way upstairs and ever closer to your bedroom. Time seemed to slow down as you continued to kiss, completely unrushed and comfortable in each other's arms, knowing you two weren't going to be interrupted at all. As Kuroo made it to your room, he pushed the door open with his foot and broke from the kiss long enough to see where your bed was, then walked over to it and dropped you backwards onto it, immediately crawling up over you and pushing his lower half against yours. "Water! I need water!" "It's fine, Yin. Calm down," he laughed, watching you as you jumped off the bed and ran semi-naked down the hall to get water from the kitchen. "If I die, I'm blaming you!" you hollered back cheekily as you ran. "What do you want me to write on your tombstone?" he called out mischievously. "I don't want to be buried. I want to be cremated and put in a confetti blaster," you called back as you made it to the kitchen sink and grabbed for a spare glass. "That's a bit dark. You sure you're okay?" Kuroo shouted, the concern evident in his voice. "You've just unlocked the next level," you yelled back after swallowing the water down. "I slowly reveal disturbing things about myself the closer we get." "Okay, fair enough. Can't wait to see what you reveal when I'm inside you," Kuroo called in a cheeky voice. You had just gone for another mouthful of water at that point and had inhaled most of it, causing you to spray the water out in fits of coughing and spluttering. Kuro heard you dying and came to investigate, smirking as he entered the kitchen behind you, now with his pants on but still shirtless. "Hey now, you're only supposed to be making those noises when you're choking on my..." he teased. Despite the fact that you were coughing up a lung and had water trickling down your face from your nose and eyes, you filled up a glass of water and turned, throwing the water directly at Kuro's bare chest and making him screech with surprise as the cold water hit his bare skin. Now, instead of coughing, you were wheezing and snorting while making this weird choking laughing noise, tongue out as you let all the ugly out. "Oh no, you didn't," Kuro howled with a lopsided smirk, moving at the speed of light and grabbing you around the waist, and then easily hoisting you up over his shoulder and spinning around to take you back to your bedroom. "No!" you wailed, finally being able to say words. "Someone needs a spanking for that." "No, someone does not!" you cried, banging your fists on his ridiculously muscular back as you hung over his shoulder. "Someone needs a cuddle." "Spanking, then a cuddle," Kuro corrected. "I'll spank you, and then you cuddle me," you bargained. No, ma'am. You're not getting away from me that easily, he said as he walked up the stairs, with you still draped over his shoulder. He walked straight to your room and dropped you on the bed, your wrists being pinned above your head immediately. Well, you don't waste any time, do you? You said coyly, tugging at his hands a little, just to test how strongly he had gripped onto you. Now, he said as he leered down at you and placed a leg between your bare thighs, pushing up against you, your t-shirt hanging just low enough to cover the important bits. Tell me what you want to do to make us feel like a couple. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to write a list of things for us to do, and then my pa decided to take a trip to the hospital. No more stalling, or I'll roll you over and spank that pretty little ass, he growled with a smirk. Okay, Captain Hotpants, calm down. Let me think. Can I have my arms back? No. List. Now. Quick. Okay, number 1, date, you said, thinking what order it should be in. Anywhere in particular? He asked. You pick, but make it good, you replied cheekily. Okay, no pressure then, thanks. He deadpanned. Yep, 2, random late-night outings? Nice. Okay, 3, Kuro asked. Flirty texts in class? He replied with a devious grin. Noted. 4. You hummed, thinking of the next one. Come on, really? He asked with a smirk. You can't think of one really important one? No, he replied quizzically. What is it? Kuro's eyes locked onto yours, and his lips pulled into a smirk, one eyebrow raised a little. You don't want to do that with me? That? And then the penny dropped. Oh, that! Shouldn't it just kind of, I don't know, happen organically? Like, I don't want to be like, on this day, at this time, we're going to eat pancakes on the roof. It only took a second for Kuro to catch on, and then he chuckled at you, leaning down and nibbling on your neck as you scrunched down to try and avoid being tickled. Okay, that's code then. Eating pancakes on the roof is code for sexy times. He confirmed it. Got it. Okay, I've given you the list now. Can I please at least get my pants on? Then we can snuggle? Okay, fine. I guess that's fair, he said with a gentle smile, finally releasing your wrists and rolling off you. You got up and put your pants back on, making you fully clothed now, and then walked back over to the bed and flopped down into Kuro's open arms. He kissed the top of your head as he arranged his arms around you, and in no time you had both drifted off to sleep. The next time you woke, it was sometime in the very early morning, and you looked up with a start, still sleeping half across Kuro's bare chest. Hey, you croaked. Shouldn't you be home? He hummed in a rich, sleepy voice. I'll text Mum. I'll tell her I stayed at Kemmer's. He rasped back, reaching for your head and laying it back down on his chest. I'll grab my school uniform tomorrow morning before school. It is tomorrow already, you mumbled, reaching for your phone to check the time, the light of your screen punching you in the eyeballs as you turned it on. What the... He groaned. Ugh. What time is it? It's just past 4, he replied. AM? No, PM, you deadpanned in the dark. Yes, AM, you boob. Suddenly a hand groped your boob through your shirt and you gasped with surprise. Now I have a boob, Kuro said excitedly as his fingers latched around it. Unhand me, you overgrown bush turkey. You smacked his hand away smartly and then grabbed at his bare chest for anything that resembled a nipple, but ended up just smearing your hand around aimlessly. What are you doing? He cackled, releasing that hideously addictive laugh of his. Where are your nipples, bitch? You screamed at him. Kin, it's 4 a.m. in the damn morning, and you're screaming at me about nipples. What in the everlasting Hand them over! I don't know where they are, but they're there somewhere, he cackled, grabbing your arm to stop you desperately searching for the elusive nipple. All I have to say right now is I'm glad we've ended up together. Suddenly his lips crashed into yours, taking you by surprise as you let him take over and kiss you down onto the bed again. Later that morning, Kuro left to head back home and get changed for school, and you got ready at your place, smiling to yourself about how your weekend had ended on a high note. After completing your morning routine, you headed out the front door and off down the street, your feet barely touching the ground as you floated to the crossroads ahead. Oi! MF's voice called from your usual meeting place. Do you not answer your texts anymore? What the hell? Did you die over the weekend or what? Too soon, MF, you called back. Do you have any idea what happened this weekend? I would if you had replied to my messages, she sassed playfully, popping one hand on her hip. Why, what happened? Okay, first of all, Pyre's in hospital, he replied indignantly. Oh, seriously, I'm so sorry. Is he okay? I hope so. He had a stroke. Oh, yeah, and he's kind of in a coma. Oh, babe, I'm really sorry. She reached out as you got to her and wrapped her arms around you, her comforting hug making the emotions swirl up inside you again. It's okay, you mumbled in a quivering voice. I'm okay, because Kuro was with me. He went to his game on Saturday, and then Pa went to hospital Sunday, and Kuro came to get me, and... Did he stay over? The Saturday night, yes. Oh my god, MF exclaimed, ripping your body back from hers and holding you at arm's length by the shoulders as she stared at you. Did you guys do... No! Well, you replied deviously. She sucked air into her throat, emitting this weird scream rumble internally as her saucer-sized eyes conveyed her shock to you. We didn't, do it, but, he went down on me, you admitted with a shy look. Her nails gripped into the tops of your shoulders and you winced with pain. Ow! Let go, it's fine. I'm not pregnant, calm down. Did you do it to him? She hissed imperatively. Well, yeah. More internally generated screaming came from her throat. What? You laughed in confusion. I'm not 10. You are a baby. You should know how to do these things. I'm not a baby. What was he like? What was it like? Is he big? Is he huge? He's huge, isn't he? Oh god, he's hung. I knew it. I totally knew it, she said, taking her hands off your shoulders and stamping her foot in affirmation. Can we not discuss it here? You sweat dropped. There are people around. Suddenly you both became aware of the foot traffic around you, some people giving you odd looks. Oops, sorry, she apologized. But you need to tell me all about it. Yeah, later. The two of you continued on to school, catching up on different things while you walked, then parted ways to go to your locker room. See you at lunch? She called. Yep, you replied, smiling as you got to your locker and opened it. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around your waist from behind, and a gentle yet firm kiss on the nape of your neck caused you to jump in surprise. You tried to turn around to see who it was, although you kind of already knew who it was. It could only be one person. Morning, Short Stark. Kuro's mellow voice greeted your ear. We're at school, you squeaked with embarrassment, turning around in his arms to find yourself face to face and cabadoned by the captain of the volleyball team. Is that supposed to deter me? He leered. Thank you for last night, by the way. Keep your voice down, you hissed with embarrassment. You know I like the noise, he whispered in a sexually charged voice as his hands moved from the locker and gripped your sides while he pushed his leg between yours. Kuroo, you screeched in a suppressed yet high-pitched voice. First names only, he tutted. Tit? You teased as you fought him off you. I know a tit that I can grab if you keep running that mouth, Kuro leered. Touch my boob in public and you will not see the light of day again because I will bury you 6 feet under. In your hometown? He teased. Your hometown, 6 feet under, isn't it? Hell. Satan is my father, don't test me, you leered. Just then the bell for school started to ring and Kuro clicked his tongue with playful frustration. Saved by the bell, huh? I'll see you at lunch then, he said calmly as he gave you a wink and then stepped back and strolled away. No kiss, no nothing. Definitely a power move on his part. With a scowl, you turned back to your locker and grabbed your books that you needed and then headed for homeroom class. It was lunchtime now, and you'd gotten your food and you were waiting at the table outside for MF to show up. But instead, Kuro walked over and sat down opposite you, making you blush with surprise at having his company. Why are you here? You whispered across to him. Don't you have the boys to sit with? I'm not allowed to sit with my girlfriend, he asked with surprise. Not when she wants to talk about the size of your eggplant, MF's voice commented as she caught the tail end of the conversation. Your God, you whispered, covering your head as if to shelter yourself from the world. I'd like to be on that conversation, Kuro replied deviously. I want to make sure that the information shared is accurate. So, MF stated as she plopped down beside you and leered across at Kuro. I hear you and Yin got freaky. MF! You gasped with embarrassment. Can I die right quick? Please, someone take me out right now. I don't want to be here anymore. The pair ignored your embarrassed cry and continued to talk over you. If by freaky you mean tasted each other in the best way possible, then yes, we got freaky, Kuro said, his hypnotic, gorgeous eyes flicking across to yours and winking at you, making you burn between your thighs as you remembered the night before. You bashed your face onto the table and MF jumped. You okay? She chuckled. No, you wailed. She's just remembering last night, Kuro teased candidly. Right, Yin? Silence, please, both of you. I can't even hear myself losing the will to live anymore, you cried. MF chuckled and then grabbed you in a hug around your neck, yanking you towards herself and squeezing you tightly. My baby's growing up, she wailed. I'm so proud of you. Stop, please, Ufo sobbed. You love it, MF teased as she squeezed you tighter. I don't, but okay, you replied cheekily, pushing her off yourself so that you could sit up again. I can't really share details now because my man is sitting right across from us, so you glanced slyly at Kuroo. No, please share. I want to hear what you thought of me, he said with a smirk, leaning his chin down into the palm of his hand and resting it on the table to give you his full attention, his eyes littered with a tender gaze. I can't tell him why you're looking at me like that, you squealed. That's just embarrassing. I don't care if he's here or not. How big is he? MF asked bluntly, leaning her arm down on the table as she turned her body towards you and then blocked her vision of Kuroo with her hand, as if to say because she couldn't see him, he was no longer there. He's, you whispered, fiddling with your fingers as you tried not to look at the very smug-looking Kuroo. Very big. And she did quite well taking me, Kuroo said shamelessly. I cannot deal with this, you wailed, bashing your head down onto the table and letting the fake sobs rack your body. Both Kuroo and MF cackled at your highly embarrassed state, and you looked up and glared at them in turn. That's it, I'm never doing anything with you ever again, Kuroo. Tetsuro, he corrected. No Kuroo here, only first names, remember? Tit, you corrected his correction. You want me to grab your tit? He asked as he stood up and walked around to your side of the table. No, you shouted, flailing your arms at him as he got closer to you. He quickly evaded your wildly flapping arms and grabbed you from behind, pulling you off the seat and against his body as he attempted to drag you away. I'll be back, he said to MF over your shrieks and wails. Take your time, she replied with a devious smirk, calmly opening her lunchbox and eating its contents. Kuroo carried you out the door and down the hall, his arms wrapped around your chest, just under your arms to make you dangle like a cat. I got you quiet, he mused, bending his head a little to kiss the top of your head. Hey, you're taller this way. Shut up! I can't see the ground, I'm so high up, you hot air balloon, you teased. He cackled from behind you and carried you out the door and towards the empty girls' gym. Where are we going? You asked suspiciously as he stepped into the gym room and dropped you down on a stack of mats nearby and then turned back to close the gym door behind him. Why are we here? I wanted a kiss, he stated as he stalked over to you. Oh, so you can unashamedly talk about getting it on in front of MF but you have to kiss in private? You teased. You don't make any sense. Your sentence was cut short by Kuroo's lips smashing into yours, your body being forced backwards onto the mat as he climbed over you and pinned your body down under his as his tongue invaded your mouth. Silence in the gym reigned supreme as you made out on the mats there, engrossed in each other's bodies as your fingers slid up into his messy spiked hair and his legs slipped between yours. A soft mewl of pleasure escaped your throat and into his mouth as he chuckled into the kiss. You liked that, he mused as he pulled back from the kiss a little. Another round of kissing started, but no sooner had your mouths connected, the bell rang to signal the end of lunch. Damn it, Kuroo growled against your mouth. I'm going to shoot that bell, you seethed. After school, let's go and see your pa, and then head back to yours, hey? Kuroo said with a smirk, pulling back to look down at you with those intense yellow eyes. Yeah, sounds good to me, you replied with a smile, digging your fingertips into the sides of his ass. He huffed with amusement and pulled off, helping you off the mats and pulling your body against his. See you after school, girlfriend, he mumbled. You can call me that now, you said with a smile as you smushed your face into his torso, because we're not fake dating anymore. Yeah, I've got to tell the boys, Kuroo commented as he pulled back from you and took your hand, leading you to the door of the gym. You haven't told them yet? You asked with surprise. I thought you'd have said something by now. Well, all I could do was think about you, so I didn't have any spare room to think about anything else, let alone tell the boys, he said with a cheeky, lopsided grin. You playfully smacked his arm and looked away to hide your smile. Yeah, well, you can tell them your girlfriend's regretting her decision, you teased. Yeah, well, she won't by this afternoon, home alone, on the couch, he replied with a seductively low tone. Your whole body tingled from that comment. That afternoon, you and Kuroo walked to the bus stop together to head to the hospital, chatting about random things as you walked. He was a decent guy underneath it all, and you found it easy to talk to him, finding that you two had more than a few things in common. The bus arrived as soon as you had reached the stop, and you both hopped on and got a seat towards the back of the bus. Do you think Pa will be awake today? You asked Kuroo softly. No idea, he replied as he casually rested his palm on your thigh and rubbed down between your legs. You ignited and shut up, all of your attention on his hand that was now a decent way up towards the top of your leg. This is too much for you to handle, Kuro whispered in a low voice as he bent his head towards yours, creeping his fingers up. You quickly sucked a bottom lip between your teeth and clamped down on it to hold any noise in that threatened to escape. Kuro slowly inched his fingers further up. If you don't tell me to stop, I just may end up going all the way. He teased in a cocky, low voice. Sir, this is a public bus, you hissed, grabbing his wrist to stop him. Oh, we'll just have to continue this later on then. He leered as he pulled his hand back and patted your thigh, then looked away. Without warning, you reached between his legs and grabbed a handful, making him screech and jump wildly. Payback, you sneered. Oh. His lips pulled into a devious smirk. Well, two can play at that game. Nope, 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 you chanted softly, trying not to laugh too loudly as you successfully blocked every single one of his attempts to grab you between your thighs. Man, I'm amazing at this blocking stuff. Y'all hiring? You teased casually, still thwarting his valiant efforts. You'd make an amazing middle blocker, except your height challenged. Bro, I'm not even that small, you snapped, playfully offended by his comment. Oh no, but you always bite back. It's so much fun. He replied, reaching around you and pulling you into his side so he could kiss the top of your head. Help! I'm being suffocated by one of those flailing things outside car dealerships, you mumbled into his arm. Kuro let out his unhinged, beautifully disastrous laugh. Nervously, you entered the hospital with Kuro beside you and headed for the elevators to see Pa. Your mind was elsewhere as you walked, thinking about your Pa and if he'd woken up, and Kuro could see you were getting more and more agitated as you got to the elevator. Once inside the small lift, you picked the level number and let out a sigh. No sooner had the sigh escaped your lips, you were cabined against the wall and a hot, soft mouth connected with yours. Just thinking you could do with a distraction, Kuro commented after giving you a nice long kiss. Yeah, well, it worked, you said with a surprised look on your face. Thanks. No problem at all. The elevator doors opened and you both hopped out, looking like nothing had happened at all. Mechanically, you started off down the hall to your Pa's room, ears straining to hear his voice as you got closer to his door. Pa? You asked softly as you pushed the door open a little and stepped inside. The rhythmic beep of the heart monitor replied to you, but unfortunately that was the only reply. Your Pa was still unconscious, lying peacefully in the bed, and your heart sank a little. I was kind of hoping he'd be awake by now, you thought, as the hopeful expression on your face faded. Kuro placed a gentle hand on your shoulder, and you turned into him for a hug. Is he really going to be okay? You whispered to Kuro's shirt. I just want my Pa back. He's resting. Kuro replied. He needs the rest. Don't rush him. He'll be back and bouncing in no time. Although Kuro wasn't medically trained whatsoever, and really didn't know if your Pa was going to make it or not, his words comforted you, and you hugged him tighter to show your gratitude. Hi, Pa, you croaked, pulling your head back from Kuro and looking across at the still figure in the hospital bed. Your favourite grandson's here, Kuro said happily with a closed-eyed smile. It's me. I'm the grandson. No, I'm the favourite, you pouted, craning your head back to look up at Kuro's smug face. Okay, I'll let you have this one win, he said with a sigh as he let you go and stepped back to flop down in the chair beside the hospital bed, sinking down into it and spreading his legs open comfortably, then resting his elbow on the arm of the chair and sitting his chin into the crook of his fingers, with one supporting the side of his face, his feline irises seductively watching you. Screw you, Tit, you're too hot, you groaned internally, clearing your throat and walking around to the other side of the bed so that Kuro couldn't seduce you. He watched you, slowly tilting his head to the side and back a little so his eyes were always on you, and you tried to ignore him as you gently placed a hand on your Pa's. I miss you at home, you said with a little sad smile at the withered man. It's quiet, and your cabbages miss you too. Have you been watering them? Kuro asked. Pa will wake up if you're not looking after them. I have been looking after them, you stammered, trying to cover your lie. I watered them on, You were going to try and lie again, but Kuro had been with you over the weekend, so he knew you hadn't looked after Pa's cabbages. Well, anyhow, I'd better get going and tend to them again, you said quickly. I'll see you tomorrow, okay, Pa? Kuro stood to leave as well, pushing his hands into his pockets as he walked around the bed to his side. Better get those cabbages fed and watered, he teased. You'll have hell to pay if they're dead. Shh, you hissed. Pa can hear you. Kuro grabbed you in a hug and started walking towards the door, with you still in his embrace, but walking backwards. We'll be back, Pa, he called. I'll take good care of your girl and your cabbages. You called your goodbye as well, but it was lost in Kuroo's school jacket as you tried to wrestle yourself free of his arms, but he didn't want to let you go. Once out into the hall, he finally let you turn around so you could walk beside him to the elevator. "So, home time now?" he asked expectantly. "You going to stay for dinner?" "I'd stay till the morning if you asked me to," he replied with a smirk. You smirked back and elbowed him. "You already did that last night. You want to do a repeat of that night? It was fun," he floated with a wink, pressing the button on the elevator as you stopped next to it. "Didn't you say we were going to do something on the lounge, though?" you inquired teasingly. "We can do it all over the house if you're interested." "Bake cookies?" you asked with sudden excitement. "But how are we going to bake cookies in the laundry?" "Oh, that's easy. You sit up on top of the machine and lean back and put your legs—" "This is no longer about cookies, tit!" you gasped loudly with embarrassment, cutting his sentence short. He doubled over and cackled, that cackle that only Kuroo Tetsuro could do, and you bonked him on the head with the heel of your hand. "Stand up, you idiot, you're making a scene," you chided, before crossing your arms across your chest and pouting. Okay, he laughed, straightening up and wiping fake tears from his eyes. "I'll behave." "You say that, but I know you won't," you leered, giving him a devious look from the corner of your eye as you turned to head away. "Well," he started nonchalantly as the elevator doors dinged and opened, and you both stepped into the empty box. "Well, why don't you misbehave with me then?" The door closed slowly, and he turned to you, placing both hands either side of you against the elevator wall, and then hunching down slightly so that his face was level with yours. You turned your face to him, and then stepped back so you were against the wall, loving when he got in this mood. "Oh, baby boy, you don't want to see me when I misbehave," you replied deviously. "It might be too much for you to handle." He smirked. "I need to see some proof, miss." You leaned your head forwards a bit and bit into his lower lip, pulling it out with your teeth and then making intense eye contact with him. The tension in the elevator doubled instantly, and you were silently grateful that at that point the lift hit the ground floor and the doors opened to let you both out. You let go of his lip and then placed your hands on his chest and pushed him firmly back, playing the bad girl to a T before turning your nose up in the air and strolling out of the elevator. "Oh yeah?" he sneered as you strutted on ahead. "Is this how you're going to play?" His strong arms scooped you up from behind, and he hoisted you up into the air and then buried his face into the side of your neck, kissing you just under your ear as you squealed and wriggled in his arms, trying to get down. "Excuse me, sir, this is a hospital," one of the passing staff deadpanned as Kuro carried you to the front door. "My apologies," he replied with a plastered-on, fake, polite smile as he dropped you down on the ground again, but held on to the back of your neck, walking you to the front doors of the hospital with you in his grasp. Once outside, he bent his head down to your ear. "I don't think you're getting away with what you did in the elevator. I'm not going to stop until I have you screaming my name," he said lowly. "You'd better bring a bucket and a mop then," you leered back at him, smirking to yourself when you felt his hand tighten on the nape of your neck. He let out a low groan of delight, and you quickly tugged away from him and then turned around and walked backwards as you poked your tongue out to tease him. "You're really something," he said with a lopsided grin as he watched you walk backwards in front of him. "No one else has been able to get under my skin like you have." "Sounds like a bad thing," you laughed. "No, it's a good thing. I didn't think I'd ever be head over heels for anyone. But look at me now." "Oh, stop it," you chuckled. "Your flirting's terrible." "Would you prefer me to monologue silence to you then?" he said cheekily. "I know that stuff's hot, so—" "Ugh, please spare me," you chuckled, stopping so that he could catch up and scoop you up in a bear hug, and then kept walking with you dangling from his front. "I like me better when I'm with you," he whispered, kissing your ear. Your body broke out into a torrent of goosebumps, and you nuzzled your face into his chest before he put you down so you could walk side by side easier, and grabbed for his hand to hold it as you walked the rest of the way to the bus stop. "Do you want something to eat when we get home?" you asked as you walked with him. "Are you on the menu?" he replied with a smirk. You unlocked your front door with Kuro behind you, breathing down your neck as he waited for you to get the door unlocked. "Back it up a bit," you teased, poking your ass out and bopping his front with it, which probably wasn't the best idea. "Oops, I've been caught standing at attention," he chuckled, no apology in his statement at all. You screamed playfully, fumbling with the doorknob faster, and then finally got it unlocked and dashed inside. Kuro knew you were going to try and make a run for it, so he quickly scooped an arm around your waist and lifted you off the ground, and then turned back to the front door and closed it. "Put me down!" you demanded, flailing your arms and legs to try and get out of his grasp. "Sure you want to jump from height? You might break a leg short stack." "Shut up!" Kuro cackled in reply and carried you into the lounge room. "Now," he stated, "we have business to attend to." He dropped you face first onto the lounge and pressed his weight into your back, pinning you there with something pressing into you as well. He hummed into your ear from behind. You want me to take you from behind this time? That'd be cute. He nuzzled his head into the back of your neck and bit into your skin, making you break out into goosebumps for the second time that day. No! I want to be the top! I'm the top! You demanded, wriggling like mad to get out from under him. He chuckled and lifted up a bit so you could get out, and you hopped off the lounge and then turned and tackled him down onto it so that he was on his back and you were straddling his torso with your school skirt fluffed out over him. His fingers traced over your knees and up your thighs, and he looked at you and gave you a lopsided grin. So you like being on top? That can be arranged because I like being under you. You gave him a coy smile and leaned your hands down to his chest and then slid back down his torso a little. I like you being under me too, he replied. If you call me short stack again, I'll bite your dick off, you retorted playfully. I deserve a better title than short stack. Queen of suck, he offered. Tit, you deadpanned. You're lying there with everything out and you have the audacity to pull a stunt like that. What kind of title is that? I'll give myself the title. I'll be the Queen of Sucking Tit. You cackled as you heard the words leave your mouth, and he laughed along with you, reaching out to grab you and pull you down onto him for a hug as he used one hand to pull his pants up. You're a real onion, he said lovingly as he kissed your temple. Let's have that first date soon. You tell me when and I'll make it happen. Who says I want to date you now, huh? You replied teasingly. I'm a queen now. What's your title? Duke of Titty of Yunville, he replied seriously. You're an idiot, you chuckled playfully, biting at his chin. I'll duke your titty. Don't you even dare, he replied with a low-key hyena laugh. You were both still chuckling when the home phone rang, and you both looked up at it as it sat there shaking on the side table beside the chair. You're going to get that right? Kuro prompted. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess I better, you replied sheepishly. Pa usually answered the home phone because you claimed that you were allergic to it, but because Pa wasn't there, you got off the couch and walked over to it, lifting the receiver from the old base and pressing the speaker to your ear. Hello? You asked. Hello, is this the Lin residence? A professional, friendly-sounding voice asked from the other end of the line. Yeah, but my Pa isn't home, you said, looking at Kuro like, help me, please? Yes, I am aware. I'm calling from the General Hospital, the woman replied. Stupidity slapped you on your left cheek and regret punched you in the right, and you stood there with a metaphorical red face, feeling dumb as hell. Oh, right, sorry. What's up? You asked awkwardly, cringing at yourself. Is Pa okay? I rang to let his next of kin know that he's woken up, the nurse said, continuing to talk, but your brain had frozen at the news of him waking. He's awake. He's awake? You suddenly asked, computing her announcement, then bumbling over the top of her. Yes, he has. This is the reason for the call. Can I visit him? I'm his only granddaughter. Yes, you may. As I just said, I was encouraging you to come. He needs to orientate himself by seeing a familiar... I'm coming, you said quickly, before hanging up the phone and staring at Kuro. That's what she said, he commented cheekily, but you ignored it and let it go straight over your head. He's awake. Pa? Yes. Then let's go, Kuro said, getting up off the lounge and adjusting himself. He's okay. He's okay, you said, flicking your fingers rapidly and pacing back and forth. He's okay. Hey, Kuro said, grabbing you into a hug when he saw you starting to do repetitive anxiety behaviour. We're going to go there right now. He's awake and you'll get to see him. Don't stress. You nodded, still shaking a little as tears welled up in your eyes. Come on, let's go, Kuro urged, taking your hand and walking you to the front door. We're here to see Mr. Lin, Sr., Kuro said to the nurse on reception as you both entered the hospital about 45 minutes later. I'm sorry, visiting hours are closed, the middle-aged lady replied. He's just woken up from a coma and the nurse said we could come and see him, you said quickly, interjecting to try and push for what you wanted. Visiting hours are closed, the nurse said a little more sternly. Why do you guys all say something different? You snapped. The nurse told me to come right away to help orientate him or something, and now we are here, and you say no. Make up your minds. I'm about to have a pat. Kuro placed his hand on your arm and then gave the nurse a very serious look. He had a way of coming off extremely intimidating at times, and since the nurse had no idea what he was really like underneath, she was inclined to believe his facade. Please give me the name of Mr. Lin's current nurse, he said, pulling your shaking form against him. I can't do that, the nurse replied in a haunty tone. Aggressive visitors will be escorted from the building and no information will be given to them. Aggressive, you started. Just then, nurse Patience appeared like an angel walking around the corner. "Nurse Patience!" you called out when you saw her. "Hello, honey," she greeted. "Your pa has just woken." "Yes, and I want to see him," you said in a begging voice. "I was told to come to the hospital, but then this nurse," you pointed to the smug-looking woman on the desk, "won't let me visit him." Nurse Patience clicked her tongue to the inside of her cheek and jerked her head for you and Kuro to follow her, and then turned her wrath on the reception nurse. "Janet, I told you to let them come through," she said sharply. "It's not within visiting hours," Janet replied in an obnoxious tone. "Your boyfriend, who is married, doesn't come within visiting hours, but that's none of my damn business," she snapped in a firm tone, before turning and striding off down the hall with her nose in the air, and you had to look away so that Nurse Janet couldn't see the look of pure delight on your face. Oh my god, I'm just so glad that I won't have to be coming down here for much longer once Pa is out. God, please rest Janet's soul. I think she's about to die of embarrassment, you thought, finally glancing back at Janet, who was just staring at you with a bright red face. "He just woke up a few hours ago," Nurse Patience addressed you, calling your attention to her words. "Oh, and how is he?" you asked, shifting your mind away from Nurse Janet and her scandal. "I need to warn you," Nurse Patience said as she stopped outside his door. "Since waking, he still has left side paralysis, but he's been able to talk. If he were a little younger, he most likely would have been able to recover his movement, but because he is older, there is a high chance he won't be able to move on that side." Your heart sank. This isn't the news you wanted to hear. You wanted your Pa back whole. "So what does that mean?" you asked numbly, not even feeling Kuro's hand on your shoulder at that point. "It means he may need to go into gear," the nurse replied. "Put him in a home?" you asked with a heavy heart. "I couldn't do that to him. We're the only family that we have left." "That is something you'll have to discuss with him. He is a little disoriented at the moment, but we don't think he has suffered too much memory loss." "Will he remember me?" you asked nervously, a lump starting to form in your throat. "Yes, he should do, yes," she replied confidently, finally giving you a reassuring smile. "He remembers me every time he sees me, so he should remember you." She turned and headed into the room, addressing your Pa once she was in his sights. "Good evening, Mr. Lin," she greeted. "It's my wife," Pa slurred. "Oh God," you groaned internally, yet elated that his cheekiness and humour was still intact. "When are we to be wed?" Pa slurred again, stopping when you and Kuro walked into view. "Yen! Tit!" he warbled, lifting his arms and stretching them out to invite you in for a hug. You ran from Kuro's side and threw yourself into Pa's arms, half leaning across the bed as you sobbed into his hospital gown. "Pumpkin," his warbling voice whispered, "don't cry." "I was so worried," you sobbed into him. He raised his right arm and placed his hand gently on the back of your head, patting you in comfort. "I'm too young to die," he slurred with a crackling chuckle. "Never die, okay?" you said in an emotionally wobbly voice, raising your head to look at him. "I can't promise you that, honey pie, but I can promise that even after I go, I'll come back as a ghost and follow you everywhere. So make sure that you and Tit don't get up to any hanky-panky or I'll haunt you both." You laughed, tears still running down your cheeks as you smiled at him. "I promise, Pa, no hanky-panky." "Oh ho ho," Kuro chuckled from behind you, arms crossed across his chest. "Don't you say a word, Tit," you hissed back at him, swinging your head back to glare at him from tear-filled eyes. He winked at you and held that smirk on his face, not saying another word, but you knew he could expose you both right there and then if he wanted to. "Miss," Nurse Patience said from the end of the hospital bed after she'd checked Pa's leads and notes, "if I could have a word." You nodded at her and wiped your eyes, pulling yourself back off Pa and patting his hand. "I'll be back in a second," you said gently, before walking past Kuro and following the nurse outside. "We would like to keep your grandfather here for another 2 weeks if possible, just to monitor his progress. He will start physiotherapy treatments tomorrow, but must pass before we let him go," she said. "Oh, okay," you replied. "As I said before, we are mostly concerned about his left side paralysis," she added. "He will need to have help in every aspect of life. Changing, going to the bathroom, eating. It would be a lot of work for you alone." "But I don't want Pa to go to a home," you said dejectedly. "I just can't do that to him, or me." "You might want to think about your options then, honey. He's going to need lots of help." You sighed sullenly and nodded. I'll think about it, you said, your brows furrowed with concern. Nurse Patience nodded and patted you on the shoulder. Don't stress, honey. You have a few weeks to decide what you want to do. We will know where he is at physically once he has seen the physiotherapist and gotten a report from them. You nodded again, not really knowing what to say. Like I told you before, he has a sparkle in his eye, so I have high hopes he will improve greatly before his discharge. You nodded again with a small smile, trying to think positively about this. Thank you for looking after him, you said to her. I'm sure he woke up quicker because you were around. It's been my pleasure. I'm not sure what my husband would say to your pa claiming I'm his wife, but thankfully that is a conversation I'll never have to have. You chuckled a little as you walked with her back to the room. That's my pa for you. Inappropriate comments and jokes are his forte. As you walked in, you saw Pa and Kuro have a serious-looking conversation. Then they stopped the minute you two girls entered. Back so soon, Pa wobbled, his left side of his mouth drooping a little. I didn't even have a chance to add you to the will, Patience. Thankfully, she replied with a sassy tone. I'm going to retire a divorced millionaire at this rate. All these men throwing their wills at me, my husband is going to wonder if I ran a brothel. Pa cackled happily and you smiled at him, glad to have him back. It was much later now, and Pa had already fallen asleep as you and Kuro left the hospital. What did you talk to Pa about? You asked him curiously. You, he replied. Me? Yeah, he made me promise to look after you. But why isn't he coming home? What did he mean by that? You asked, a little hurt and confused. He felt like the nurses would sign him off to a nursing home, Kuro replied. He said he'd heard them talking while he was under. They don't think he'll be well enough to go back into independent living. Well, you were there when Nurse Patient said the same thing, but I don't want to put him in a home. He'll be so lonely there. No, he'd thrive, Kuro mused. Imagine all the wrinkly girls he could have access to. In mortified fright, you swung your arm out and punched Kuro in the side, making him emit that god-forsaken laugh. I swear to God, Kuro, you wailed with embarrassment. You know it's true, he replied cheekily, dodging another punch from you, then grabbing you in a hug from behind and pinning your arms to your side when he carried you. Put me down, giant ass, you whined, wriggling frantically. I don't have a giant ass. That's Bokudo, he replied calmly, still carrying you. I don't want to send Pa to our home, you suddenly said, forgetting you're struggling and hanging limp. Tetsuro. He put you down and you turned and gave him the most vulnerable look he'd ever seen. Hey, he said softly, pulling your body against his and hugging you tight. We won't let it happen. We'll exhaust every other option first, okay? Okay, you said softly, still hugging him. Thank you. I'm always here, Short Stack. If you ever need comfort, just call me, he replied, taking one hand to tilt your chin up so he could kiss you. Now let's go home and into bed so we can practice rubbing parts together. No, you snapped. Enough rubbing parts together. You need to go home so we can get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow then? He asked hopefully. I'll think about it, you replied cheekily. The next few days were a bit of a blur. Kuro helped you look after different options for your pa, and you'd visit him in the hospital on your way home from school every day and find out how he was recovering. The physiotherapist was pleased with Pa's speech progress in particular, but he still had no movement in his left side, so the therapist thought it would be best for him to go into care so that he could be looked after around the clock. What if we got like a live-in carer or something? You asked the guy. Someone who'd live in their house with Pa and take care of him. Well, that's one option, yes, but it would be costly, he replied. And a nursing home wouldn't be? You replied with a raised eyebrow. Listen, thank you, but I'll do what I think is best for my pa. The physiotherapist could tell this was a bit of a touchy subject for you, and so decided to drop it, and nodded as he picked up some papers off the desk. Well, as of tomorrow, your pa will be able to go home. He lifted the notes up and looked them over. I'll sign him off today. Thanks, you replied stiffly, giving him a forced smile. He nodded, and you left as soon as you could. So it looks like Pa will be able to come home tomorrow, you said to Kuro on the phone later that day as you walked home from the hospital. That's great, he replied, but we won't be able to have sex all over the house anymore. We weren't even doing that in the first place, you hissed with embarrassment, looking around as you walked. He chuckled deeply on the other end and your heart skipped a beat in your chest. Ugh, his non-hyena laugh is so frickin' sexy, but I wouldn't give him to just bend me over the kitchen bench and do that sexy laugh as he ploughed me like a field. You still there? his voice asked, cutting into your internal monologue. Yep, you replied quickly. Still here. Did you want me to be with you when you bring your pa home? He might need assistance. He offered. You don't need an excuse to see me, you teased. I know I'm irresistible. You finally see yourself through my eyes. This is progress, he replied, and you could feel his smile through his words. You made a weird noise which made him chuckle again. Okay, you said quickly. I'm going to go now, so I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Are you at practice? Yep, here with the boys, he said. Then he held the phone down to Kenma. Pudding, say hi to Yin. His voice sounded distant as he held it from his face. Hi, Yin, Kenma parroted in a very distracted voice. Hi, Kenma. Kuro and I are dating now. Not sure if he said anything yet, you said quickly. What? You heard Kenma ask, your words dragging his attention away from whatever it was he was doing, probably gaming. Bye, Kuro said quickly, talking over Kenma's next question before the phone call ended. You chuckled as you turned your home screen off and shook your head. I'll leave that one with you now, Kuro. Kuro, are you and Yin dating now? Kenma asked the black-haired captain. Yeah. You never told me. Well, I just wanted to make sure we're a sure thing, you know. Didn't want to say anything and then have it fall apart, only to have to tell you that it was all off, Kuro said, a little blush on his cheeks as he averted his eyes from the smaller player. No, Kenma said in his soft voice as he observed Kuro's reaction. You really like her. You just don't want us to tease you about it. No, Kuro said quickly, glancing around to see if the others on the team had heard. Oh, Haikyuu leered as he sidled over. You and that Yin girl, Yin, are you an actual item now? I thought she was just for fun. Kuro's whipped, another teammate shouted, overhearing from a distance. No, Kuro replied loudly, crossing his arms across his chest and giving the boys a lopsided grin. Not whipped, and she's not just for fun. She's my girl now, and if you have a problem with that, then let's duel it out on the courts. Nah, you totally whipped, Haikyuu teased, making sure to stay out of Kuro's reach just in case the captain decided to take a swing at him. Kuro was about to reply when you sent him a message and your personal message tone rang from his pocket, making him quickly grab for it as Kenma gave him a quizzical look. Yin? The blonde-haired player asked. Yeah, Kuro replied icily, his eyes down, reading your message. Whipped, Haikyuu said with a chuckle, quickly dashing off as Kuro looked up and glared at him. Not whipped, Kuro yelled after him. That's it. Everyone on the court now. We've got training to do. Haikyuu, now you got and done it. The captain's pissed because of you, a few members jeered, sauntering over to the courts for the game. More teasing and bickering ensued before the teams were picked and the training began. The next day was full of anticipation for you. You were bringing Pa home. At the sound of the final bell, you shot from the classroom and ran for your locker to get your bag. You going somewhere? MF asked with a chuckle when she saw you nearly fall over trying to get your school shoes off and put them in your locker to exchange them for your other shoes. Pa's coming home, you said excitedly. I've missed him so much. No, you just don't want to be watering his cabbages anymore, she teased. Yeah, that too, you replied with a chuckle. But he's actually coming home. Okay, good luck, she called, as you finally got your shoes on and ran for the school door. Thanks, you shouted, running out of the building and heading for the gates. Kuro was there waiting for you, leaning up against the brick wall casually as his intense eyes watched you run towards him. Steady there, short stack. You'll trip over if you keep running everywhere. Shut up, Beanstalk! Take me to the hospital! You yelled at him, running and jumping into his arms. He hoisted you up against his body, your arms wrapped around his neck at the same time that he initiated a heavy kiss. Ooh, on school grounds and all? A few of Kuro's classmates leered as they walked past, giving you both some teasing looks while they headed out the gate for home. Yeah, probably best not to be kissing here, you said to Kuro, as you pulled back and let him drop you down. You owe me some kisses, though. I refuse to be deprived of kisses, he said, taking your hand in his and walking beside you. Okay, fine, you replied. You be a good boy and I'll give you kisses. I'm always a good boy, he said with a cheeky smirk. We've been over this before, Tit. You're about as behaved as a child in a lolly shop. Can't argue with you there, he replied, adding his nonchalant shrug. You snorted with amusement and nudged him in the side as you walked off towards the bus stop together. Here's my ride, Pa warbled when you and Kuro entered the room a half-hour later. Are we stopping at the ice cream shop first? You smiled at him as you walked over and leaned across the bed to give him a warm hug. If you want ice cream, then ice cream you shall have. Hooray! He slurred, raising his right arm with childlike excitement, his left still hanging limp by his side. Sadly, your eyes were drawn to it, and you tried not to let your concern show on your face by continuing talking. Okay, let's get you ready to go, you said, trying to continue on normally. You have, the discharge notes? Have they discharged you yet? I have no clue, he replied happily. But I'm getting out of here and that's that. Okay, well, first of all, let's get you into your clothes because you can't go home in the hospital gown. I'll go and see if Nurse Patience is here. Ah, she's here all right. I proposed to her again this morning. She's a pocket rocket, that one. Keeps me guessing, he replied with an elderly chuckle and bemused shake of his head. Pa, she's married, you said with a chuckle. She married the wrong man, I tell you. Okay, well, let's leave the domestics here and get you home. Then we can find you a different wife. Oh, he warbled excitedly, struggling to sit up. Now I'm interested. Let's go. Hold on, Pa. I need to get the nurse. Don't try and hop out. But Pa was on a mission and you were struggling to stop him. Kuro, you called to your boyfriend, who was standing there behind you, about as helpful as a screen door on a submarine. He hummed, distracted by your ass. A little help, please? God, Pa, how are you so strong? I want a wife, Pa warbled. God, you muttered. Kuro, hold him, please. I need to get the nurse. Kuro finally pulled his mind from your behind and stepped forwards to hold your Pa from hopping out of bed, while you ran into the hall to get a nurse. Hi, you called to the first lady in uniform that you came across. My Pa, Mr. Lin, is trying to hop out of bed. Can you come and give us some assistance, please? Piper, the nurse yelled to another nurse nearby. Give me a hand with Hansy, will you? She called, running after you back to the room. The other nurse nearby, Piper, immediately jumped in to help and sprinted with you both back to Pa's room. Mr. Lin, the first nurse addressed him, please lie back. Oh, he greeted brightly. It's you, wife. Pa, how many wives do you have? You asked him, resuming your position next to Kuro. She's my Thursday wife, he replied, slowly laying back. Well, at least he knows what day it is, Nurse Piper mused as she walked around the other side of the bed and held him in position. Thank you, you thanked the nurses. We're supposed to be taking Pa home today, but I don't know if he's been discharged yet. Oh, thank the Lord, the first nurse whispered with relief. Let me check with Dr. Wright and see if Mr. Lin has been cleared. Okay, thank you, you said with a smile, patting Pa's hand as he lay under heavy watch from you, Kuro, and Nurse Piper. It was silent for a bit, and then you spoke again. I noticed your other nurse friend call my Pa Mr. Hansy. Yes, she replied. Your Pa is a very touchy-feely type of person, she added, putting it very diplomatically. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, you said with a grimace. We're used to it, unfortunately, the nurse replied. It doesn't make it right, but in the nursing game you end up with all types. We'll take him off your hands then, you replied with an apologetic look. After today, that's one less person you have to deal with. Much appreciated, she said with a smile. He's not that bad. Most men get this way. Before you could reply, Dr. Wright entered the room, chipper and as wild-looking as ever. Shipping this one off today, are we? He asked in a bolsterous voice. Glad it's not in a body bag. Oh my God, what are these jokes? Nurse Piper had to look away so as not to laugh out loud, and you just looked mortified. Nurses have a very different sense of humour. Oh my God. Anyway, good. Let's get you spit and polished and ready for the racetrack, young man, Dr. Wright said as he walked to the end of the bed and picked up your Pa's chart. Thank you, Doc. I'm off to get myself a wife, Pa added excitedly. The doctor roared, laughing. Good for you. Ask her if she has a sister for me. Please get me out of this weird-ass hospital, you screamed internally. More awkward exchanges happened, and you let out a soft sigh of relief when the doctor finally signed the papers off and handed them to you. Here's his licence. He's ready to go, he said, letting out an unhinged cackle on the end. Thank you, Doc, your Pa thanked, giving the doctor a big gummy smile. Pleasure, Dr. Wright replied, before giving everyone in the room a snappy salute and marching out with his head held high. Well, looks like you're homeward bound, Nurse Piper mused. Let's get you dressed and then you're ready to go. It took a while to get Pa's clothes on and his bags packed, but finally you were all set and you linked arms with him to help him stand up. He's very weak on his left side, Nurse Piper said. He can walk, but that left arm still has not improved. Can we borrow a wheelchair then? You asked her, as you took pretty much all of Pa's weight onto your arm. Yes, that's fine, she replied. I'll organise one for you now. She went on ahead, out the door, to go and find a wheelchair. As Pa shuffled out into the hallway, Nurse Patience was just walking past. Oh? She asked, stopping to chat. You leaving so soon? You're coming with me, right? Pa asked hopefully. No, love, I'm sorry, I'm staying here, she replied. Does this mean we're separated? He asked sadly. I'm afraid so, honey, she replied honestly. Oh, he hummed with dejection. Well, it's a good thing I'm getting a new wife soon. Pa, stop telling people you're getting a new wife. You make it sound like you're buying one, you grunted, still holding almost all of his weight. Thought we were getting ice cream. Kuroo chimed in. You're not helping, you replied teasingly to Kuroo. Nurse Patience patted Pa on the shoulder, with a gentle smile across her beautiful face. I wish you all the very best. You keep that light alive within you. Pa had only been in hospital for a relatively short time, but in that time it seemed like he'd gotten to know every damn nurse on the ward and a hell of a lot of other patients, and you and Kuroo had to stop multiple times on your way from his hospital room to the front desk as Pa said his goodbyes to everyone. Take care of Patricia, Pa called as he passed a female patient on his way to the front desk on his level, where the nurse was waiting with a wheelchair. Who's Patricia? You asked Pa once she had passed your group. She's our pet cabbage, Pa said excitedly. Imagine that. Should she be on the mental health ward? You asked with a chuckle. Oh, no, dear. Her husband, Bill, is in the mental health ward because he believes the cabbage is trying to ruin his and Macy's marriage. Right, I see, you said, throwing Kuroo that look. He's lost the plot, poor Bill, Pa sympathised. Mm-hmm, you hummed in agreement. Finally you got to the desk and sat Pa in the wheelchair, ready to take him home. As you were about to push off, another patient grabbed for the handles. This is mine, he snapped in a shrill voice. Herbert, go back to your room, the nurse who had given you the wheelchair snapped at the old man. But I need to save the world, Herbert implored. It's Sunday, love. The world doesn't need saving today, the nurse replied calmly, her reply obviously making sense to dear Herbert, who nodded and shrugged and then turned and shuffled off to his room. Kuroo, get us the hell out of here, you hissed at the rooster-haired captain, who was watching Herbert leave with an amused look on his face. Why? Quite like it here, it's very entertaining, he replied. You are no help whatsoever, you hissed, pushing Pa's wheelchair to the elevator and then entering to go downstairs. I'm going to be so glad to get back home, you said out loud to yourself. Ice cream first, though, Kuro reminded you. Ugh, I literally have 2 grown-ass children to look after, you muttered. Okay, where's the closest ice cream shop? Do they do drive-through? I'll grab one for the taxi driver as well, you added jokingly. Let me call Tony, Kuro said, pulling his phone from his pocket. Wait, you have his number? You asked with surprise. Yeah, Kuro replied, phone now pressed to his ear as he waited for Tony to answer. Oh my god, Pa's going to be so pleased. Oh wait, Tony's probably going to be happier, you said with a chuckle, pushing Pa out the doors once the elevator had hit ground level. Hi Tony, Kuro greeted on the phone. Are you in the area of the general hospital? We have Pa with us. He's ready to come home. There was a pause from Kuro's end, but you could hear Tony babbling away excitedly on the other end, and you smiled when you looked at Kuro's face and saw he was smiling too. Yes, we'll wait, Kuro said. See you in 20 minutes. He's coming? You asked as Kuro hung up from the call and put the phone down. Yeah, he's on his way now, Kuro replied. Just have to wait for him. Oh, good, you replied. Today isn't going to be so bad after all. Kuro stepped in behind you and quickly bent his head down to your neck to kiss you there, and then he grabbed for the wheelchair handles and started pushing with you. You can let go, short stack. I'll take it from here, he said into your ear. You just save some of that energy for later. Momentarily mute was the most accurate description of your state in that moment, but the minute you found your voice you let go and turned around, walking backwards while weakly flailing your arms against Kuro's chest. Idiot! 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 You squealed with embarrassment while he let out his unhinged laughter. You're so fun to tease, he said happily. Stop! You wailed while giggling. Tony was there in record time, and he jumped out of the car and ran around to greet you all on the pavement. Good man, he greeted your Pa, grasping both of Pa's hands in his. I pray for you every day that you are in hospital. Dio ha ascoltato la mia preghiera. You are okay, you are okay. The innocent excitement of this Italian man made your heart swell, and your Pa grinned back at him. Good to see you again, Tony, my friend. And you too, come, let's celebrate, Tony said, taking the bag that was sitting in the little carry tray at the back of the wheelchair. There's been a request for ice cream, you said as you watched Tony run around collecting everything and preparing for the trip. Bella, if your pa wants ice cream, then that's what we shall get for him, he exclaimed. Andiamo! You and Kuro shared a warm smile at Tony's enthusiasm and helped to get Pa into the taxi, with Kuro riding shotgun this time. Thank you for coming to get us, Tony, your man said respectfully. Sir, it is not a problem for me. It is an honour, Tony said, feeling exuberantly happy with the reunion of his sudden friend. Tony, my lad, take me to your finest ice creamery, Pa Warble slurred from the back seat beside you. But of course, Tony replied enthusiastically, pulling away from the curb and heading to the closest store. It was lovely to have Pa back again, and although you saw that he really was quite helpless with his left side of his body being immobile, he was still doing okay. The trip to the ice cream place was a welcome venture, and Tony even clocked off for a little bit to join your company. He was more than happy to wait for you all to finish and then take you home, saying it was the least he could do to help. Okay, we all done? You asked once everyone had finished up their ice creams. Let's keep going. All back inside Tony's taxi again, and you're off to the final destination, home. The house felt so much warmer as you opened the front door and stepped inside with Pa hanging onto your arm. Home, sweet home, you said happily as you walked in. So much has changed, Pa wobbled. Did we get a new clock? No, Pa. That plant is new. No, Pa. New carpets? No, Pa. Nothing's changed, you said with a chuckle. Even your cabbages are the same. My cabbages, he wobbled with delight, staggering forwards to see out the window to his patch of prized vegetables. Cabbages will always be his weakness. If a robber broke in and offered him a single cabbage for the entire house, he'd probably take it. Kuro whispered into your ear, making you laugh. Do you need to rest, Pa? You asked, smiling when you saw that he was still staring out the window with delight at his green balls of happiness. Oh, I'd love to sit in my lounge, sweet pea, he replied with a wobbly half-smile, turning his head to look at you. Well, right this way then, you gestured valiantly towards the lounge area. Ah, my favourite chair, the old man crooned. Oh, how I love this lounge room. He shuffled forwards and let go of your arm so that he could sit down. Yeah, me too, Kuro added with a leering smile. You turned and socked your cheeky man in the ribs. Ah, Kuro grunted, cupping his side and stepping away. This lounge chair will forever be my most favourite. I swear to God you're testing me, you hissed at him, trying to kick him from where you were helping Pa sit down. I'd love a cup of tea, Pa warbled once his backside had hit the chair, oblivious to your and Kuro's playful violence. Of course, you replied, your Pa sweetly, before turning around to give Kuro the death stare. Well, Kuro said quickly, raising his hands in goofy surrender. If looks could kill, I'd be dead right now. Don't test me, you said lowly. Go make a cup of tea for Pa and I before I lose it. Yes, ma'am, he replied with a sharp salute, before winking and shoving his hands in his pockets and sauntering casually from the room. You rolled your eyes and sat down next to Pa on the double-seater lounge while you waited for Kuro to make the tea. Pa, you asked your elderly grandfather, I know you've just gotten home, but do you think we might need to get a live-in carer to look after you? You reached out and took his hand in yours. Oh, I should be fine, Pa said enthusiastically. As long as I'm not dead, I'll be kicking. I love the enthusiasm, but I'm still concerned, you replied gently, patting his hand. Don't worry about me. You've done enough worrying over the past few weeks. I'm going to give you grey hairs. No, Pa, that's my job, Kuro said in a teasing voice as he entered the room with 2 cups of tea. He's right, Pa, he's the devil, you replied Kuro slyly, giving him a cheeky grin as he placed 1 cup of tea next to Pa on his right side and then held the other. Thank you, Ted, Pa warbled. You looked at Pa's cup of tea and then back to Kuro, the most offended look on your face. Excuse me, where's mine? Yours? Yes. I'm kidding, short stack. Here. He handed the cup of tea to you, and you poked your tongue out playfully as you took it. Thank you, Ted. Hey now, don't get it cheeky. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, Kuro said knowingly, placing a sassy hand on his hip. That's a good saying, Pa said loudly. I say that all the time. I swear you two are the same age, you muttered, just above a whisper as you took a sip of tea. What was that? Kuro asked, knowing full well what you'd said. Oh, nothing, you sung cheekily, looking away as you brought your cup back down and sat it in your lap. Your rooster-haired boyfriend took a seat beside you and pinched your side lightly. Don't get too cheeky, he whispered in a raspy voice. Your cheeks burned at the tone in his voice, refusing to look at him. So, Pa, if you need anything from me, just say so, okay? Kuro offered your grandfather. Why, thank you, Tit. You've become a pillar in this family. I'm glad Yin brought you home, your Pa replied, taking another sip of his drink. See? Kuro leered at you. I'm a pillar in this family. You're so gonna fall off that ego someday. When you do, you're gonna break something because of the height, you teased. But anyway, you dropped your head a little bashfully before speaking again. I agree with Pa. You've been the best thing to happen to us. Okay, me. Oh, Kuro leered with surprise. You're admitting it? Shut up, I'm not. You're a total tsundere. Kuro chuckled, wrapping his arm around you, doing his best not to spill your tea. But don't worry, I love a tsundere. I'm not going anywhere. The three of you chatted for a little longer before Kuro excused himself to go home. It had been a huge afternoon and was starting to get late. I'll see you tomorrow, he asked. Yep, he replied with a smile, standing at the front door to see him off. Can I get a kiss? Also yep, he replied with a chuckle, getting up on tippy toes to kiss him as he leaned down. It was wonderful having Kuro around. He was level-headed when needed, which was very much a captain trait, yet goofy and silly at the randomest times. Not a very captain-like trait, but still, either way you looked at him, you loved him. The next day at school you managed to get a chance to chat to MF alone during lunch because Kuro was off practicing. So, what's been going on? She asked. I feel like we barely talk these days. Okay, so Pa's home again. He's okay? Well, yes and no, but mainly yes, maybe. So confident in. MF deadpanned, giving you a dead stare. I don't really know what to do, but I hope he'll be okay. He just can't use his left side. Oh, that's not good. Sorry to hear about that, she said apologetically, slinging an arm around you. It's okay, we'll work through it. For some reason, having Kuro to help me has really calmed me down a lot. Getting in the bed with him will do that. I mean, she leered teasingly. But we haven't done it, though, you hissed with embarrassment. She cackled away at your expense, revelling in the flustered look on your face. I mean, like, we haven't done it. We've done other stuff. That'll change, she replied knowingly, raising her drink to her lips and tilting her head back. Man, but like, his anaconda's on steroids. Drink went everywhere as MF forgot how to swallow and instead blew the beverage out of her mouth, the flavoured liquid spraying in all directions at your comment. Who says that? Anaconda on steroids? The hell? She wheezed, choking out a laugh with surprise. Oh my god, Yin, please, in the middle of my drink and oh god. Sorry, he laughed. I wasn't expecting that kind of reaction. Please. I'm sorry. I'm going to need details from you when you do it. That's going to be a story and a half, she said, wiping her front down. The next few weeks were fairly heavily focused on Pa, just doing your best to get him used to being back home. Each morning, you'd help him get ready before heading off to school. When you got home, you'd help him shower and use the toilet without looking. That part was proving difficult, and you just seemed to be getting a little overwhelmed by it all. Caring for him was a mammoth job, but there was no way in hell you were sending him to a nursing home. You started with a heavy sigh as you, Kuro, and MF walked home one afternoon. I think I need help with Pa. It's just really hard to care for him on my own. Sometimes I come home and he's had a toileting accident because he hasn't been able to undo his pants or he hasn't been able to get up off the lounge room chair. It's just difficult, you know? MF quickly slung her arm around your shoulders, shooing Kuro's arm away so that she could have a small moment with you. Do you want us to help find a carer for him? She asked. I can look online tonight and send you some details. That'd be awesome, you said with a relieved smile at her. And I could come and stay over, Kuro added with a smirk. You wouldn't be interested in helping Pa if he stayed over. I know you, replied to him, poking your tongue out. But Pa and I are best friends, he said, trying to act like he was offended by your comment. You're such a stirrer, but unfortunately I must agree. Pa thinks the sun shines out of your ass, you replied teasingly. And that's because it does, Kuro leered. You punched him in the ribs. Okay, well, I'll look for carers and Kuro, you do whatever it is the hell that you do. MF said, unslinging her arms from around your shoulder, the empty space immediately being filled by Kuroo's arm. Shall I go into details? He leered. No! You shouted with fear, making the other two laugh. At the crossroads, you and Kuroo said goodbye to MF and then headed on to your house. Hey, baby, Kuroo said lowly when he saw you had spaced out a little with worried look on your face. Don't worry about Pa. We'll get it sorted. You know what? He reached for your chin and grabbed it and then lifted your face to look at him. I think you need some downtime. Time for that date. Hey, yeah, we still need to do all those things that will make us an official couple, you said excitedly. Kuroo let out a low chuckle, his intense amber eyes looking over your face, then settling on your lips before slowly looking back to your eyes. I know how to make us a couple, he uttered, the raw sexiness in his voice making you drool. Your mouth opened and closed multiple times, a witty comeback trying to make its way out, but nothing happened. You're cute when you're flustered, he mused, letting you go and straightening. Come on, I'll help you with Pa for this afternoon. Like the mum friend she truly was, MF pulled through, finding you 3 very qualified carers that she thought would suit the role for your Pa. Okay, so there's Mrs. Happy, Mrs. Grumpy, and Mrs. Other, she said, flicking through the screenshots that she'd taken of their profiles. What's with these names? You let out a confused laugh. I don't even know. Talk to the author. Who? She's the one who had the bright idea of calling me MF, and now everyone refers to me as motherfucker, so don't even get me started on her dumbass names, MF said sassily, crossing her arms angrily across her chest. Who the hell are you talking about? You asked, scrunching your eyebrows in confusion. Okay, never mind, she sighed. Not like we can do anything about it anyway. Let's just roll with these names and see who the carer ends up being. Right, you replied, eyeing her suspiciously. Okay, so, can you send me those screenies so I can have a look at them myself and then organise interviews? Sure thing, sugar cube, she replied, highlighting all of them in her camera roll and then sending them to you. Thanks, you said gratefully. I really appreciate that. I've gotcha, she said with a grin, giving you a hug. Good luck. That afternoon, you told Kuroo about the possible carers as you walked home together. He was ecstatic for you, giving you a big grin. If you need me for the interviews, I'll be there, he said supportively. I would, but... You paused. Look, not trying to offend, but you are a distraction. He leered, grabbing your arm and spinning you across his body and then backing you up against the brick wall nearby. Tit, what do you do? Distraction, hey? He mused in a low voice, smirking down at you. You want to come back to mine and let me distract you? I have to get home and talk to Pa about these carers, you said quickly. Okay, how about a distraction this weekend? I'll come by on Saturday and pick you up for that date. What do you say? I say it better be something sexy. Docosahexaenoic acid, you whispered seductively. Kuroo grunted, his eyes fluttering closed. Be careful when you talk dirty to me like that. There's no telling what I'll do when you get me in the mood. He placed a leg between yours and pushed into you. Sir, this is a public road, you squealed in a mortified voice. Stop, this is embarrassment. Don't tease me, short stack. I got no shame. He leered. My senpai, previous captain of Nekoma, was a sarcastic arsehole and I learned straight from him. I could take him on, you replied confidently, pushing Kuroo back and continuing on down the road. I don't think you really understand. Maybe I'll introduce you to him one day. He's in college this year, but we still keep in contact. Which college? You asked. Kapuru, Kuroo replied. He and his girl got in together. Cute, you mused, allowing Kuroo to take your hand in his. You grinned up at him, and he gave you a lopsided smile back, pulling you close to his side so you could continue on the rest of the way home together side by side. Pa had had another accident that afternoon, and Kuroo could see that you were way out of your depth with this one. I'm going to go and call these carers right now, you said, half in exasperation and half with defeat as you pulled your phone from your pocket and walked out the back door. Kuroo watched you go and then went back into Pa's room to help him put his slippers on. Tit? Pa asked softly, a heavy amount of emotion being trapped in his vocal cords. Is Yin calling a nursing home? No, Kuroo replied with a shake of his head as he slipped the right slipper onto Pa's foot. No, Pa. She refuses to send you. Your rooster-haired boyfriend looked up into your Pa's eyes, noting they were starting to water more than usual. I am sorry I ever doubted her, Pa said as a tear slipped down his cheek. I know I'm a burden. You're not a burden. Yin loves you, and she's going to do everything she can to keep you here, Kuro promised, looking up at Pa as he remained crouched to put his other slipper on. She's currently calling some carers to find someone suitable to come and help each day in looking after you. Pa's bottom lip quivered as he took Kuro's words in, and then muffled heavily and gave Kuro a crooked smile. She's a good girl. I know, Pa. That's why I chose her. The first person you rang was Mrs. Others. She sounded nice, but just a little flustered and indecisive on the phone, changing the appointment every 2 seconds. So it's 4 p.m. Thursday afternoon, yes? She asked in a nervously agitated tone. Yep, you said, smiling at the outside wall as you spoke to her. Okay, that should be... Oh, no, wait, sorry. This Thursday? Yep. Oh, I'm so sorry, love. I can't do this Thursday. I have an appointment with my chiropodist for my bunion. Painful thing it is, I can tell you that. The other day I was talking with Maria, and she told me that her neighbour had a bunion on his big toe, about the same spot as where mine is, but it was oozing something. Said it smelled like cheese. Anyway, so he went in to his chiropodist, oh gosh, I've forgotten his name. This is what happens when you get old. You start to forget everything. Can someone please kill me now? You thought, as you stared with utter disappointment at the wall, while Mrs. Others continued on her tangent. Well, anyway, what were we talking about? Actually, it's fine, you said quickly. I'm sorry I have to go now, but I'll ring you again if I need you. Bye. Your finger hit end call so quickly that you thought maybe you should have entered into the Guinness Book of Records for ending calls. Oh, God, you grunted with exasperation. Wait till I get my hands on MF sending me that one. Oh my gosh. Your fingers fumbled on the next name, and you debated on which you should choose first, Mrs. Happy or Mrs. Grump. Well, I'm more drawn to Mrs. Happy because of her name, so let's try her next. You typed her number in and held the ringing phone to your ear. Yes, a gruff voice answered the other end of the line, a heavy German accent accompanying her direct tone. Oh, hi, my name is Yin, and I'm calling for Mrs. Happy? Yes, she grunted again. What do you want? Oh, my pa needs a carer, and I was wondering if... What day and what time for interview? This Thursday, 4 p.m? Okay. Address? You gave Pa's address, and the line went blank after that, leaving you baffled. Oh my God, what the hell just happened? Did she hang up on me? You thought, as you looked at your phone, and yes, she had hung up on you. Shaking your head with confusion, you rang Mrs. Grump next and crossed your fingers as you stood there with an expectant grimace on your face. Hello, Mrs. Grump speaking, a pleasant voice answered. Oh, hi, my name's Yin, and I'm calling to inquire about a possible carer for my pa. Oh, honey, of course, love. What's your pa's name? She asked. His name is... And you gave his name, you replied. Oh, sweet name, she commented. And, honey, could you tell me a little bit about why your pa is needing a carer? You started to explain what had happened to Pa, and before you realised it, you were tearing up and offloading onto her. She seemed very sympathetic, and you immediately warmed to her. Oh, you've done a fantastic job, love. You sound very sweet. When are you taking interviews? She asked. Would this Thursday 5 p.m. be okay with you? You asked hopefully. Yes, of course, love. Not a problem at all. What's your pa's address? You gave it, and she reconfirmed everything. So that's this Thursday 5 p.m. at his address? She asked. Yep, that's it, you replied, feeling a lot more confident about this one. Wonderful. I look forward to meeting you and your pa then, she said. You have a lovely night, honey. I'll see you on Thursday. Thank you so much, you replied gratefully. See you then. You both hung up, and then you went back inside to tell Pa the good news. Kuro had helped him to get into the lounge room and had the 3:30 game show on, comfortably sitting in his favourite chair with a cup of tea beside him. Oh, look at you being all helpful, you mused to Kuro, who was sitting on the lounge chair watching the game show beside Pa. I told you, I've always been nice. And helpful, he leered, doing that creepy leering grin he always did when he was being a dick. Ha! You scoffed, plopping down beside him between him and Pa. Hey, Pa? You asked, having to raise your voice a little over the sound of the TV. Yes, honey bun, he warbled, voice cracking as he tried to talk over the TV back to you. You tried to talk louder. I think I found you a carer. A car? No, a carer. A carrier? What do I need that for? Do you mean like the cage they put pussies in? Pa yelled, old man yell. Exasperated, you got up and grabbed the remote to mute the TV. Carer, Pa, carer. Someone to help look after you. Oh, Well, why didn't you say so? He replied with a bright grin. You deadpanned to Kuro, who was smirking heavily. Shut up. You pointed the remote at him, and he raised his arms in defence. I haven't said anything, he replied cheekily. You pursed your lips and dropped your arm, and then turned your attention back to Pa. I have 2 carers coming for an interview on Thursday, 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. Girls? He asked with loud urgency. Women, yes, he replied, holding back a heavy eye roll. They're both married too, Pa. 2 married women? He asked with surprise. Together? What? You asked with confusion. Are the women married to each other? He asked. No, Pa. No, they're married to their respective husbands. Why are we even discussing this? There's Mrs. Happy, who sounds grumpy, coming for the interview this Thursday, 4 p.m, and Mrs. Grump, who is lovely, following her up at 5 p.m. Wait, what? Kuro asked with a confused chuckle. It's like they've got a personality switch. Mrs. Happy is grumpy, and Mrs. Grump is happy. Oh, so like bipolar, he said excitedly. No, it's nothing like bipolar, he deadpanned. Oh, I thought it sounded like it, he said with a hyena laugh. You shook your head slowly, then facepalmed. Oh, God help me, I can't deal with these 2. After explaining everything as best you could, you let Pa and Kuro get back to watching the game show and excused yourself to get a drink of water and text MF about the carers. As per usual, you'd been distracted by the social media icon on your phone, and you were so engrossed in watching something that you didn't hear Kuro come up behind you at the sink. It was only his arms wrapping around you from behind that you were alerted to his presence, and you gasped loudly and promptly dropped your phone into the sink, the loud clattering sound of it making you jump again. Whoa, he chuckled, still with arms around you as he waited for you to retrieve your phone, watching it slide around the bottom of the sink as you desperately grabbed for it. You look like a raccoon fishing for something. You scared me, you giraffe, you huffed, finally getting your phone and pouting as he hunched down and plopped his chin on your head. Oh, come on now, short-stack. Surely you heard me coming, he jeered. No, you and your long-ass legs could stretch from the lounge door to here in 1 step anyway, you retorted. Does it take you 50 steps, then? He teased. You're such an ass, you chuckled, putting your phone down on the bench and reaching your hands up above your head to squish his cheeks together. So, his lips bubbled out like a fish as he spoke, with your hands smushing his cheeks inwards, his words being slurred a little. Oh, date this weekend. I want to go to this place. You were firm and unwavering in your reply. Sounds good, he mused, cheeks still squished, as most of his words were mouthed by his lips alone. What if we went to get to the food markets on Sunday afternoon, and then had dinner under the fairy light trees in the town gardens? You thought about it for a second, and then nodded, still holding his cheeks in your hands. Okay, he replied. Good, he said as he lifted his head up to a lofty height, and then lifted you off the ground. Put me down, you titan, you screeched. I left my phone behind. You wailed like you had lost a loved one as he turned away from the bench and headed for the lounge again. Phone is lost now, and plus, you're my snuggle, so I can't put you down till we get to the lounge. No, you pouted, wriggling to get out. You think that'll work? Cute, he mused, carrying you easily back into the lounge room and sitting you down in his lap next to Pa. You looked over at Pa, who was fast asleep, and grinned. He's out. So kiss me then, Kuro leered, grabbing your cheeks and turning your face to his so that you could have a make-out session, while Pa snored beside you both. It was Thursday, 3:50 p.m, and you were home and in something nice for the interview as you were waiting with Pa in the lounge room. She should be here soon, you said to Pa, nervously, rubbing your palms on your thighs. Oh, why the heck am I doing this? I hate talking to people. The doorbell rang and you jumped up to get it. Stay there, I'll be back, you placated Pa, with palms towards him as if to stop him from moving. What am I saying? You can't even move from there anyway. You marched to the door and pulled it open, plastering a fake smile on your face at the old biddy who was standing there with the most on-point resting bitch face you'd ever seen. Hi, come in, you said, stepping aside for her to enter. She stepped across the threshold and looked immediately at the carpet peeling up at the bottom of the staircase. That needs to be fixed before anyone fall, she grunted. Okay. She marched into the house, looking everywhere like it was a house inspection. Vase need to go. She pointed at a vase on the wall table. Your brows knitted in confusion as she continued down the hall to the lounge room. As she entered, she stopped and stared at Pa. He looked up at her and the two just stared at each other for ages without saying a word. Do you like cabbages? He finally asked. My family grew Savoy cabbages in Germany, Mrs. Happy replied bluntly. They are best cabbage. Dang, pussy's been pissing in mine, Pa growled. I ought to get out there and keep making cages. How will you make cage when you can't use your arm, silly man? She snapped. Oh my God. The mortified look on your face went unnoticed by both Mrs. Happy and Pa. She literally straight up walked in here, dissed the house, then picked a fight with Pa and called him stupid. Pa grunted, and Mrs. Happy turned to walk out of the room. You let her go, and then swiftly sidled up to Pa. I am so sorry, Pa. I'll tell her to go. That was so rude of her to say. I like her, Pa said, still looking in the direction that she had walked. She'll make a good carer for me. But Pa, she called you a silly man, and she doesn't even know your name yet. I don't even know what my name is half the time, Pa replied. I like her. She's got spunk. Wow, okay, alright, let's just interview Mrs. Grump as well, and then you can make a decision, okay? You said with a vexed sigh. He looked at you and then conceded. Okay, honey, you've done all this work for me, so I'll see the other woman for you, Pa said kindly, patting your hand that was on the armrest. Thanks, you said with a smile. Mrs. Happy entered the room again, and you asked her to have a seat so you could start the interview, much to both her and your displeasure. You really didn't know what Pa saw in her, but this was for him, so you did as he asked. So what days can you do? You asked her, praying that she could only come in once a week, and that would give you a reason not to hire her. What day you need? She asked bluntly. Well, every day of the week would be amazing, he replied. Okay. Okay, you can do every day? I just said I could. Her face darkened. Oh, God, calm down, Medusa, you thought. Okay, fine, you snapped back, mirroring her bluntness. 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Yes. Oh, do you have any questions for us? You asked her, glancing at Pa, who was just staring at the woman's side profile. Where is laundry room? She asked pointedly. It's down the hall. Why does that matter? You asked her, befuddled by her weird question. Mr. Lin cannot do the laundry himself, and I will not stand for uncleanliness. The way she said it gave you a glimmer of hope that although she was really unpersonable, she'd probably do a good job at looking after Pa. I have a question, Pa interjected in his elderly voice. Can I have a cup of tea, please? Why you need cup of tea now? She asked gruffly as she stood up. I will get it. Milk and sugar? Yes, milk and 2 sugars, Pa replied with a nod. Too sweet, she stated as she left the room. Pa, you hissed across at him. She's horrid. Watch, he said knowingly, raising a knobby finger to get you to hush. You pursed your lips and waited for her to return. She came back shortly with tea in hand, muttering to herself about something, and then walked around to the right side of Pa and put the cup down perfectly within reach and turned the cup handle towards him so he could take it easily. You didn't really think much of it until you had a chance to compare it with the next contender, Mrs. Grump. As 5 p.m. neared, you said goodbye to Mrs. Happy and waited for Mrs. Grump to come. There was a happy little knock at the door, and you smiled and got up to get it. Hi, Mrs. Grump, you greeted as you pulled the door open. Hello, love. Pleased to meet you face to face. Please call me Betty. Come in, Betty, you invited, swinging your body out of the way to let her in. She entered and sighed happily. This is a beautiful house, Yin. Oh, thanks. It stands, you replied with a stupid grin on your face. Anyway, come and meet my Pa. You led the way into the lounge room and grinned at Pa as you introduced your favourite carer. Pa, this is Betty Grump, you introduced. Hello, Betty, Pa greeted. Call me by my first name. This is a beautiful house, she said again to him. Withstands the huff and the puff from the big old bad wolf, he joked, cackling away to himself as she walked over and sat down, chuckling politely at his comment. So, Betty, how many days would you be able to work for us? You asked her with a hopeful, large smile on your face. Please say every day, please say every day. Well, I do care for a number of people, so I can do Wednesday, Thursday and Friday from 12 p.m. till 6 p.m. That's fine. I'd maybe only need you till 3 p.m, so it would only be for a 3-hour job then, you said to her. Oh, not a problem, honey. I'm happy for that, she replied with a smile. Do you like cabbages? Pa suddenly asked. Oh, sweetheart, I can't eat cabbages. They don't do well with my stomach, she replied sadly, reaching across and patting his hand. Pa's face fell, and you had to look away to hide your smirk. Ooh, that's strike one, Betty. I have cabbages outside, Pa said. Oh, do you? Betty asked. I'd love to see it. Are you still able to water it?
I do my best, Pa replied, but it does get difficult.
Well, I guess I can do that, she commented, thinking as she stood up. Watering shouldn't be too hard. Watering? Hard? Oh, no, Betty. I think we have a problem if you're thinking that you might just be able to handle watering. You stood as she stood. Let me show you around a bit, you said. You walked Mrs. Grump around the house and explained a little of your routine with Pa as you went, but most of the conversation was about her and her grandkids, which you didn't mind too much. She really seemed like a sweet lady. As you entered the lounge room again, Pa held up his empty cup of tea and gave you both a polite, crooked smile.
Ladies, I hate to interrupt, but the tide's gone out in my drink.
I'll get it, Pa, you said with a smile as you walked over and took it from his hand.
Betty,
Pa addressed the potential carer.
would you mind making it for me?
Oh, yes, I'll do my best, she said, taking the cup from your outstretched hand and turning to the kitchen.
I like milking too,
Pa called out after her. Oh, of course, she replied, and you followed her out to the kitchen to show her where everything was. She fumbled around a bit, but she found everything and made him a cuppa and then took it back in. She handed it to him, to his left side, and he had to reach across his body with his right arm to get it. She didn't even notice her blunder, but you did. Well, I have to give it to Mrs. Happy. She really knew what to do straight away when Mrs. Grump really doesn't seem to be on the same level at all. After chatting a little more, you and Pa said goodbye to Mrs. Grump and she left to go home. Well, Pa, you said as you walked back into the lounge room, I'm kinda with you on the Mrs. Happy thing. She seems to have it all together.
Did you see how she knew which side to put my cuppa on? And she turned the handle towards me. She's the one.
Yeah, sounds like a marriage proposal, you chuckled.
Actually, he said in a mischievous old man tone, my high school sweetheart used to treat me the same way as Mrs. Happy does. It's very nostalgic. When Mrs. Happy calls me a silly man, that's when I knew I liked her.
You cackled. Okay, well, you're the one that has to spend 6 hours a day with her, so that's fine by me. Should I call her and tell her you want her as your carer? You asked him.
It's a little late now, isn't it?
He asked, squinting at the clock on the wall. Pa, it's like 6:15. It's not late.
If you say so.
His one shoulder raised in an old man shrug. You pulled your phone out and called Mrs. Happy's number, putting it on loudspeaker so that Pa could hear as well. Yes, she answered. Hi, Mrs. Happy, we've decided to have you as our carer, you said happily into the receiver, smiling across at Pa. There was a long pause and then she replied. Good. Yeah. When do start? What day? This Monday, would that be okay? Yes. The line went dead and then the call was disconnected. I think she's happy? A confused chuckle escaped your lips, also amused by your pun.
I think I'm in love,
Pa joked. Man, I hope this goes well, you mumbled, more to yourself than anything else, as you put your phone back in your pocket. Later that night, you were on the phone to MF, updating her on what was happening with the carers that day. Okay, so, you started pinching the bridge of your nose as you sat down on the edge of your bed and then flopped backwards with your phone still in hand as it was pressed to your ear. The first one I rang was Mrs. Other. She didn't even make it past the first phone call. Yeah, figures, MF replied. She didn't strike me as the one who would have been picked. Then why did you put her in? You asked. I told you before, it's the... Okay, never mind. So what about the other two? What were they like? She continued. You put her on loudspeaker and plopped the phone down beside your head, chatting on while staring up at the ceiling. Well, Mrs. Happy was a complete grump, and Mrs. Grump was happy, so there's that, you said with a sigh. Wow, MF replied sarcastically. That's genius, isn't it? What, that they didn't match their names? You asked. Yeah, she replied. But anyway, which did you pick? Mrs. Grump, because she was happy? No, Pa himself insisted on Mrs. Happy because, although she was grumpy, she seemed to know what to do, and he told me that she reminded him of his high school sweetheart. Oh, that's cute, in a weird old person way, MF cooed. So, when does she start? Monday next week. I have a date with Kuro this weekend, you added in with a grin, switching it up super quick. Wait, hold on. Is this the first date? MF asked with surprise. How long have you guys been officially dating now? You furrowed your brows in thought for a second. It's gotta be a month at least. Yeah, that's what I thought, she confirmed. So, where are you going to go for the first date? Food markets, then chill under the fairy light trees and have dinner, he said happily. Well, he's smart. I'll give him that. He knows the way to the woman's heart is through her stomach. Yeah, exactly. Have fun, and good luck with the carer person. I gotta go. Okay, cool. Bye, she added once you'd run out of breath. Then she hung up. You smiled up at the ceiling. Now for my first date with Kuro. God, I've got it all backwards, haven't I? We've exchanged going down on each other, but haven't had a first date yet. You chuckled internally and sat up. This weekend should be fun. You certainly weren't expecting to feel as nervous as you did the afternoon that Kuro came to pick you up for your date. And you certainly weren't expecting him to look so frickin' good in a red plaid flannel open shirt and ripped black jeans. Hey, he gritted casually, with his arm up on the door frame as he opened the front door, that smug smirk that was almost permanently on his face, pulling tight as he leered down at you. You ready to go? You just stared up at him with your mouth open, and he leaned down and kissed your lips to make you close your mouth. Okay, if you're done staring, we'll go, because you look cute in your outfit and I want to see you from behind, he said in a low, calm voice. The look on your face was priceless, and he saw you struggling with his comment, and Hyena laughed. You should see your face, he cackled, doubling over so that it gave you the perfect chance to smack him in the head. Don't tease me like that, you stammered, flusteredness level definitely going over 3,000. Okay, come on, short stack, up front where I can see you, he leered, grabbing your hand and yanking you out the door. Should we say bye to Pa? He added as he caught you against his front. He's sleeping, you replied, still in a bit of a numb daze. Okay then, let's go, he said, turning and heading off down the path with your wrist in his hand. You let him lead you for a while, and then you pulled your wrist free and held his hand like a normal person. Oh, you're okay now? He teased, looking down at you from the corner of his eye. Barely, you replied in a dead tone. He chuckled deeply and pulled you into his side. We're going to have a lot of fun today then, aren't we? If you've started so flustered. I'm not flustered, you pouted. Yes, you are, he replied. Am not. Not. You continued on down the road, stuck in an extremely mature vocal rut. Tit, where are you taking me? You asked as you were dragged along by your handsome boyfriend. This way, he said. It's along here somewhere. Now at the food market, stall upon stall rolled by as you purposefully walked to a destination unknown. You looked up at Kuro and watched as he looked from food display board to display board, obviously searching for something. Then it dawned on you. Oi, did you bring me here because of something you wanted? You asked as you were dragged along by your handsome man. I was wondering how long it would take you to catch on. He leered, giving you a wink. They don't call me the scheming captain for nothing. You are an actual arsehole, you snapped playfully, shoving your palms into his side repeatedly. A massage. How kind. He teased, wrapping his arms around you and then pulling you in front of his body so that he could lean over you from behind and waddle, with legs slightly apart, hunched over your body. What is it that you've brought me here for then? Grilled salted mackerel pike, he replied, turning his head back and forth as he passed each stall on left and right. And so why did you bring me here if you're only here for your date with your mackerel? He replied in a sassy tone. Come on now, don't be salty. Did you just... Yep, dick. Tell you what, Kuro said as he finally spotted the stall and steered you towards it. Let's have a threesome. The lady he walked up beside whipped her head towards the two of you so fast you thought that she'd given herself whiplash. You, me, and this dish, he leered, staring up at the big sign over the front of the food stall. I top, he said. You can eat it out from under me. The lady's jaw dropped at your vulgar comment, but neither you nor Kuro had noticed that she was listening in on your conversation. You or Pike? Kuro asked, 'cause I'll eat you both. You sucked your top and bottom lip in between your teeth and bit down, willing yourself not to take the bait that he was obviously dangling in front of your face. Don't give in, don't say it, he's baiting you, be strong, you thought. Me, obviously, you blurted out. God damn it, Yin, you literally had one job and that was to keep your goddamn mouth shut, but nope, let's be a whore for Kuro. Kuro's deep, sexy chuckle caressed your ears, and your body broke out in goosebumps as he bent his head to your ear. Don't give me an open invite if you don't intend for me to follow through with it, he rasped before straightening and stepping past you up to the counter. You two are disgusting, The lady beside you suddenly spat, and you looked at her in surprise. Sorry, what? You asked with confusion. Talking so brazenly about sexual acts out in the open. Disgusting, she remarked condescendingly. Okay, Boomer. You deadpanned, and looked back at the back of Kuroo's head to watch him order. The lady started spluttering and spewing nonsense about disrespect, and how her mother was dying of cancer, and how you'd been rude and discriminating against her and whatnot, and at this point you were actually quite glad that you had gone up against Lisa and Nora because you just straight up ignored her, pretending like she wasn't even there until somebody stepped in and told the lady off for harassing you. Kuro, who was still focused on getting his prized mackerel, didn't realise the lady, who was yelling at you, but when he turned around and saw the commotion, he was over in a flash. Is there a problem here? He asked in his best, pissed-off captain's voice. Most of the people there looked up at him, saw his size, and shook their heads rapidly at his intimidating, beady eyes as they glared at each in turn. The lady started yelling about abuse again, but a security officer suddenly appeared and dragged her away for a chat. What happened here? Another officer asked you, a female officer who had a voice that sounded familiar. I don't know, you shrugged, looking at her and trying to remember where you'd seen her before. She just started yelling at me while I was waiting for my boyfriend to get food. There was a moment of silence as the officer looked at you curiously, like she knew who you were too. Then it struck her. Yin? She asked. Yes, you replied with confusion. Do I know you? The officer took her hat off and then removed her glasses, and you nearly choked. Nora? Hey, listen, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about what happened in school. Lisa and I don't talk anymore. She was such a bitch, and I've been wanting to say sorry to you for the longest time. She blurted out. Oh, wow, it's okay. I'm past it, you stammered. Nora then looked at Kuro. I see you two are still together. She smiled. I'm honestly so happy for you. Thanks, you replied awkwardly. Oh, anyway, would you like to press charges against that woman? I'll make sure it happens if you want it, Nora said with an earnest look in her eye. Nah, you replied, taking Kuro's arm. But if she comes near us again, I'll release my greyhound on her. You pointed up at Kuro. She cracked a smile and nodded. Okay, but if you need me, just ask me. I'm part-time with the security team. Yep, that's obvious, Nora. You nodded and smiled. Okay. Well, have a lovely evening, she said, before putting her glasses and hat back on and walking away. She should have said, have a lovely evening as the side chick to your boyfriend's main meal, you teased Kuro, who was holding onto his dish with both hands, watching Nora walk away. I'd argue with you, but you're not wrong. He leered down at you as he walked off with you by his side. Hey! You pouted, then chuckled. After finding a seat away from the crowd, you both sat down to eat and chat. Surprisingly, Kuro actually shared his meal with you, letting you take the best parts while he watched you with delight. Now, he said as he finished up, what do you want to eat? Is everything an option? You asked eagerly. Have they got sample plates? Because I thrive on sample plates. Let's see, he said, getting up and then grabbing your outstretched hand and easily hiking you up off the grass. The rest of the afternoon was spent jumping from stall to stall, seeing if they had samples and then swiping a few and critiquing them between yourselves before moving on. Ugh. You pulled a face at something you'd picked up and shoved in your mouth. What was this? It tastes like regret. Kuro Hyena laughed. What was it? Was that from the last stall? Yeah. I want to taste regret. Let's go back. No, why? You're already dating regret. You should know what it tastes like already. You self-depreciated, turning it into a joke. That's not even funny, Kuro said, grabbing you and cupping your face so he could kiss you right in the middle of the busy laneway. I make fun of myself so that when I say it before anyone else does, it doesn't hurt so bad. You whispered against his lips. Come with me, he said, letting go of your chin to take your hand in his. He led you away from the crowds over to a tree to sit under so that you could chill for a bit. The fairy lights that dotted through the leaves overhead made the area a very picturesque scene indeed, and you smiled up at the pretty lights as Kuro sat down on the grass. Lie down, Kuro said invitingly as he lay down on his back and stretched out. Thanks, you replied, sitting beside him and then spinning on your ass so that you were on an angle to him and flopped backwards, your head smacking into his stomach. Oof, he grunted as your head whacked into him, causing him to crunch his torso a little. You let out a belly laugh, and he cupped your head in his hands as he chuckled along with you. What the hell? He choked out. Surprise, mother fluffer! You laughed. I was going to try and be more serious, but you ruined the moment, Kuro said with a soft chuckle. I was going to ask why you keep putting yourself down. I told you, it's a coping mechanism. You shrugged, staring up at the leaves and fairy lights overhead. Hey, he said lowly when you wouldn't look at him. Look at me. Bashfully, you rolled your head to look up into his hazel eyes. You're perfect, okay? He said with the warmest sound in his voice, those hypnotic eyes making your heart flutter. You smiled a little. I'm not, but thanks, he replied, using the line that he had used on you when you told him he was hot. That's my line. He smirked at you. Line? So you know you're hot then, you're only faking the modesty. Like I said before, they don't call me the scheming captain for nothing. He leered. You fake ass, you gasped. You've been deceiving me this whole time? You rolled over and dug your fingertips into his ribs, causing him to flail a little to get away from your tickle. Stop, he cackled, his unhinged hyena laugh making you smile. I don't care if you're a schemer, you said. You're stuck with me now, so I'd like to see you try and scheme your way out of this one. I don't want to get out of it. I never will want to get out of it, he said, doing a crunch and sitting up beside him and then pulling you into his lap. You kissed, sitting side on in his legs, a warm embrace following. Did you want dinner? He asked once he had pulled back from the kiss and held you in his arms. Nah, I'm too full, you replied. What do you want to do then? He asked. You looked out across the stalls, then off down the road and saw an arcade in the distance. Let's go to the arcade over there, you said excitedly, as you got up out of his lap. I bet I can beat you at every game in there. Don't make bets that you know you're going to lose at, short stack, he teased, as he got up and grabbed you in a bear hug from behind. You giggled and squealed as he half carried you off down the road towards the centre. Basketball, you said once you'd entered and paid, pointing to the hoops at the back of the building. Can you even toss a ball up that high? Kuro teased you. You just watch me, he replied confidently, poking your tongue out at him before striding off towards the machine. Kuro walked behind you, an amused smirk pulling at his lips as he pushed his hands into his pockets and watched you grab a ball and then press the start button. You got to pay first, he said with a cheeky look on his face as he leaned over and swiped his card. This one's on me. I'll show this smug asshole. Just watch, you thought, as the machine jumped to life and sang a random song before the countdown started. The minute the buzzer went off, you started lobbing basketballs at the hoop, a vast majority going in. If I just rapid fire, I'm bound to get some in, surely, you thought, as you threw as many as you could. You did pretty well, and Kuro grinned at you once the timer had stopped. That's pretty good, Chibi-chan. Wonder if you'll be able to get more in, if you were taller. Bend over then, you said, clicking your fingers to get him to crouch down so you could climb onto his shoulders. He dropped down and helped you up onto his shoulders before swiping his card again. Tetsuro, you need to pass the balls up to me, you suddenly screeched, realising that once you'd thrown that first ball you needed others. Oh crap, didn't think that through, Kuro called from between your thighs. Ball! You screeched as you tossed one in your hand. Crap, Kuro called, trying to bend a little to get the next ball from the catch below. Don't dump me off, you cackled, grabbing his spiky hair to stop from going straight over his head as he bent forward. Yin, lean back. Wait! You cackled, trying to lean back as he grabbed for the ball and then held it up for you. Throw it, he yelled. I just did, you called back. I need another ball. Oh, heck. The two of you were laughing messes from that round, only successfully getting 3 balls in that time frame. Man, you suck at that game, you chuckled as Kuro lifted you off his shoulders. What do you mean? He asked. Well, that was your round, wasn't it? You only got 3 balls in, you leered cheekily. Oh, hey now. You can't do me like that. Looks like I won, hands down, you said with a mischievous grin plastered on your face. He sneered. You're going to be cheeky like that, are you? He grabbed for you but missed as you jumped back and ran to the next game that you wanted him to play on. The night flew by as you and Kuro played as many games in the arcade as possible, playfully teasing each other and laughing together. Once you were done, you left to go home. That was a really fun first date, you said to Kuro as he held his hand, walking back to the bus station. We can tick that off the list as a success then, he said with a warm smile down at you. But the list has only just started. I still have a lot more things to go through to make us real. The next day was Monday, and you skipped up to the corner to meet MF. Hey, you greeted brightly as you stopped beside her. Someone must have had a good weekend, MF mused as you fell in step and started walking to school together. You're very happy. Mm-hmm, you hummed with a carefree grin, a far-off look in your eye. Oh, He's just so hot and fun, and we had such an awesome time together. Did you do it? She asked hopefully. What? Your head snapped towards hers. You did it, didn't you? She asked again. No! Oh my god, it was the first date! But y'all have been going out for how long now? And you've only just done the licky, sucky, whatnot, and you haven't done it already? Because it's not like that, you replied in a flustered tone, flinging your arms around wildly. This isn't a pump and dump relationship, it's real. Ugh, okay, fine. Don't be a hoe then, she replied with a smirk. But definitely let me know when you do it. You will be the first to know, you promised. But you're way too invested in that type of life, dude. You need to chill. Listen, your life is my life. I hold the remote and I watch the drama unfold, she replied with a grin. Fancy seeing my girlfriend on the way to school, a voice said from behind you, and you spun around so quickly you lost your footing. Thankfully, the person behind you was your boyfriend and also very good with volleyball, so he caught you easily before you toppled over. Nice catch, MF said when she saw that he'd caught you from falling. We would have called that the perfect receive, he replied with a smirk, and then looked down at you in his arms. Hey, speaking of, I've got a practice game against Furudate on Wednesday. Come and watch? Of course, you replied. It's the least I can do considering that you just saved me from falling. Okay, chibi tsundere, he said as he gripped your jaw in his large hand and planted his lips on yours. Flustered, you looked at MF, who raised an eyebrow at you, and you looked away and cleared your throat. Okay, so anyway, thanks for the kiss, you mumbled. Any time. You want another one? He asked you, as you all started walking again. Later, you said over your shoulder. You all kept chatting as you walked the last way to school, and then separated for classes, promising to catch up at lunch and again after school. You basically floated through the day, happy that you and Kuro were going really well together and looking forward to watching him take on Furudate again. Hey, that's the same team that you versed before, isn't it? You asked him. Yeah, with their captain, Bokudo, Kuro replied. Yeah, I remember now, you mused, taking his hand in yours. You walked together the rest of the way to your house, and he gave you a kiss goodbye there before heading off to his own home. As you entered the place, Mrs. Happy was just about to leave. Hello, you greeted, but with a degree of forced politeness in your voice. She grunted, grabbing her bag to leave. Here's in lounge. Television is on. Here's a cup of tea with him. He sounds like a toddler that's been set up with all his favourite toys, you thought with an internal giggle. Okay, thank you very much. I come tomorrow, she said, before marching out the door. You shook your head with a little amusement and then turned and headed inside to say hello to Pa. Hey Pa, you greeted as you entered. He was set up with a blanket across his lap, cup of tea on his right, TV on with the afternoon game show playing, and the remote well within reach. She's set you up just perfectly, hasn't she? You said to him, as you bent your head down to kiss him on the forehead. She's a keeper, he warbled with a lopsided smile. I'm glad she's treating you well, you replied, patting his head. Oh, he said, getting your attention before you left the room. And she isn't married. What? I thought she was. How do you know? You asked him. She's kept her Mrs. status for work reasons, but her husband died 2 years ago, he said with a grin. So I have a chance. Don't force it, Pa. She's a good carer, so I'd hate to have to try and find you another one because you've scared her away. We have good chats, he replied with a wobbly grin. She's got a great sense of humour. Could have fooled me, you thought, giving him a sceptical look. Well, she doesn't say any more than 3 words to me, but I guess I don't see her as much as you do. Pa nodded. I really like her. He's fallen for her quickly, but he did say he was lonely. You nodded and gave him a smile. I'm glad you like her, Pa. I'm going to go and do some homework now, so I'll be down later to make dinner, okay? Sure thing, sweetums, he replied, settling back with his tea to keep watching the game show. You smiled and left the room, going up to do some homework and chill on your phone. The next day at school you were zoning out in first class when your phone vibrated in your pocket. You looked up to see if the teacher was looking at you, and when his back was turned you discreetly pulled out your phone to have a look at who had texted you, just in case it was Mrs. Happy contacting you about Pa. As your screen lit up you saw a message from Kuro. Oh, what does Kuro want? You clicked on the message app and opened the message from him. Hey naughty, you got your phone on you in class? He asked. You quickly checked the teacher hadn't seen you yet and replied. Always, you sent back. I just finished training, he sent back, attaching a picture of himself, drenched in sweat with his t-shirt pulled up a little so you could see his glistening abs. I want to lick you, you sent back with a drooling face emoji. You want me to show you something else you can lick? He texted. Is he going to send me a picture of his... in class? Your brain spazzed out. What? You sent back to him with a smirk emoji. Suddenly, a picture came through and your eyes nearly fell out of your head. Now, I've had to skip a whole chapter between when Yin got the picture in yesterday's chapter to after they have finished up whatever they were doing in the gym room. And so this next chapter starts with the bell ringing. They've skipped a whole class being naughty in the gym room. Like clockwork, the bell rang to signal the end of second class and you pulled a face. We just skipped second class to get freaky in the equipment shed, you said to Kuro as he pulled back from you and you started to put your clothes back on. I make no apologies. Kuro smirked. Did you want me to return the favour? You asked, gesturing below his waist. I'd love to say yes, but we'd better get to third class, otherwise the teachers will get suspicious, he replied. Okay, well, thank you very much for that. That was amazing, you said with a grin as you reached up to kiss his cheek. Next one won't be so quick, he smirked, chasing your lips so he could kiss you on the mouth. I look forward to it then, you replied, with an amused look in your eye after the kiss as you and Kuro headed for the shed door to head back to third class. I did try and do the flirty text thing that you said you wanted from the list, but it ended up being a little bit more, Kuro said, scratching the back of his head and grabbing his shirt that he had left draped over one of the benches along the wall of the gym. I'm not complaining, you said with a chuckle. That was hot as hell. Good. See you after school, yeah? Come to the gym. I have practice for the game that's coming up tomorrow. Okay, cool. I'll see you then, you said before turning and skipping off back to class. The teacher pulled you aside as you got back to the room, and you quickly made up a story about having terrible diarrhea, to which he was all too happy to let it slide, and he didn't ask for any more details. After school that day, you happily walked back to the gym and entered, making your way along the wall to sit next to Kenma, who was once again on his phone playing his games. Hey, you greeted him. He nodded, eyes still glued to his phone. Got a game coming up with Fukurodani? You commented to him. You beat them before, right? Kenma nodded again, furiously smashing buttons as his game character fought a monster. Think you'll win again this time? Possibly, he said in a soft voice, setting his hand down for a second in his lap, waiting for the game to reload after he lost to the monster. Kuro's always at his best when you're around. Your heart flipped in your chest, and you smiled and looked away. Oh, is that so? You mumbled. He's liked you for a long time, I can tell, Kenma divulged. Are you spilling my secrets? Kuro asked as he sauntered over, with ball under one arm. Come on, Puddinghead. We have practice to do now. I've just been told my senior's coming today to watch us. Your senior? You asked Kuro. He nodded. Yeah, Darby Todoroki. He was the captain when I was vice. Oh, yeah, you mentioned him before. He's at Kapuru College now? Yeah, that's him, Kuro replied. It'll be nice to meet him then, you said. It won't, Kuro chuckled. Get ready for a lot of sarcasm and sexually charged jokes. I'm used to you, so it should be fine, he replied with a smirk. I can hold my own against sarcastic people. He hummed, jerking his head for Kenma to get up and follow. Come on, Nekoma needs its brain, he said to his teammate. I'd much rather be playing my game, Kenma replied in a dull voice as he slowly made his way onto the court. You sat down to watch them practice, your eyes being drawn to Kuro's thighs constantly. Oh, if I could only have a bite of those, you thirsted internally. While you were busy oogling your man, a hooded figure walked into the gym from the door on the other side of the building, and you looked up at him. From what you could see, the person had a lot of scars and piercings on his face, and you watched as he sauntered to the back wall and leaned up against it with his hands in pockets. Is that their senior, I wonder? No one seemed to have noticed the guy yet, so they kept practicing, and he kept quiet until they called for a break. Oi! He suddenly called sharply to Kuro, who had stepped off the court now and was wiping his brow with the sweat. Kuro looked back over his shoulder and then smirked. Oh ho ho! You decided to sneak in, Captain, he teased. The hooded arrival gave Kuro a lopsided smirk, and he pushed off the wall and then took his hands from his pocket to slap palms with Kuro, the pair doing an elaborate greeting that obviously had been something they were used to doing frequently. "I wasn't expecting you to sneak in," Kuroo said. "Your mouth usually enters before you do." "I'm a changed man," the hooded man replied, pushing his hoodie off to reveal spiky black hair. "I doubt it," Kuroo teased, before turning to his teammates and calling them over to introduce the guy. "Team, this is last year's captain, Darby." The team gave a polite greeting to Kuroo Senior, and Darby smirked. "You got them on a tight leash there, Kuroo. They seem to be well-behaved guys." "Yeah, much more than you were, yes," Kuroo replied. "It was us that had to keep you in line." "Oh, you're suffering from long-term memory loss there, Kuroo," Darby teased. "On too many balls to the head." "You can blame Lev for that," Haikyuu teased. What have I done?" Lev asked, not quite following the conversation. A smattering of giggles and chuckles coursed through the team, and you smirked. Suddenly Kuroo's eyes were on you. "Got someone else I want you to meet, too," he said to Darby, his amber eyes never leaving you as he spoke to his ex-captain. Your heart jumped in your chest, and you tried not to let your flusteredness show as Darby looked over at you as well. "Oh, wow, his eyes are amazing," you thought. Me, in an alternate timeline, would totally go for him. Both Kuroo and Darby started walking over to you, and you stood up and brushed your palms on the sides of your school skirt to make sure they weren't sweaty. "Hey, you greeted sheepishly. "I'm Yin. Or short stack, or girlfriend," Kuroo added. "Kuroo better be treating you well," Darby said to you, giving his ex-teammate a look. "If you say because if he's not, then I'll do it for him, I'll knock you," Kuroo threatened. Darby let out a low chuckle. "You know me too well, Kuroo." Are all the Nekoma players touched with sexiness? You wondered, as you watched Kuroo and Darby interact. "So," Darby addressed you, "you're keeping my vice in line, are you?" "As much as humanly possible," you replied with a tired sound in your voice. "Just tired of keeping up with me because you're so short," Kuroo quipped, immediately getting a rise out of you. You tried to kick him from where you were, but missed, and he stepped back and let out his uncontrolled laugh as Darby watched on in amusement. "Looks like our girls have similar personalities," Darby mused to Kuroo. "Mine wouldn't hesitate to kick me either." "I like your girl already," you said to Darby. "Love to meet up one day," he replied, "but until then, I'd better get going home. I'll be back here tomorrow to selflessly support my kohai, though." "I'll see you out," Kuroo said, stepping back beside him. "I have something to ask you as well." "I'll be back, short stack," he said to you, turning and heading off to the door with Darby. You watched them go, and then walked back to where Kenma had delved back into his game. "What you need?" Darby asked Kuroo, once they were out of earshot of you. You still got the keys to Utopia?" he asked the scarred ravenet. "Yeah," Darby replied with a smirk. "You want to take your girl there?" Kuroo nodded with a mischievous look in his eye. "Yeah, I got plans for Thursday night." Darby mused knowingly. "Those types of plans. You need a ride? I got a car, so you name the time and I'll come and get you." "You got a car?" Kuroo asked with surprise. "Awesome. Thursday night, 10 p.m. Come and get me. Same address. I haven't moved." "Sure," Darby replied, holding his fist out to bump Kuroo's. The pair shared a knowing look and then looked back over to you. "She seems like a good girl," Darby commented to Kuroo. "Yeah, she is," Kuroo replied with a loving look in his eye. Wednesday, game time. You were there immediately after school to support your boyfriend, who was already well and truly sweaty from practice, his gym shirt clinging to his ripped torso and showing off his abs. "Thank you, Lord, for this food," you groaned internally with delight, checking him out as he moved around the court. "Ha ha!" a loud voice announced from the side door, making you look across to see who it was. It was Bokudo from the Fukurodani team, entering the gym like he owned the place, arms out to the side as if he were waiting for a thunderous applause. "I am here to be the ruler of the court," he called loudly to Kuro, who had now stopped his practice and had a sassy hand on hip with smirk at the bombastic Fukurodani captain. "As if you are," Kuro taunted, pulling the bottom lid of his eye down and poking his tongue out. "You dare challenge me?" Bokudo asked loudly as he approached the cat-like captain of the Nekoma team. "Of course," Kuro replied smartly. "We're the team of cats, and you know what cats do to owls, right?" "Owls fly!" Bokudo replied, placing both hands on his hips and standing straight. "Like me! I will soar high above you, right, Akashi?" he called to his teammate over his shoulder. Akashi looked up from where he was putting his things down on the bench and nodded nonchalantly and then looked away to do something else. Bokudo seemed a little crestfallen that Akashi hadn't given him a proper reply, but the coaches called for their team members to come over at that point, so the conversation between Kuro and Bokudo stopped there. You sat and watched as both teams were given a little talk, and then Kuro took over to do his team hype speech, placing his hand in the middle of the huddled group. Then the match started. "Come on!" Bokudo called enthusiastically from his side of the court. "Give us a good game, Nekoma!" You looked at Kuro and saw a devious smirk pull at his lips as he, in response to Bokudo's wild call. "Ah, Bokudo, honey, I think you have just sealed your doom," you chuckled internally, settling back to watch the match. Both teams were giving it their all during the practice match, and apart from Bokudo having a little sulking moment, which you'd seen him do once before, they, for Kurodani, won. "I guess we're even now," Kuro said to Bokudo as he wiped sweat from his brow, stretching his hand out under the volleyball net and shaking the owl captain's hand. "Aww, Kuro," a whingy male voice crooned from the balcony. "You're so hot, but you lost." Kuro turned around and looked up to see Darby in the stands, a stupid grin on his face as he leered down at the captain. "Would like to see you do better," Kuro shouted back. "My days are over," Darby replied, walking forwards and draping his arms over the rail so he could lean down on the metal guard. "I'm not playing a kindergarten volleyball game anymore. I'll be in the college team soon." "Smart ass," Kuro chuckled. Darby replied with his tongue poking out and the middle finger up in playful gesture. Kuro smirked and then looked back to Bokudo and wrapped the game up before walking over to you and giving you a kiss. "You guys played amazing," you said. "Plus, you beat them last time, so, gotta play fair." Kuro chuckled and wrapped you in a sweaty hug, much to your protesting, and then bent his head to your ear. "Make sure you're free tomorrow night, because I'm planning on having a session with you and I at a secret location," he whispered in a husky low tone. "Oh, is that my virginity I can hear leaving the premises?" you screeched internally. "I am so down for us getting it on." Unable to speak, you just nodded and bit your lip, pulling back so you could lock a begging gaze onto his intense golden amber stare. While everyone was packing up, you saw Kuro duck off to talk to Darby, seeing an exchange of something from Darby to your man before it was slipped into the Nekoma captain's pocket. "I wonder what that was," you thought, tilting your head curiously in the direction of the two males. Kuro said his thanks to Darby and then turned to walk back to you, and saw you watching, so smirked and winked at you, just to make your heart act up. "What are you scheming captain you?" you asked him as he approached you. "You'll just have to wait till tomorrow," he replied with a mischievous grin as he grabbed you in his still sweaty arms. "Should I be scared?" you hummed suspiciously, putting your hands on his damp torso and pushing back against his iron-gripped arms, like a cat trying to escape a cuddle. "No," he sung. "We'll have a great time." You hummed, trying to turn your head to the side to give him the side-eye. Thursday after school, Kuro walked you home like he usually did, and you kissed him goodbye on your doorstep. "It's going to be a late night," he whispered into your ear as he nibbled along your neck. "How late?" you whispered in reply, closing your eyes and tilting your head away so that he could access your soft skin better. "I'll keep you up all night if I have to," he rasped in a low voice. "I look forward to it then," you replied, running your fingers up the back of his spiky black hair and gripping into his scalp a little. You finished off your little intimate session and he stepped back. "Be ready by 10 p.m, he said before turning and walking off down the path to the gate. "Oh, you can bet I'll be ready. I'm ready right now." Still thinking about what could possibly be in store for later that night, you turned and unlocked the front door. As you pushed it open, you were greeted by a very stern-looking Mrs. Happy, and you jumped with fright a little. "Oh, sorry," you said sheepishly. "I wasn't expecting you there." "I come tomorrow," she said as she picked up her bag from the bench by the door and walked past you. Okay, thank you for today," you called out after her as she marched away. You shook your head and headed inside to see how Pa was doing. "Pa!" "Who's that?" he warbled back. "Me," you said brightly. "Are you a cute me or a not cute me?" he asked cheekily. "Definitely not cute," you replied. "Ah, yes, you're right. Not cute at all. You're beautiful," Pa said in his gentle old man voice when he saw you coming into the room. "How was your day, Pa?" you asked with a smirk, kissing him on the cheek. "Well," he said in an unsure voice, I told Mrs. Happy I thought she was just marvellous, and that I'd like to go steady with her, and she slapped me on the face. Pa! Oh my God, you gasped. Oh no. I know she liked it, he added. She said she'd come again tomorrow. If she didn't want to date me, she wouldn't be coming back. But still, you said with concern, please don't push it. We even had cabbage soup for lunch, and she spoon-fed me. Oh, well, that's cute. And she gave me some of my special brownies to eat. Pa, you shouldn't tell too many people about your special brownies and cookies, you whispered. I don't want people thinking we're a crack house. This house has lots of cracks, Pa replied. Heck, even I have a crack. He pointed behind himself to his ass with his good arm and then cackled to himself about his joke. Pa, oh my God. You touched your hand to your forehead and took a deep breath in through your nose. And how was your day, sweetums? Oh, good. Tetsuro lost the practice match, but he still played amazingly. Tell him defeat maketh a man. Isn't it manners maketh the man? You asked. Well, not any more it isn't, Pa said with another chuckle. You're a silly one, Pa, you giggled, leaning in to give him a kiss on the forehead and then stepping back. I've got some homework to do and then I'll be down to make dinner, okay? Oh, Mrs. Happy made extra of the cabbage soup so we can eat that, Pa said excitedly. Okay, I'll see if there's something I can make for myself, but I'll heat up more soup for you, you smiled, and then headed for the door. Better make sure I'm ready by 10 p.m. It was a little before 10 p.m. that you heard a small stone hit your window pane, and you looked over at the window and put your phone down on the bed, then picked it back up immediately. Oi, phones exist. Just tell me you're outside. You don't need to be breaking my windows, you sent to Kuro cheekily. I'm here, he sent back, and you chuckled. Okay, coming, you replied, jumping up and grabbing a jumper before getting to your door and checking out down the hall before flicking your bedroom light off and sneaking down the hall, down the stairs, and then to the front door. Hey, baby, Kuro greeted, complete with black hoodie over his head. Hey, you replied with a big grin as you jumped up into his arms. He hoisted your body up against his and turned around, walking back to the car that was waiting on the road outside your house. Whose car's that? You asked as he carried you towards it. It's Darby's, Kuro replied, reaching for the back door of the car and opening it. You got the prisoner? Darby asked from the front seat, one arm resting over the steering wheel and the other hand resting on the gear shift. Yep, Kuro said as he ducked down and squeezed both of you into the back seat of the car. She's very willing to be kidnapped. When my captor looks like a god, what can I say? You thought, opting to just grin at Kuro as your thirsty thoughts played out in your mind. Let's go, Darby. Take us to Utopia, Kuro said, thumping the back of the headrest to signal that it was go time. You eager? Rooster head, Darby mused, pulling away from the curb. You and Kuro clicked yourselves in, and off you went, driving through all kinds of streets. As you continued on, the houses got more and more spaced apart, and you got into more country areas. Where are we going? You asked Kuro, holding his hand as you looked out the window. You'll see, Kuro said with a knowing smirk. It's called Utopia, and you're gonna love it. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all, he replied. Kuro squeezed your hand. Yeah, just wait and see. You're very special, Yin, Darby commented from the driver's seat as he shifted down a gear to take a particularly sharp corner. Not a lot of people outside of the Nekoma boys have been to Utopia. It's true, Kuro added in. Everyone who's been there is sworn to secrecy. Am I sworn to secrecy as well? You asked cheekily. Oh, naturally, Kuro replied. Although, I'm going to have to blindfold you when we get closer, just in case. What is this place? You asked with a nervous chuckle. Blindfolded? You must be kidding. No, I'm dead serious, Kuro replied. I needed to be blindfolded too on my first trip in, but once you've been initiated into the Nekoma team, you don't need to be blindfolded. Now, Kuro here holds the keys, Darby replied. Okay, so I had to give him a spare, because the dick lost the first set. I told you I didn't lose them. They're playing hide and seek. I just haven't found them yet, Kuro replied defensively. If you weren't my favourite in the team, I'd have smacked you down by now, Darby replied, glancing up into the rear-view mirror and giving Kuro a cheeky smirk. I'll take the compliment, Kuro replied with his own smirk. The car sped along a little further, and Kuro reached into his pocket to get the handkerchief out that would serve as a blindfold for your eyes. Okay, short stack, time to shut those beautiful eyes down for a second. He lifted the handkerchief to your face, and you willingly closed your eyes and let him put it on. It was only a few more turns, which you were highly suspicious that Darby just drove around a roundabout a few times, and then the car slowed and stopped somewhere. Okay, here we are. Kuroo said as he took your hand in his. Thanks, Darby. Give us 2 hours. You couldn't see the look that was exchanged between the two males, but you could almost feel the smugness coming off Kuroo's voice. Have fun, Darby replied with a small, knowing chuckle. Kuroo pulled your body against his as he exited the car, and you both waited until the sound of the engine left. Then Kuroo led you to the front of Utopia. Just stand still, Kuroo said as he let go of your hand. You could hear the rattling of a heavy chain and the jingling of keys, and then another sound of something falling heavily on the floor. Okay, let's go, Kuroo said, taking your hand again and opening the door. As you followed him in, he reached back and took your blindfold off, and you blinked a little to get the blur out of your eyes as you looked around the blackened building. What is this place? A gym? You asked upon seeing a heap of treadmills and steppers lined up against one wall. It was a gym, but it's been abandoned, and we've kept it at our little hideout, secret workout place, Kuroo said as he led you by the hand through the main area, down a very dark hall, and then to a door that led to more of the gym out the back. As he pushed the back door open, you gasped. A pool, you said excitedly. And it's clean? The moonlight was shining through the large windows down one end of the building and illuminating the still water, making it look very inviting indeed. Yeah, we maintain it, Kuroo said, walking over to an indoor shed and pulling it open to show you inside. The pool pump was whirring away, and all the cleaning equipment looked new and current. Wow, you said, looking around at all of the things inside. You even have towels and stuff in here. Welcome to Utopia, Kuroo said with a grin. We've kept this place running the same, if not better, since it shut down. He reached in and flicked a switch, and suddenly lights lit up behind you. Curiously, you looked back over your shoulder and saw that rainbow pool lights had been fitted under the waterline along the edge of the pool, making the water change colours from red to orange to yellow, then green, all the way through to purple and then back to red again. This is so cool, you gushed. It has just a normal light setting too, but I figured we could have the rainbow one for tonight, Kuroo said with a wink. I've heated the pool too. Well, I got Darby to come out earlier and switch everything on so that it was ready by the time we got here. This is amazing, you breathed, grinning as you looked over the pool again. But I didn't bring my swimmers. Kuroo let out a low, sexy chuckle and grabbed for the bottom of his shirt. Oh, short stack. We don't need swimmers, he said in a low voice as he slowly pulled his shirt up and over his head and then let it fall to the floor. We're skinny dipping tonight. Naked? You don't want to? He asked, reaching for the top of his shorts to tug them down. No, well, yes, I do, but what if someone... No one comes in here. I've locked everything up. You looked out the window and noticed the gym backing onto the beach. What about out there? You pointed to the waves crashing silently onto the beach outside the building. That's another love of mine, the beach, Kuroo said. But no one goes to that beach because it's been closed off from swimming, and I doubt anyone would be walking around at 11 p.m. at night. Plus the windows are tinted. Oh, well, that makes it better, he replied, taking his shirt and bra off. Kuroo dropped his pants and underwear off and then stepped out of them and dove into the pool, making no splash as his body entered the rainbow water. You paused at your pants, looking over as he came up from the water and flicked his spiky hair to rid the excess water. The way the light shone on his face made him look extra hot, and he looked over at you, giving you a smirk before curling his finger at you. Come on, short stack. The water's lovely and warm. You started undoing your pants and slowly slid them down, and Kuroo watched, his eager amber eyes flashing as the water turned a fluorescent yellow for a second before melting into green. Oh, this is so hot, you thought, stepping out of your pants and panties before walking over to the water's edge. Come here. He beckoned, walking backwards until his back was against the side of the pool opposite you. Okay, so I've had to skip over a pretty heavy scene that spanned 3 chapters of their time in Utopia. That can all be found on Quirky Fanfics. I think most of you know where to find it, on my Patreon. Very first post, scroll all the way to the very bottom. I hope you don't get RSI in your finger trying to scroll to the bottom to find the first post, but it will be there, the link to Quirky Fanfics. That's where all of my content can be found. A lot of it is very spicy, that's why I can't put it on YouTube, but it will be there, and we'll pick up after they have finished their little rendezvous in the pool, and they're just mucking around now. I don't think I've ever seen you without the fringe covering one eye, you mused, spinning on your tummy so that you were now facing the water. He calmly walked over to you and smirked as he leaned his head in to peck at you on the lips. "There have been a lot of new things tonight, haven't there?" he said. "You're still hot with or without your fringe," you replied. "And you're hot with or without your clothes," he shot back, kissing you once more, then stepping back. "Are you coming in? We have time for a little swim before heading back." You grinned and pulled yourself face first into the water. Yet another graceful entry that you'd managed to master. For the rest of your time there, you swam, chatted, and play wrestled a bit before pulling yourselves out and drying off with the towels that were in permanent supply inside the cupboard there. "This has been nice," you said to Kuroo as he packed everything up and switched the lights off in the pool. "Only nice? I would have used a different word," he commented, locking the cupboard and turning around to give you a hug in the now dark pool area. "Thank you," you whispered against him as you hugged his torso. "Why are you thanking me?" he asked. "For being so gentle. I'm glad you're my first." Kuroo smiled in the darkness. "I'm looking forward to our next time, too," he added. "I had a lot of fun the first time around. It might have to wait a few days because I can already feel I'm going to be sore," you grimaced. "Did you need me to carry you back?" he asked. "Yes," you replied bluntly. "Carry me on your back, you lofty giraffe." Kuroo let go of hugging you and crouched down so that you could climb up onto his back, and you did so, giggling with glee when he stood up and headed off around the pool and back out to the main gym area. "Whee!" you sung, flicking your legs back and forth with delight as he held you under the knees. "You're having a lot of fun back there," he mused, carrying you to the front door and opening it and then closing and locking it behind you both. As expected, Darby was waiting in his car in the parking lot, and Kuroo carried you over to it and then opened the back door and you hopped down and got in. "Hi, kids. Did you have fun?" Darby leered from the front seat, his turquoise eyes almost glowing in the moonlight. Kuroo let out a little devious chuckle to Darby's question, and you looked across and smirked at your man. "We always have a good time when we're together," you commented, your fingers finding Kuroo's and interlacing with his. "Mm-hmm," Darby hummed, looking back out the front window. "Time to put the blindfold on," Kuroo said, pulling it out of his pocket to cover your eyes again. "Again?" you pouted, letting him tie it across your eyes. Kuroo helped you put your seatbelt on, and then you were on your way back home. It was very early in the morning when you were dropped off at your house, and you quickly tippy-toe ran to the front door and then let yourself in, waving goodbye to Kuroo and Darby before closing the door and sneaking up to your room and into bed. "Ugh, I'm going to be so smashed tomorrow," you thought as you drifted off to sleep. And smashed you were. It felt like you had only just closed your eyes when your alarm went off the next morning, and you groggily rolled over and turned it off. "Oh, what the actual hell? Can I just die in peace, please?" You pulled yourself up out of bed and zombied your way to the bathroom to have a shower and get ready for the morning. As you had expected, you were a little sore from your first time with Kuroo, and you winced a little bit when you sat down at the kitchen table for breakfast. "Oof, riding is dangerous. User beware," you mused to yourself as you poured yourself some cereal and milk and then ate it. While you were having breakfast, Mrs. Happy arrived, and she gave you the usual deadpan greeting, and you gave her a politely forced smile in return. I don't know if we'll ever get past just the few words spoken and mutual tolerance, you thought as you watched her attend to Pa. Although she didn't seem to want to have much to do with you, her and Pa seemed to have a different relationship, and you saw Pa smile multiple times as he teased her and just generally acted a fool in her presence. I haven't seen Pa act like this since Grandma was around, you thought, your lips pulling into a smile when you'd heard him say one of his obscene jokes, and Mrs. Happy got flustered because of it. Maybe they are well suited. "So," MF hummed as you walked side by side to school. "I'm very sore," you said. "Where are you sore? Because if you say elbow or some shit like that, I'm going to leave you for another bestie," she said. "I only want juicy details." All you had to do was give her a look, and she knew right away where you were meaning, and she gasped and then slapped your arm repeatedly as she hyperventilated. "Oh my God, can you calm down? You're causing a scene," you laughed. "Did you do it?" she hissed, grabbing your arm and shaking you. "Yes, but shh. I'll tell you about it at lunchtime. There are too many people here," you whispered harshly, looking around at the people walking by. "Oh my God, my baby's growing up," she wailed in a hushed voice, pretending to wipe a tear from her eye. "I cannot wait until lunchtime." It was a pretty cool setting for the first time too, poolside, but there were rainbow-coloured lights in the water. "No, but why do I want this?" she asked. "If my man doesn't do this for me, then I don't want him. I'd honestly take that over a bed any day." right? Right, Kuroo's voice said from behind you, and you screamed and jumped like you'd been poked with a hot iron rod. Do not do that again, you wheezed. How many times do I have to tell you? It's so fun, though, Kuroo replied in a teasing voice. Anyway, how much did you hear? You're not supposed to hear most of this conversation, you chided. Well now, I'm intrigued. Of course you would be, MF commented casually. Guys always want a performance appraisal afterwards. Oh, is that what this morning's talk is about? Kuroo asked, mischief dancing in his eyes. You buried your face momentarily in your school sweater, yanking it up so that you didn't have to show your expression to either of them. Why are you both so embarrassing? You wailed into the material. Kuroo bent over in half and cackled while he walked. He loved nothing more than to tease you and make you shy. Once at school, Kuroo walked you to your locker while your friend went to hers. Hey, he said lowly when you'd stopped in front of it. How are you feeling today? I'm sore, you replied, but not overly. You know, I really enjoyed last night. All of it. Just hanging out with you is enough for me, he said, and your heart fluttered in your chest. Yeah, same, you replied with a shy smile. He bent his head to yours and kissed you on the forehead, and then straightened and pushed off the locker so he could walk over to his. Go and watch me practice at lunch, he called over his shoulder. I'll be there, you replied with a grin. Whoa, MF said, placing a hand on your arm to stop you from shoveling food into your mouth at lunchtime. Slow your roll, doll. What's the rush? I promised Kuroo I'd watch him practice at lunch, you said with food shoved into your cheeks. But what about the deets? She moaned with dejection. You promised me. Okay, what do you want to know? You asked, chewing the food down and swallowing it. Start at the beginning, she encouraged. Okay, well, he came and picked me up at 10 p.m. He has a car? She asked. No, his ex-captain came and picked us up, you replied. Darby Todoroki? Not sure if that name rings a bell. The name sounds hot. Introduce me next time, she leered with eyebrows wiggling. He has a girl already. Sorry, babe, you replied. Damn. Why are all the good ones taken? She grunted. Okay, so then he took you to this place? It's a secret place. They blindfolded me halfway there and back, so I couldn't tell where we were going. It sounds like a kidnapping. Well, I was a very willing participant, you replied with a leering grin. So anyway, we kind of, did it, and yeah. Oh, no, you don't. You can't just gloss over it like that, she replied sassily. Okay, well, full disclosure, it was a bit awkward at first, but isn't that normal? Yeah, definitely, she replied. I heard that in certain adult films they have to cut out scenes where people involved are giggling or making random noises, so there's always going to be some awkwardness or whatever. Well, I didn't fart, just so you know, you said, holding your hand up in a stop sign. Clarification accepted, she replied, closing her eyes with a solemn head nod. But seriously, he was huge, you stated. We already knew he would be, she replied. But what did it feel like? Like, tight? You replied, thinking about it. Did you, she said, gesturing vaguely with her hand. Finish? You asked. Well, not during the actual action of, but he did finish me off afterwards. What a gentleman, she replied with a smirk. I'm glad you two got together. You're such a good match. Yeah, same, you replied with a smile. Speaking of, I'd better go and watch him play. Okay, go. I'll chat with you later, she said, waving you off with her hand. You got up and bounced away, looking forwards to seeing your boyfriend again. The practice session was in full swing when you arrived, and you snuck in along the side wall, hoping not to cause a scene, but Kuroo's sharp eyes saw you immediately, and he strolled over to cage you in against the wall. Hey, short stack, where do you think you're going without saying hello? He greeted as his arms planted either side of your head against the wall. Hi, you replied, feigning shyness. You want to go on a date with me on Sunday? We'll be eating pancakes on the roof. You tilted your head in momentary confusion, but then remembered the last thing on your list of items that you deemed would make you and Kuro a real couple. Wait, I thought pancakes on the roof was code for something else, you whispered, glancing under Kuro's arm to make sure that his teammates weren't listening. And we've already done that. Is it code? Or is it the real deal? Kuro asked mysteriously. We'll have to agree and say yes to my date to find out. Okay, fine, you sighed with a playful eye roll. Sunday, what time? 10 p.m. What is it with you and 10 p.m? Why is it always so late? So you want to be on the roof in broad daylight? He asked. That's bold. So it is to do with that? You replied. Again, you'll have to wait and see, he said, pushing off the wall and shoving his hands into his pockets. You're a sneaky bastard, Kuroo. Thank you. He grinned back at you. After school, you, Kuro, and MF walked home together. Thankfully, nothing else was said about Thursday night's escapades after parting ways with MF, and Kuro walked you right to your doorstep like the gentleman he was. How are things going with Pa and Mrs. Happy? He asked as you stopped on the front door. Really good, actually, I think. I don't feel like she likes me very much, but she's really good with Pa, and he's smitten with her, you said honestly. I just hope he doesn't scare her off, that's all. He can be a little forwards at times. I haven't met her yet, but by the sounds of things, she doesn't seem like she'd be the type to put up with any unnecessary shenanigans. Shenanigans? Who says shenanigans? He laughed. Why are you so old, Kuro? Only cool people say shenanigans. You need to get on it before you're the odd one out. He replied with a silly grin as he bent his head down and kissed your cheek and then stepped back. You're my best to Pa, he added, turning and walking off down the path. You smiled as you watched him go and then turned back to the door and pulled it open. Mrs. Happy was standing right there and you jumped with fright. Sorry, you mumbled, dropping your head and stepping back so that she could pass you out the door. You don't think I like you, she said, obviously having overheard your comment to Kuro. Your head shot up and your cheeks burned with embarrassment as your heart played the bassline for Let the Bodies Hit the Floor at 3 times the normal speed. I'm sorry, you said quickly. I didn't know you were listening. I do not hate you. You are a good girl, she said in a thick accent. I'm just happy you get along with Pa. If I did not like you, I would have not come here, or I would have told you I do not like you, she said pointedly, all of that said with the most expressionless face. I kind of guessed that, but still, you said sheepishly, twisting your finger into the side of your school uniform. I will come tomorrow, she said, stepping out of the house. Oh, okay, you said quickly, letting her pass. Have a good night. And you, she grunted over her shoulder. Oh my god, how embarrassing. I didn't know she was listening, but at least I didn't say anything nasty. You entered the house and called out to Pa, who was all set up in front of the TV as usual, and he grinned at you as you entered. Are you and Tit free on Monday night for a dinner date with Anna and I? Pa asked with a lopsided grin. Anna? Mrs. Happy, he replied happily. Oh, what? You're on first name basis now? You asked cheekily. She has allowed me to call her Anna. And by allowed, I mean that I call her Anna and she tells me not to, and then smiles when she turns away from me, but I can see her smile in the reflections. He pointed a knobbly finger to the polished vase in the corner of the room. You have good eyesight, Pa, you mused. I have good eyes to pick up on smiles, he replied. So, are you free? Of course, you replied. I'll text Tit, but he should be fine too. He hasn't met Mrs. Happy yet. They'll get along swimmingly, Pa said knowingly. She's easy to get along with. I highly doubt that she's easy to get along with, Pa, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You smiled politely and then turned towards the door. I'll be back down to make dinner in a bit, you said. Just got to text Tetsuro about Monday night. That's fine, Pumpkin. I'll see you when you get back down here. Don't forget where I am in this big house, he said with a playful chuckle. You skipped upstairs quickly and pulled your phone out to text Kuro. Hey, boyfriend, you sent. Got an invite to a double date on Monday night with Pa and Mrs. Happy. I think she might be his girlfriend now. No, wait, kinda? Oh, the old man's still got game. Kuro replied back with a smirk emoji. Yeah, looks like it, he texted. Are you free? Always for you, he replied, and you smiled as you flopped down on the bed next to text for a bit. After having a bit of a chat with Kuro, you went back downstairs to make dinner for yourself and Pa, then do your homework, and then off to bed. Friday and Saturday proceeded as usual, but you were solely focused on Sunday and couldn't wait until the night fell. Are you ready for tonight? Kuro sent as you were chilling in the lounge with Pa, watching the 3 p.m. game show. Well, you were watching them. He had passed out beside you. Yeah, I can't wait, you sent back. I've recovered from Utopia as well, so that's a plus. Good. We don't want a double injury now, do we? He replied. We're totally going to do it again. I can feel it, you thought, as you sent him back a cheeky text. After getting Pa to bed, you went and had a shower, getting ready to sneak out again at the usual 10 p.m. time. As the time drew nearer, you got more and more excited, your chest feeling a little tight from the adrenaline as it swirled apprehensively through your veins. Just a bit before 10 p.m. your phone dinged and you grabbed it faster than you had intended to. You ready? Kuroo sent. Are you outside? You replied. Yep, waiting at the gate. He texted. You jumped up and tippy-toed to the bedroom door, sneaking off down the stairs and out of the house as quietly as you could. Once outside, Kuroo stepped out of the shadows, giving you a grin as you bounded into his arms. Let's go, short stack, he said, taking your hand in his as you both disappeared off down the darkened streets back to his place. It wasn't a far walk and it was quite nice outside. The moon was high and full, which was good, and you could at least see where you were going. So, it's just you at home tonight then? You asked him. Yeah, it happens a lot, Kuro replied, watching where he was walking. That's why it's nice to have you with me. Even though it was a sweet comment, you could feel there was a slightly sad undertone, and you squeezed his hand. You can invite me over whenever, okay? Just say the word and I'll be there. He glanced at you and smiled softly, and then looked back ahead. Thanks, he said in a genuine tone. I think that's the most vulnerability he's ever shown me, to date. What character development? Once at his house, he opened the front door and let you in, and then closed the door behind himself and led you to the kitchen. The lights had been left on, and you saw that he had started making something, but must have stopped to come and pick you up. What you making? You asked. Pancakes, you replied. Can't have pancakes on the roof without pancakes now, can we? Are you seriously saying we're going to eat pancakes on the roof? You laughed. How are we going to get up there? Don't you worry about that. I've spent a lot of time on the roof, so I know how to get up there. Just help me with this for now. Hey, Cap, you said, reaching for the spatula. What do you need me to do? Stand there and look pretty, he said with a smirk, immediately laughing when you smacked him with the spatula. I'm kidding. You can flip the pancakes. I'm an expert pancake flipper. You won't regret your decision, you said proudly, turning back to the stovetop. I am immediately worried, Kuro commented, pouring the batter in. You watched the pancake mixture start to bubble and then flipped it when you felt like it was ready, and it came up perfectly cooked on the other side. Hey, you said with delight. See? Ace pancake flipper. Kuro leaned down and kissed the side of your head and then straightened. I should have never doubted you, he said lovingly. You grinned up at him and the process continued, with you both chatting about different things as you cooked the pancakes and then pulled out different condiments to have with it. Now, Kuro said as he picked up the plate of pancakes and the bottle of maple syrup, let's go to the roof. I'm honestly so curious as to how this is going to work, you said dubiously, following him out into the hall and down to the study room. Just trust me, he said over his shoulder as he followed behind with the chocolate sauce and strawberries. He walked into the study and flicked the light on, and then placed his items down on the desk and looked up at the ceiling. What's that? You pointed to a small square in the ceiling roof. It's called a manhole, or our way to get up on the roof, he said, pulling a stepping stool out from under the desk and standing on it so he could push the small square up and slide it out of the way to climb up into the hole. With a quick hop, he jumped up and then pulled himself up through the hole and turned around to look back down at you. Food first, he said, reaching an arm down. Priorities, you chuckled. It makes sense though, because if you pull me up first, no one will be able to reach the food. Then I'd have to eat you, huh? He commented with a smirk that made your face buzz. Stop it, you dirty old man, you teased, passing him all the food before reaching a hand up to him. He was able to reach your hand, but that was about all, so you had to revise your position. Hang on, this isn't going to work. Let me get a taller chair. Down you got from the small stool and then grabbed the chair nearby and climbed onto it. Kuro hooked his arms under yours and then heaved you up through the hole and placed you down on one of the roof beams beside him. Stay on these or you'll fall through the roof, he warned. Noted, you replied, picking up some of the plates again and following him along the dimly lit attic. The light from the manhole provided enough external light to be able to see, but once he got to his chosen side of the house and moved a few tiles to climb out, moonlight flooded in. I gotta admit I've never done anything like this before, you said with a chuckle as you watched him climb out onto the roof and then followed out after him. There's a first time for everything, he said back to you, giving you his hand so he could help you out. Once out in the night, you and Kuro walked over to the front part of the roof. From there you could see the lights from the city beyond, and you smiled. This is another really nice spot, you said to him. I like these places that you choose. They're very different from the normal date spots, but I like that. I don't really care where we go. As long as you're here, I'm happy, Kuro said, sitting down on the roof. Same. You smiled back at him and sat down as well. Good company always wins over setting, but the lights in the distance over there are a nice romantic touch. You want a pancake? Kuroo held the plate out to you. You took one and reached for the maple syrup, and then drizzled a healthy amount onto the centre of the delicious round dessert and promptly folded it in half. Kuroo watched with amusement as you tilted your head back and shoved one end into your mouth and then bit down, getting most of the pancake in, but also getting a heap of syrup on your bottom lip that dribbled down your chin. Mmm, you hummed in exclamation, cupping your hand under your chin to catch any potential drops of the sweet nectar, but suddenly your hand was removed and something warm encased your chin. You screeched with a mouthful, trying to figure out what had got to your chin, then realised it was Kuroo's mouth. He had seen the syrup drip down and had immediately jumped in to rescue you, with his tongue and mouth. Chewing rapidly to get the food down, you placed hands either side of his head and screamed into your mouthful, playfully popping his cheeks to get him to pull back, but he was enjoying being attached to you and instead leaned in, forcing you to lay back. You choked and spluttered, coughed and snorted as you rolled onto your side away from him so you didn't inhale your food. Ah! You finally screeched out. Why? Please, you nearly ate me whole. Oh, you want me to eat you whole? That can definitely be arranged. Kuroo leered, sitting up and back. Not if I beat you to it, you replied cheekily, grabbing for the syrup bottle and kneeling up so you could hold it over his head. Oi, what are you... Before he could grab your hand, you had squirted a bit out, and it dripped down onto his nose and then over his lips, and you dropped the bottle and lunged at him, pushing him back onto the roof tiles as your tongue licked over his top lip and then up the side of his nose. It was his turn to splutter and writhe under you now, and you chuckled while licking and kissing the sweet condiment off, ending with you both chuckling and kissing. What started as playfulness quickly turned erotic, and your tongues slid and twisted over each other's, licking the syrup from each other's mouths as your bodies aligned to join in the fun. I don't think I need a pancake now, Kuroo said in a soft voice, once you pulled back. I've already had my sugar hit for today. Well, I have a huge sweet tooth, so I'm not done yet, you replied, reaching out for the maple syrup bottle again. Kuroo was expecting you to drizzle it across his lips again, so he was a little surprised when you slunk down his body a little bit and tugged at the top of his pants. What you doing down there? He asked curiously, pulling his elbows up under his back so he could rest on them. Then it clicked. Uh-huh, he hummed, reaching for the opening of his pants and pulling it down with your help. The next morning you woke to Kuroo's alarm ringing and looked over at him as he remained sound asleep beside you with 2 pillows pressed either side of his head. Tsuro, you rasped in your morning voice. We have school. He hummed, lifting his head up. You looked at him and then burst out laughing. What? He mumbled sleepily. Your hair. What about it? He asked groggily. It's perfect. And it was. Perfectly shaped up like you'd always seen it. I thought you used some kind of gel or something to do your hair, but this is how you do it? You asked, still in awe of his hair. Yeah, he replied, not understanding what the fuss was all about. Amazing, you whispered, reaching out to gently touch his fringe. He gave you a very sleepy, loving look, and the two of you shared a moment together, still naked, and still twisted up in the sheets of his bed. I'd do this all day, but we probably should get going, Kuroo finally said with a soft smile. Yeah, you replied. That's if I can walk, though. Kuroo rolled away from you onto his back and did a twisted cat-type stretch, then got up and walked around to your side of the bed and scooped you up from under his covers. I don't mind carrying you around today, he said as he walked off to the bathroom with you bridal style in his arms. Can I at least put clothes on? You asked. No. Please? No. I like you with nothing on. Once back in your clothes, you helped Kuroo pack away the pancakes from last night that were still sitting on the desk in the study, then headed for the front door. I'll get my school clothes on and then be at school as soon as possible. I might be a little bit late, you said, kissing him on the cheek before heading off down the path. I'll see you there, he called, watching you go with a smirk on his face. Who would have thought that I'd end up with such an amazing girl that started with her randomly taking my picture? Late on a Monday? MF asked as you came racing up behind her and caught her just at the school gates. I spent no time with Kuro on the weekend, and I'm kind of slept over. Did you know his hair is permanently like that? I'm sorry, what? She replied with a chuckle. I have no idea what you're talking about, but my mind is still stuck on the kind of slept over part. Yeah, well, we kind of hung out. Kinda? Okay, like, hung out and then I slept over, you said, trying to keep the smugness in your voice in check. Slept over, she commented, emphasizing the slept and hoping you would elaborate. Mm-hmm, you hummed, pressing your lips together firmly so that you could squash the giant grin that was threatening to take over your face. In his bed? Well, where else did you expect me to sleep? You said in faux exasperation. On the floor? She gave you a look and you chuckled. Yeah, okay. We slept together in his bed. Clothes or no clothes? She interrogated. What do you think? You leered back. I knew it, she whispered in a knowing tone. Boy, you do have been going at it like rabbits. It's been the second time we've hardly been going at it, you replied, halting the conversation as you got to the school gates. Well, I'm just happy you two are getting along, she said with a cheeky smile. Getting along is a massive understatement, he replied with a laugh. But I'm glad to. All thanks to me being an idiot and taking his picture randomly. You should try it sometime. It worked for me. Hard pass, she chuckled. But thanks. You grinned and said your goodbyes to her and then headed for your locker and up to class. Unsurprisingly, you did feel a little sore again from that Sunday's romp. You weren't sure if it was just the tender feeling between your thighs that kept your mind there, but your thoughts that day were consumed by it, constantly revisiting parts of the memory and trying to recreate just how good it had felt at the time. Why is he just so good at everything? I'm pretty damn lucky to have caught such a guy, you thought, as you sat through the first class, idly flicking your pen between your fingers. That afternoon came and you met Kuro at the school gates for a walk home. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages, you said with a grin as he approached you. Really? Because you've been on my mind all day, he replied calmly. The way he just casually delivered the line made your heart skip multiple beats. Yes, me too. My mind thought you... Sorry, I've been thinking about you. Did I break you? He asked, giving you a smirk as he strolled beside you along the sidewalk. Shut up, you snapped with playful embarrassment. You just took me by surprise. He let out an amused huff of air from his nostrils and kept pace with you. So, dinner date tonight? He commented. Oh no, I completely forgot about that, you said. I've had other things on my mind. He hummed in a seductive voice, indicating that he too also had other things on his mind as well. Okay, we need to focus, you said cheekily, shoving him in the side, to which he smirked and stepped away a bit to keep his balance. I get to meet the infamous Mrs. Happy, he replied with a cheeky grin. Yeah, actually, she heard us talking the other day and she said that she didn't hate me, so that's kind of nice. That's a start, Kuro said. Glad she didn't take it the wrong way. Same, you said with a smile. But like I said, I'm just happy that her and Pa are getting along. As long as he's happy, I'm happy. Kuro gave you a soft look and reached his arm around your shoulders. You're a keeper, he said in the most tender voice ever, the softness making you smile down at your feet as you walked. I just love Pa, you replied. I want him to be happy. Once at your door you said goodbye to Kuro and entered, telling him that you'd see him soon, as he said he would go home, get changed, and then come back to help you with Pa. Hey Pa, I'm home, you called out as you walked inside. There's my sweet pea, he warbled back, and you grinned. You ready for dinner? You asked, finding him in the lounge room in his favourite chair. Been looking forward to it since you mentioned it, he replied, which is just now. I forgot. Golly, I need to get ready. You laughed and helped him up out of the chair. Has Mrs. Happy gone home already, or is she still here? You asked, linking arms with him and walking him to his room. She's already gone home, love, he replied as he ambled beside you. Okay. Well, let's get you looking sharp so that you can knock her socks off, hey? You said as you walked him to his room. I want to knock more than her socks off, Pa replied cheekily. Oh my God, Pa. No, you can't say that, please. If you say that to her, I'll go and have dinner alone with Tit and I won't talk to you for the rest of the night, you gasped, making a joke out of it, but also keeping a little serious undertone. I'll make sure to keep Cocky caged, he added with the same mischief that he held before. Well, at least he's in a good mood and has his game face on for tonight, you thought with a head shake and an amused smile at him. With Pa now dressed and in his semi-right mind, you put on something nice too. You didn't want to be too over the top, but you didn't think rocking up in your usual get-up would be appropriate either, so you put in a little bit of effort. As soon as you were dressed, the doorbell rang and you ran from the room to get it. I got it, Pa! You called out as you thumped down the stairs. Grabbing for the doorknob, you opened it to Kuroo, who had his arm up on the doorframe and was looking down at you with a smirk. He crooned. My Uber Eats meal's here. Stop! You wailed with embarrassment, grinning from ear to ear as you thumped your softly closed fist against his torso. Kuro chuckled and reached one arm down around your back to pull you into a hug before letting his other arm follow suit, and he picked you up a little as he stepped across the threshold into the house. You ready to go? He asked, looking up to see if he could spot Pa as well. Ready when you are, you replied, finally looking up at him. He grinned and let you go so that he could walk past you and greet Pa. You ready for your dinner date, Pa? He asked the old man. Ah, Tit, you're here, Pa warbled in greeting, trying to get up out of his chair. Kuro could see he was struggling and walked over to help him up, offering his arm to your grandfather. Good man, Pa grunted as he pulled himself up onto his stiff legs. Okay, ready, set, go, I'll race you to the car. Really? You asked, turning as Pa got up beside you and then past you, still holding onto Kuro for balance. Sorry, Ian, you're the third wheel, Kuro said as he walked slowly ahead of you and out the door with Pa. Ugh, again, you said playfully, with an eye roll as you closed and locked the door behind you all, and then followed them down the path. At that point, you hadn't really thought much about transport, how you, Kuro, and Pa were going to get to and from the venue, but when you looked up and saw an all-too-familiar taxi sitting at the end of the path, you knew exactly how you were going to get there. Is that Tony? You asked Kuro. The one and only, Kuro replied happily, opening the back door of the taxi for Pa. My friend! Tony's bright voice greeted Pa the minute the door had been opened. Tony, lad, how have you been? Pa greeted in return. I have been waiting to see you again, dear friend, Tony said with a bright smile. I trust you are well. Never been better, Pa grunted as he hopped into the taxi, and Kuro walked around the other side. You're right up front, Yin. I'll look after Pa in the back, Kuro said. You nodded and opened the passenger side door and smiled at Tony as you sat down and closed the door. Bella, Tony greeted gently, you are looking most lovely on this evening. Oh, you chuckled bashfully. Just trying to not look like my usual homeless self. In my country, we say, La bellezza va e viene, la bontà si mantiene. It is meaning, beauty comes and goes, kindness is always there. Good saying, Kuro piped up from the back seat. Lucky for me, my girl has both beauty and kindness. Stop, please, I can't do with the compliments. You sank down in your seat and covered your face while Kuro grinned from the back seat. She knows it's true, he added as Tony pulled away from the curb and headed off down the road to the RSL that had been chosen for dinner that night. It was a pleasant drive there, and Kuro again helped Pa out of the back seat once he got to the venue. Thank you, Tony, you said politely, getting out and letting Kuro lean into the open door with some money in hand for Tony. Take that away from me, Tony said emphatically. Ti sto dicendo, I do not need it. Please, go and have a good dinner and I will be back to pick you up at the end of the night. You're a good man, Tony, Kuro said as he pulled his head back from the taxi and stood up. Si, giovanotto, Tony smiled. Go now, I will be back. Kuro nodded and closed the passenger door and then turned back to the two of you and you all headed to the door of the RSL. Is Mrs. Happy here already? You asked Pa. I sure hope so, he said brightly. Otherwise I'll be having a dinner with the two of you. I'm sure she'll be here, Kuro said reassuringly to Pa. He nodded and you all entered in. The minute you stepped through, you started looking for Mrs. Happy and saw her sitting on the bench up against the wall across the foyer from where you had entered. Although Pa's eyesight wasn't that good, he still spotted her and let out a weak-sounding wolf whistle as you all walked over to her. Who whistles that old lady? She grunted with a small blush on her round cheeks. An old man, he replied quickly, and she looked away so that she could hide the smile on her face. Not wanting to interrupt Pa and her little flirting session, you didn't introduce Kuro just then, figuring that you had all night to make introductions, so let Mrs. Happy and Pa walk on ahead towards the front desk. Booking for 4 under Lynn, Pa said to the girl on the front desk, and she looked down the list in front of her and then nodded. Right this way, please. You were all led towards the indoor dining section and sat at a round table with 4 seats, one for each of you. Pa tried to very kindly pull Mrs. Happy's seat out for her to sit so that she could sit down, but she wasn't having any of it. No, you sit, she directed him, pointing to the chair next to hers. This is for you, he said with a wobbly grin. I want to push your chair in. He tried to step around her to get behind her chair, but she stood her ground. "How you push the chair?" she asked bluntly. "You need 2 hands. You only have 1. Now sit." "I can push it in with another strong item of mine," he leered, and you smacked your hand to your mouth with horror. "You have pickle," she stated in her thick accent, glaring at him. "I took a Viagra pill," he said loudly. "Shh!" You hushed him from across the table, shaking your head as he cackled in his old man voice and sat down, letting Mrs. Happy push him in. "You're so loud, Pa, people will hear you chided. Thankfully, the waitress walked over at that point, so the topic changed. "Good evening, Jessica," Pa greeted the girl. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Lin," she greeted in a friendly voice. "I haven't seen you for ages. I thought you'd start going to our competition across the road." "I could never do that," he replied with a lopsided grin. "I've been in hospital, but I'm out now, with 1 useless arm and a girlfriend." The waitress looked at the very sour-looking Mrs. Happy and gave her a hesitant smile. "Nice to meet you," she greeted with reservation. "I am Kara," the supposed girlfriend, Mrs. Happy, replied blandly. "Oh, I see," the waitress said, looking from Mrs. Happy back to Pa. "Well, that's wonderful that you're okay, Mr. Lin." "It's all very complicated," you added in, drawing the waitress's attention to yourself. "Maybe we'll just order instead of talking about Pa's convoluted life?" "Yeah, sounds good," the waitress replied. "What can I get for everyone? Mr. Lin, would you like the usual cabbage soup?"
"Oh, yes, and that yummy bread that it comes with, please," Pa said, sounding so childlike with his happiness. "And 1 bowl for me missus as well."
2 bowls of soup, the waitress mumbled to herself as she jotted the order down and then turned to you and Kuro. You and your man ordered something as well, then drinks, and Pa got his wine, and then you all thanked the waitress and got back to talking. Mrs. Happy, this is my boyfriend, Kuro Tetsuro," you said shyly to the carer, and she looked at you, and then to him, and then to you again. "He has strong arm, good," she stated, and you grinned. "You have strong arms, Kuro," you said to him. "You have been accepted into the fold." "An honour," he replied, giving Mrs. Happy a small smile across the table. "Oh!" a loud, haughty voice sounded from your right, and you looked over to see who it was. It was Miss Marple. Your face darkened.
"Oh,"
Pa warbled, struggling to get out of his chair to face her.
"Miss Marple, a long time since we've spoken." "Yes, because you ignored all of my calls and never responded back," she snapped. "You are the worst of the worst. How dare you treat me like that?"
I can explain," Pa placated with his hands up.
"He does not need to explain anything to you," Mrs. Happy suddenly interjected, and you grabbed for Kuro's forearm under the table, watching the drama unfold before your eyes. "And who do you think you are?" Miss Marple asked haughtily, down the end of her nose at the shorter Mrs. Happy. "You are not even worth the explanation," Mrs. Happy replied with such vehemence in her voice that it made your hair stand on end. Miss Marple spluttered in response to Mrs. Happy's very pointed reply, not knowing what to say. "I think it's best that you leave now," Pa said to the overly make-up laced biddy. "We're no longer an acquaintance." "Get wrecked," you cheered internally, still clutching Kuro's arm and holding your breath. Miss Marple jammed her bright red thin lips together and gave Mrs. Happy one very strong up-down look, and then turned and stalked away, and your Russian saviour shuddered. "She put the curse on me," she muttered to herself, while she removed her outer coat and then put it back on, starting with her non-dominant hand, and slipped it into the sleeve and pulled it back on. "There, that is better," she said, sitting back down again. "Oh, I'm sorry you had to see that," Pa said sheepishly as he sat down again as well. "It's okay, Pa. I didn't know she was going to be here, or I would have suggested somewhere else." "Oh, not to worry," Pa replied with a smile. "As long as everyone's okay now." He looked over at Mrs. Happy and she nodded. "I cured the evil eye. I'm going to be in good health once more." You grinned. "Nothing worse than a curse from a plastic oh, crap, can't say the rest. I was about to say plastic sex doll. You screamed internally. "The worst kind of curse," Mrs. Happy replied seriously, and you chuckled, which made Pa grin that you and her were getting along. From that point on, everyone relaxed and conversation flowed easier. The food arrived moments after the confrontation with Miss Marple, and everyone dug in, almost forgetting about her intrusion. After dinner, you all sat back holding your stomachs. "Did anybody want dessert?" you asked.
I can always go for dessert, Kuro said to you, giving you a wink.
Stop it,
you hissed, poking him in the side.
I have a separate stomach for dessert,
Pa announced. What do you feel like then, Pa? You asked.
Ice cream,
he said with a childlike sparkle in his eye. You grinned. Well, I'm sure we could get you some ice cream, hey Tit? You asked your boyfriend. Of course, he replied with a smile at Pa as he rested back against the back of the chair and rested an arm behind you. There's an ice cream parlour down the road from here. Tell you what, Pa, you and Mrs. Happy stay here and Tit and I will go down and get you some ice cream and then come back.
That would be marvellous. I'd love to play around a bingo with my sweetheart,
Pa said, giving Mrs. Happy a loving look.
What do you say, Anna?
She looked away shyly, secretly loving that he had called her by her first name. Which is fine, she mumbled. Would you like some ice cream too, Mrs. Happy? You asked her.
She can share my boysenberry swirl with me, Pa said, grinning at her. But don't eat too much of it, it's my favourite.
I prefer cabbages, she said as she stood up. No one in their right mind would make cabbage ice cream. Sorry, Mrs. Happy, you thought, holding back the grimace from showing on your face.
Now you're talking,
Pa said enthusiastically as he struggled to stand up. You hummed. We'll just stick with the boysenberry for now. If anyone ever does make cabbage-flavoured ice cream, I'll let you know. You and Kuro stood up as well.
Now,
Pa said, linking his arm with Mrs. Happy's.
Let's go win some bingo.
You took Kuro's arm and smiled up at him as you peeled off from the other couple and headed for the door while they took their ramp down to where the bingo area was. Give me a minute, Kuro said to you as he headed towards the front desk. I need to do something first. You stopped with him as he discreetly paid for the meal that you all had, and then you headed outside. You seriously don't have to pay for our food. I feel bad. Every time you've been with us, you've paid for something, you said, holding onto his arm as you strolled down the street together. Your pa's a good man, and I respect him, Kuro said plainly. It's the least I can do. You're so much kinder and more genuine than you seem, you mused aloud with a smirk. Well, what's that meant to mean, short stack? Kuro replied with his smirk. Maybe I should be a bit meaner. No, I'm just saying that I can start by being meaner in bed, he said, making your heart jump into the air and do a backflip.
Tit, warnings please,
you wailed, shaking his arm as your face clearly showed your embarrassment. Kuroo Hyena laughed, doubling over as he enjoyed your response, and you smacked him repeatedly on the shoulder. Why am I even still with you? You joked. That's it, I'm leaving. You let go of his arm and marched ahead, but you didn't get very far because suddenly his arms were around you from behind and he scooped you off the ground and kissed you on the back of your neck. You're not getting away from me that easily, he whispered into your ear, making your body flush with goosebumps. No, you pouted playfully. Not buying it. You can't just have me like that. As Kuro continued to walk behind you, hunched over and cuddling into you, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone and then opened it to camera and reached out in front of you to take a selfie of the two of you. You didn't have much warning, so smiled at the last minute, and he took the picture just as you went under a street lamp, throwing just enough light to illuminate you both. There, he said proudly. Now we're an official couple, and you can't get away. That's not how it works, you snorted. Oh, isn't it? He replied snidely. And that's what you did to me, wasn't it? He had caught you. You couldn't deny that one. Okay, fine. You playfully rolled your eyes. I guess we have to be together forever now, huh? That's the plan, he said, letting you go and grabbing your hand to walk beside you again. You grinned up at him, and he leaned down to kiss your lips quickly as you almost made it to the ice cream store ahead. Once inside the parlour, you picked out an ice cream flavour for yourself. Kuro picked out one for himself, and then you got a very large serving of the boysenberry swirl for Pa and Mrs. Happy, and headed back to the restaurant with your individual tubs in takeaway bags. So, Kuro said, holding your hand once again, do you feel like a real couple now? I guess, you replied, not really having thought much more about it since the last time you'd pondered the notion. I mean, we've pretty much done everything, haven't we? We've been through a lot together, in a relatively short space of time, he added. There was silence as you walked under the same lamppost that you'd taken the photo at on the way to the ice cream shop, and you smiled to yourself. Hold on, Kuro said. Give me your phone. I'll send you the picture of us that I just took. You fished into your pocket to get your phone and took it out and handed it to him once you unlocked it. Kuro airdropped the picture across to your phone, and you smiled when you saw it. Can you set that picture as my home screen? I want to be able to see it every time I pick up my phone. You grinned at him. Kuro did so for you, and then he also set it as his own home screen as well. You thanked him and took your phone back, smiling down at the first picture that you two had ever taken together. Yeah, Kuro said loudly with a very cheeky inflection in his voice. Look at that picture. You can totally tell we're fake dating. I mean, those smiles are so forced. You hummed with a smirk. Totally, it's really fake. I mean, look how unhappy we look. The picture clearly showed that you two were both smiling with genuine delight, and Kuro looked at you from the side of his eye, and then let out an amused huff from his nostrils as he leaned down and kissed the side of your head. Really fake indeed, he whispered as he straightened and squeezed your hand in his, beyond happy to have met you and to now have you by his side forever. The epilogue. Tit, your tie is wonky, come here, you said to Kuro, beckoning him over so you could fix his tie up. And your dress is still on, he replied, reaching out and tugging at the straps. Here, let me take it off for you. Stop it, you hissed with embarrassment, quickly fixing his tie and then fending his hands off your body as he cackled manically. You reached out and smacked him on the shoulder repeatedly as he hunched over, clutching his middle. There was a soft chatter going on behind you as you were repeatedly smacking your wayward boyfriend into submission. A sweet melody that was almost like the backing track to your and Kuro's banter as you waited patiently at the church for Pa and Anna to arrive. It was their wedding day. They had moved things along pretty quickly, as you can imagine, and Pa didn't want to waste any time in making Anna his wife. I could die right now, he had said. Best we get married yesterday. It's been how long and you're still like this? You mumbled with a pouty face to Kuro once he had straightened. You can't stop me. I like you, I like your body, and you're stuck with me forever, he replied, giving you a lopsided grin. You were about to retort, but then a car pulled up out the front of the small church, and you grinned as you looked out the doors towards it. Pa's here. You turned and picked up the front of your dress and walked quickly to the doors, still grinning from ear to ear. No one told me there'd be angels here, Pa said loudly as he got out of the car and looked at you. Stop it, Pa, you chuckled, walking down the church steps to link arms with him and help him up to the church. Where's the other member of the heavenly choir? He asked you. Tit is here, and MF, and then all of the bingo club minus Miss Marple, you announced happily as you started up the stairs with him. And where is my true love? She's coming, you said to him. She's still getting ready. Ah, beauty takes time. If it helps, I can take my bifocals off, and then I don't even know if she's done anything extra to fix herself up, Pa said with a gummy grin, hanging on to you with his good arm as you helped him into the church foyer. Pa, where are your dentures? You asked him, having just eyed his gummy smile. Dentures are in my... Oh. He raised a hand to his mouth and then felt around. Oh, golly. I've forgotten my dentures. Don't worry, Kuro has a car. I'll ask him to go back home and get them for you. Oh, Pa said sadly. Such an inconvenience. No, you need your dentures on your wedding day. Oh, my lord, please. You turned to one of the men standing closest to you and reached a hand out to get his attention. Could you please keep Pa company? I need to find my boyfriend. The man nodded, and Pa and he struck up a conversation as he raced off to find Kuro. As luck would have it, he was standing near the front podium chatting with MF. Boyfriend! You wheezed as you ran up to him. We have a mission to collect dentures from home. Pa forgot them. Teeth? MF asked with confusion on her face. Who forgets their teeth on their wedding day? I asked the exact same question, you said to her. Can you stall, please? If Anna gets here and we're not back, we won't be long. We'll only be like half hour. 15 there, 15 back. She nodded. Go, I'll hold everything down. Legend, you praised her, and then turned to Kuro. Okay, sir, if you would kindly show me your best fast and furious moves without dying, that would be wonderful. You grabbed his arm and started pulling him along to the side door that led to the car park. If it's going to save the day, then let's go, he replied, picking up the pace so that he would be beside you now and not behind you being dragged. You threw the side door of the church open and ran down the stairs, hitting a small jog as you got to the bottom of the last step and headed for Kuro's car. Keys, he called to you. You fished into the side of your dress and pulled them out, throwing them to him. Where'd they come from? He asked with surprise. My dress. It has pockets, you said with delight, shoving your hands into said pockets to prove that they were really there. Amazing, he mused, unlocking the car and getting in while you hopped into the passenger side. He turned the car on, put it in gear, and then off you went, speeding, as safely as you could, along until you got home. As Kuro pulled up in the driveway, you jumped out, pulling out the keys for the house and letting yourself inside. You made a beeline straight to Pa's room and went to the ensuite, expecting to see a glass of water on the sink bench with a set of teeth in there, but there wasn't any there. Teeth? Where are the teeth? You mumbled, crouching down to look under the sink cupboard, and then inside the cupboard, then in the bath, shower, toilet. You couldn't find them anywhere. Where the hell? Yin, you good? Kuro called out, having come in to check if you were okay because you're taking so long to return. I can't find them, you said, walking back out into Pa's room and throwing the bed sheets back to check in his bed, then getting down on hands and knees to look under the bed. Where does he usually keep them? Kuro asked. In the glass on the sink, but they're not there. I checked everywhere in the bathroom, you said, getting up and walking to his clothes drawer to sift through there. Checked in the lounge yet? Kuro asked. No, not yet, you replied, pushing Pa's clothes around. I'll look there. Might be a good idea to check the kitchen and outside too, he said before walking out. You hummed. And laundry maybe, but Anna usually does the laundry. After turning Pa's room upside down, you walked out and went into the lounge where Kuro was lifting up pillows and cushions. Found them? You asked. No, he said. Nothing. I'll check the kitchen then. Out to the kitchen you walked, checking in the bin, sink, drawers, everywhere you could think of. Nothing here, Kuro said as he walked out of the lounge and into the kitchen. I'll check outside. Yeah, okay, they're not here either, so I'll go and check the laundry. You were walking down the hall when your phone rang and you saw MF's name come up. What's up? You asked as you picked up. Have you found the teeth? She asked. No, we're still looking, he said sadly. Where's Pa? Can you put him on? I'm turning this house upside down to find them and I can't locate them. I can't put him on, MF replied hesitantly. What? Why? You asked, entering the laundry room and opening the washing machine to look inside. Because they've started the wedding. They what? I tried to stop them, but Anna just rocked on up here and grabbed him by the collar and then dragged him down the front, and now they're in the middle of the ceremony. The hell? But we're not even there. I know, I tried to tell him to wait, but they've just started. Oh, crap. Okay, screw the teeth, we're coming back, you said, turning to head to the door. You still had her on the line as you got out into the hall, and you heard Kuro calling your name, and so yelled out to him so that he knew where you were and that you'd heard him calling. Found them, he shouted. Wait, MF, he found the teeth, we're coming, you said excitedly into the receiver, and she made a noise of exclamation. Good, now get your asses here before they tie the knot, she hissed. Coming, you said quickly, then hung up and met with Kuro at the door. Where were they? You asked him. In the cabbage patch, he replied. Oh my god, no. Did you wash them? You asked him. Yeah, in the kitchen sink. Now let's go. That is so gross, you chuckled, wrinkling your nose up. Out the door, back in the car, and off to the church the two of you went, driving as fast as you could. He frickin' started without us, you said to Kuro on the way there. He is that impatient to get laid. If he's popped a Viagra now, then he'll have a time limit before it goes soft again, Kuro replied, completely calm and serious. You choked on your saliva and he cackled. Oh my god, can you please not give me that image? You wailed. It wasn't long after that you pulled up in the car park of the church and parked again. Let's go, you said to Kuro, picking up your dress and running for the side door of the church, with him hot on your heels. As you grabbed for the door, you took a deep breath in and hollered as soon as you stepped in. Wait! You yelled. The room fell silent and everyone looked, as you and Kuro stepped inside, with Kuro holding up the freshly washed dentures. Pa! You hissed to him as he stood up on the platform, hand in hand with Anna. He looked at you and grinned, then saw Kuro with the dentures. Oh, what are you doing with those? He asked, his gummy words making him sound hella old. Pa, we went home to get these because you're getting married and it's kind of important to have your teeth in, you muttered, taking the dentures from Kuro and walking up onto the platform to give them to Pa. He took them from your hand with a thank you and put them in, grinning at you once they had clicked into place. Okay, ready to kiss the bride now, he said, and the crowd clapped and cheered. You and Kuro quickly took your places on the stand either side of Pa and Anna, and the rest of the ceremony continued. Do you, Anna, take Pa to be your lawfully wedded husband? The celebrant asked. Yes, she responded bluntly. That's such an Anna reply, you thought with an internal giggle. And do you, Pa, take Anna to be your lawfully wedded wife? I wouldn't have it any other way, he said lovingly, and you heard some oldies in the crowd say a few soft awes. Pa, you're such a heartbreaker. I bet there are a few ladies here who would have loved to have been in Anna's place right now. You looked at Pa and smiled, and then your eyes were drawn to Kuro behind him, and your man gave you a loving look. Quickly you looked away, smiling bashfully to yourself. With the finalities of the ceremony done, you followed Pa and Anna out of the church and then all hopped into the vintage wedding car and headed to the local bistro for the reception. "Congratulations, you two," you said to the newlyweds in the middle row of the limo as you and Kuroo sat in the back row.
"Thank you, honey bunch,"
Pa said back to you. "Thanks," Anna said bluntly. You grinned and settled back into the arm that Kuroo had hooked around your shoulder, nestling in happily.
"That'll be us one day,"
Kuroo whispered down to you,
tying the knot.
He bent his head down and kissed the top of yours, making your heart jump and fill your stomach with tiny butterflies. You smiled up at him, and he bent his head lower to kiss your lips while you placed one hand on his thigh and squeezed it. Once at the bistro, you hopped out and headed inside. The people there had set up a special room for you all, and you followed Pa and Anna in and gasped when you saw the effort that had been put into it. "This is gorgeous," you said to Kuroo. He just smiled at you. Slowly, the others started to turn up, and finally the reception was underway. It wasn't how weddings and receptions would usually proceed, but everyone was having fun, and this is what Pa and Anna had asked for, something low-key, so you were happy. Unsurprisingly, the reception food was a very big bowl of cabbage soup for everyone, and you honestly tried to like it, but you just couldn't eat it, so you and Kuroo whispered to each other about how you'd sneak out and get food afterwards. The reception didn't last long. Anna and Pa were keen to be alone and left for their honeymoon destination as soon as the last speech had finished, so you and Kuroo headed for the door to go home yourselves. Kuroo had offered to stay over the night to keep you company, so you were looking forward to a little alone time with him. As the car pulled into the driveway, you reached for the door handle to get ready to hop out, but Kuroo stopped you.
"Hey, wait a second,"
he said softly, and you looked at him. "What's up?" you asked, sensing a slight shift in his mood. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small ring box and held it up to you.
"Yin, I know we're only 19, but..."
You looked at the box, then at him, then at the box, then at him again, and suddenly it clicked. "Oh crap!" you gasped.
"Please?"
he asked as he let go of your arm and opened the box to show you an engagement ring inside.
"Would you marry me?"
The beating of your heart almost exploded your limbs off, and you just sat there heavily breathing for a little too long, so much so that Kuroo thought you were going to pass out. Finally, you spoke. Are you real? Are you being serious? Is this serious, Kuroo? Tetsuro? Don't mess with me. I'm about to throw up. I'm so excited."
"I'm being serious,"
he said, pulling the ring out of the box and putting the box in his lap before taking your hand in his.
"Would you be mine?"
"Of course, yes," you said emphatically, suddenly bursting into tears.
Are you okay?"
he asked worriedly. "Yes, please put it on me," you wailed, tears spilling down your cheeks.
Okay, if you're sure."
"Yes!" He pushed the ring onto your finger and it slid down into place, making you wail harder. I'm so sorry, I'm so happy," you cried. He leaned across and hugged you, but you pushed him away and threw your car door open and then jumped out and ran around to the car on his side and buried yourself into his torso as he exited his side of the vehicle while sobbing into him. He hugged you back and chuckled, leaning down to kiss the top of your head.
"Please don't cry, short stack,"
he said gently. "I can't wait to be with you forever," you wailed, looking up into his face. He gently held your cheeks and used his thumbs to wipe your tears away and then bent his head down and pressed his lips to yours.
"I've been waiting for forever to ask you,"
he replied with a soft smile.
"Thank you for saying yes."
And there ends the completed book of Really Fake Kuroo X Female Listener. I will see you in the next book.